See the new Datto video? You shouldn't have. It's not time for the embargo yet.
Wonderful day, Guardian.
It's not embargo time. So if you're seeing it, then I effed up.
Oh, we edging? Datto wicked.
Wonderful day, Guardian.
I think we're good though. 9 a.m. 9 a.m. 9:15. 9:15. Okay.
Guardian.
Hi.
Hi.
Wonderful day, Guardian.
Hi.
Edging to our fate.
Are we gonna watch them on stream?
Wonderful day, Guardian.
Happy Edge Day, everyone.
We. What the frick is going on with my one hair, bro?
Wonderful day, Guardian.
We speak
Datto
English.
I am excited for
and
non-Doom
we
Destiny
delivery.
content.
Wonderful day, Guardian.
We
Looking forward to the content.
we will be
Wonderful
watching
day,
the
Guardian.
videos on stream together.
Well, if it isn't Mr. There's No Video himself.
To be fair, we had this discussion earlier, a few
Wonderful
streams
day,
ago.
Guardian.
The one day that I was gone doing this, no one asked. No one brought up the fact that I missed a stream. Nobody asked. This is the one time where you were actually justified in doing it,
Wonderful day, Guardian.
and nobody did. And nobody said anything at all. So, tough nuggies. It's a mighty tight shirt. It didn't used to be this tight. It's gotten a lot tighter. It's gotten a lot tighter. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's been like I'm constantly like doing this and this. It's tight. Never ask a man a salary, woman rage, or if he went to Bungie for early access. Pretty much, man. Because even if I do go, like, I can't say anything. Why is this all twisted, bro? Now grill you every time you disappear without warning. Yeah, I'm aware. I'm aware. I'm aware. But I can't say anything. I can't say anything. Am I gonna wear the lanyard all stream? I don't know. I'll probably take it off. Also, I didn't realize they were bringing down the servers, so I don't know. Do we want to listen to? Do you want to listen to Tetris music, Diddy Kong Racing, or the splash screen for Destiny?
Wonderful day, Guardian.
Go to X33, musical note emoji.
Musical note emoji. What am I drinking? I had a little protein shake. It's not as intricate as I usually get to make it because I was kind of rushing around.
Wonderful day, Guardian.
What was it like to edge at Bungie?
It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Wonderful.
Will we ever get Datto try-on videos? Is this like a D's nuts thing? Just know that I'm onto you. Otherwise, I don't even know what that means. Why is getting a refund for a flight so difficult? I find if you call them, they're usually a little bit cooler about it.
Wonderful day, Guardian.
But I also have had MVP on Alaska for like the past, I don't know, like 5-6 years. And I feel like they're just nicer if you have some sort of status on an airline. Am I wearing socks right now? Yeah.
Wonderful day,
How many
Guardian.
vids we getting? 4. And that's only because
It's him, John Destiny.
that's only because I only had the time to make 4, and by had the time to make 4, I mean I had to work for like 2 to 3 days straight to get those videos to an approval state where Bungie could approve them so that they could go live. Not all of us are multi-billionaires like you. I fly a lot for my job. It happens. It happens. Yeah, YouTube chat's not allowed to appear over here, unfortunately. I got yelled at one time when I combined them. So. But like, for the YouTube, like, VOD replay, the YouTube chat plays alongside the Twitch chat. So, like, they're both there. I'm just not allowed to combine them because, you know, rules. So, you know, trying to watch some leopard highlights over here. He's been keeping me up to date on his travels.
Wonderful day, Guardian.
He's been sending me pictures and texting every day. He texted me 9:40 last night.
Wonderful day, Guardian.
Nope. He's going into cardiac arrest. Someone help him. Fuck's sake. 9:40 last night, or I guess 10:40 local time, his time. Made it to our hotel in Fort Collins. He's moving in tomorrow, aka today. And then he showed me a picture of a plant that fell over in the truck. He said, I said, hope everything went smoothly. He said, one casualty, crying face, and it was a plant that tipped over. Here. I'll show you. Rip. Rip plant. But he's doing good. He's doing good. Hopefully get more Datto Lep collabs since he's changing his schedule. What is he... So he's not like starting... I assume he's still starting around the same time that he does. Just like 2 hours shifted, right? When's the embargo up? 20 minutes. 6:30 but mountain time. So that's 5:30 for me. I will not be up at streaming at 5:30. But like that does give us a couple more hours to do something. Barely played any Destiny as of late. Fell into Elden Ring rabbit hole with original and Night Rain. Dude, same man. I mean not like Elden Ring, but dude, the past 2 months I've been on Blueprints. I've been on Doom. I've been on E33. It was a nice little breather. It was a nice little breather for me. But we kind of getting back to it now. You know what I mean? We getting back to it. I just finished E33 last night. Or I rolled credits on E33. It's not completely done, but... You know. Shove his phone to his webcam after Lauren did that last night and effed up her webcam. I know how my camera works. I know how it works. I have control over my own domain. DMG put out a tweet about bounties. If it's anything other than bounty prep is completely destroyed, then I don't care. An amount of bounties will be removed from the game. Team will provide details in a future twid. Yeah, but here's the thing, is like, we know that there's going to be some that get removed, and it's usually like the episodic ones or like the stuff that's not staying. But most of the bounties that people use to prep are the ones that don't go away.
Wonderful day, Guardian.
Nice.
So here, someone asked for video lengths. Video 1, 11 minutes 33 seconds. Video 2, 12 minutes 22 seconds. Next video, 21 minutes 4 seconds. Video after that, 18 minutes and 49 seconds. Do I have a link for this fidget toy thing? I don't, because someone... This is like one of like maybe 12 things I was ever sent in my P.O. box. Well, which is now decommissioned. They sent me like a little care package and it had this thing in it. Would I ever stream Divinity Original Sin 2? Probably not. Not on the main YouTube channel anyway, I'll tell you that much. Ripped anything good recently? Dude, the Pokemon Pocket packs have been insane recently. We just ripped like a 2-star, 2 gold star, was it a Lycanroc? The Walmart cards will be here today. We're gonna rip open a booster bundle of the new set. Well, they're supposed to be here. For now we can do this. Reopen the P.O. box. Yeah, it's probably not gonna happen. A rare L of a pack on stream. Rare L. You know, it's tough to be mad about it. I'm gonna put this on the screen here. Vids out 9 a.m. PT. Boom. There you go. The pocket packs. Oh, they got sneak peek. Oh, they brought the sneak peek back. I used a bunch of my Wonder Pick energy yesterday though, so I don't really. Oh, also all these packs are ass. Dude, I have almost everything in every single one of these packs. Nah, ass. Not a single gold star to even pick from. I don't want to. I don't want to do it. There's not even anything good to pick. I would do a chat pick, but there's nothing even good to pick, you know? Two of them are coming out at 9:15. Yeah, I'm staggering them just by 15 minutes. But otherwise, like, we're just shotgunning these MFs out. The first two videos will be hang on, sorry, one sec. Sorry. Talking with people about Destiny Rising right now. I'm trying to get my name on the game. Even if I'm like not gonna play it that much. Just because I'm so, you know, closely associated with Destiny, even if I'm not going to play that much Destiny Rising, I really want to have my name, because the last thing I want is, like, people thinking that I'm playing the game if I'm not, and then, like, people getting scammed or, you know, stuff like that. So, I'm trying to work on that right now. What was I saying? First two videos are based on exotics. Second two videos based on systems. I was thinking of doing one exotic and then one systems video in case there's some people who don't want to look at exotics early. So that way there's like a systems thing and an exotics thing. I don't know. What do you guys think? Both exotics first. I mean, it's literally a difference of 15 minutes. I think I'm gonna split them. I'm gonna do one and one in case there's some people out there who don't want exotic spoilers, but still like want to watch something. So I'm gonna change that. Do you want armor or weapons first? Armor or weapons first? Okay, overwhelmingly armor. It's not even close. Okay. Okay, so now we have one exotic video and one systems video.
Wonderful.
And then we have one exotic video, one systems video coming 15 minutes later.
These nuts first.
Wonderful day, Guardian.
This would be new exotics. Any sort of patch notes? There's no like patch notes in here. That's not that kind of video. It's featuring new stuff. We'll watch together on stream. Do I ever look at YouTube chat? Yes.
Wonderful day, Guardian.
No, I cannot break NDA by 11 minutes.
Good morning. How are you holding up these days?
It's not just me. It's like me and a lot of people. Hello, Brimstone. Hi, buddy. Also, I say this at the front of every video. Gameplay dialogue and subtitles are off in every video. And anything where I'm on the new destination, I try to censor like the names of missions and who's talking, even though you can't hear or see what they're saying. I don't do a lot of talking about like the campaign experience. There's basically zero discussion at all about the new destination, the campaign, a lot of that stuff. I don't talk about that stuff. There maybe in the future we will, like pre expansion, but the focus of my stuff was new systems, new exotics, stuff like that. I didn't want to spoil. And I also don't really show, at least I don't think I really show any of like the puzzles either. Like whatever I do show is like purely gameplay. It is purely gameplay.
Wonderful day, Guardian.
Have I played that content? I've played some of it.
So when you left Bungie HQ, were you happy or sad?
Give me 10 minutes. Morning, Anna. Do you dive into difficulty systems and how they work with rewards?
Wonderful day, Guardian.
Give me 9 minutes. Give me 9 minutes. Actually, which one of those goes live first? Yeah, give me 9 minutes. How the devs seem like vibe check morale wise. There's been a lot of people asking like, you know, how's Destiny dev team going because of like a lot of the marathon stuff that's been going on.
Feelings are under NDA.
There was none marathon discussion at all. Those teams are pretty split apart. And so, like, a lot of it, the thing with, like, the capture events is, for me and a lot of other creators, it's not necessarily a feedback session. It is more like capture and absorb as much information as humanly possible to put out videos. And then, kind of over time, that's when we give that feedback. Yeah, it is much more of a promotional thing than it is like true analysis. Now, I have said that Bungie needed to approve my videos wanted to approve was the actual like literal footage that went into the videos,
Guardian.
because there are some things that like I wasn't allowed to show, right?
Datto
Like,
does.
oh, don't, you know, like don't show this menu, or like don't show this armor piece, or
Wonderful
you know,
day,
don't
Guardian.
show, you know, this NPC's menu, or stuff like that. They do not care at all about what I have to say about the stuff. I do give a little bit of opinions in like, you know, the exotics, for example. I say like, oh, this one's kind of neat, and this one is good, and this I thought could use a little more of this, and blah blah blah. Like, they don't care about that stuff. They just care specifically about like, you're not allowed to show that menu. Please don't show that menu, or please blur this because we're not showing that just yet.
Give me 7 minutes. Any cool / memorable legendary perks you got to play with? I have a moment at work to ask, so I hope this goes through in time.
It did go through in time. That perks will be, I think, in the video, another video at 9:15. So there'll be a little stuff there. This was only Edge of Fate. There was none Renegades. There was none Renegades. Can I give more specifics about the things I wasn't allowed to show? Ooh, that's actually a good question. I gotta ask. I gotta ask, like, if I'm allowed to talk about things. Because obviously there's some stuff that I know that I wasn't allowed to show in the video, but, like, I know it. I'm going to Dunkin'. You want anything? Give me a Boston cream. And like a bacon, egg, and cheese on a bagel. How spoiler are the videos in terms of story? 0. 0, 0, 0. None story. None story. Only time to make 4 videos. Anything you wish you'd been able to make but didn't have the time. I would have liked to have had a more proper opinion video go up and actually have something discussing, you know, just like overall sentiment and maybe overall like story, campaign type things. But I figured that's like what today would be. Is there anything else really?
Would you say this is D3 level without the label?
I would not. But also, like, what is a Destiny 3? I'm not getting into Destiny 3 discussions right now. But, like, what does a Destiny 3 even look like? I think you have to answer that question first before I could even attempt to address if this feels like D3 without the D3 label. Yes, Jez is done with D2. He is completely done. I did not play the whole campaign, no. Less than half. Am I allowed to talk about how the updated stats feel? Yep. That video will be going live in 19 minutes. Played a fair bit. I played like a couple missions. Any Destin rivals? I got an ETB that I'm saving for the card opening stream, and I have a booster bundle showing up today that will rip open. No story stuff in the vids. No story stuff in the vids. Can you keep the stream PG? I'm watching this with my cousin's parrot, and they mimic everything that's said. I just don't want the parrot to say things like swearing. I cannot promise that I won't swear.
Thoughts about Rite of the Nine.
Quick thoughts about Rite of the Nine. It not as intense as I was anticipating. I was thinking that it was going to be a bit more a bit more like Into the Light in that I would be more attached to wanting to play it, and I have not.
Lightfall subclass verb changes, final shape prismatic, and other system changes, and the armor changes, and more, coming in this, feels like D3 to me.
How are the vibes of the raid race? None raid anything was discussed. Although I think they did accidentally leak the name to us. Again. Again. That's the second time now, but, you know. I don't actually... What was... I don't think I remember the full name of it either. I think I've kind of forgotten. Because I didn't write it down and I didn't keep it in my head. I'm obviously not going to say what I think it is. But yeah, they did accidentally leak it. Last time was Final Shape. Because their internal, like, test realm that they have, for lack of a better term, like, ticked over to the next day. Like, their internal realm hit reset, and a giant splash screen came up right at reset with, like, hey, the new raid's available, go hop in. And everyone's like, oh, god damn it. Any mention of campaign having legendary version? There are world tiers. You will have access to something, something, and then you get more something, something. Wait literally like a minute. Was it a cool name though? It was fine. I don't know, without the context of, like, where it is, or who it's against, or what it's about, it's just kind of like a name.
Pauses hyping, really excited for info.
Ripping, dipping, ripping, skipping. Alright. Without prying, did you get the seed raid? No. No raid content has ever been available to preview. Ever. Okay, we got one video live. We should have another one going live momentarily. I'm gonna post these on socials. Actually, I'll post it at like 9:15 when they're all out. Okay, just waiting for them to go live, waiting for them to go live. Why are you not live? You're supposed to be live. You see two of them? You see two videos or just one? Holy shite. Modelo 01 dropping 50 YouTube memberships. Just one. What the fuck? Okay, other ones should have just went live.
Wonderful day, Guardian.
Also, I'm gonna mute the Wonderful Day Guardian because for some reason, YouTube subs, like YouTube gifted subs, do not do it in like the batch that they came in. They're all individual, so I'm just gonna mute the sound for a little bit. Okay. No, I just let him out. I didn't have time. Oh, big excitement. Big excitement, Brimstone. Okay. Both should now be out. Modelo 01, that is really kind of you. This is really kind of you. Okay, question. Do you want me to just play the videos and not say anything? Or do you want me to, like, pause when questions come up? Because I know some people are like, bro, shut up and just let the video play. And then some people are like, why is he not saying anything? We'll pause and react. Okay, I will probably like react to some questions that come in at any given moment. But here we go. Let's do the What's live? Let's do the exotic armor because I feel like that's a little bit easier to like react to and analyze. And then we'll do the leveling stuff. All right. So if you don't want exotics, I'm gonna actually wait a minute. Let's go here. Okay. Well, there's nothing. Hi. I'm gonna put a little note on the screen that says what we're watching. Just so people know what the hell is going on. And I'm also going to get out of the game because it's really loud. Okay. Boom. And I'll hide the chat. I'm going to hide myself as well. All right, here we go. The following video has all dialogue and subtitles turned off to minimize story spoilers. Gameplay shown is from an early build of the Edge of Fate and is subject to change. Hello everyone, welcome back to another edition of I Played with New Exotics Before You, Nana Nana Boo Boo, where today we are going over the exotic armor that I got to play with at a preview event for the Edge of Fate expansion. I don't know if this is the only exotic armor coming in the expansion. I did not look at the collections tab, so it might be, it might not. I'm not actually sure. Titans, we're gonna start with you because you have what I think is the most hype exotic. Since the advent of the throwing hammer, there has been but one request for it: the ability to recall the hammer from the ground to your hand. Bungie has finally obliged via the Melis Panoplia. But it is not quite as simple as just hitting a button and having it come back to you. First, you must become a Forge Master. You become a Forge Master by either picking up a Fire Sprite or getting 3 rapid solar kills. Keep in mind, this is with the exotic on. This is not an intrinsic thing within solar now. This is on the exotic. This is going to place the Forge Master buff on you, but it will not activate until you throw your hammer. After it is thrown, the timer will start to tick down from, I think it's a 12-second buff. So, after you throw your hammer, you will be able to recall it, but it needs to land on the ground or hit an enemy before you can do it. So if you throw that thing into Narnia, it is probably gone until your next cooldown. But upon hitting an enemy, you will enable the ability to do a perfect recall. To perform a perfect recall, you will listen for a little like ding noise that happens shortly after hitting an enemy. It's the exact same timing every time. If you nail it, you're also going to trigger additional effects like AoE damage to anything around the hammer as it comes back to you, and you'll also extend the timer on Forge Master, which is what enables you to do the recall in the first place. If you chain together perfect recalls, you'll be able to keep this rolling for as long as there are enemies to hit and as long as you are throwing the hammer pretty often. You also appear to get a good amount of bonus tracking when you're a Forge Master, which makes super far away hits much easier to perform. This is a really fun effect. Hitting the perfect timing to cause some explosions is fun. It feels good to time it right. It feels good when it comes back to your hand. Everything about this also, sorry to interrupt. Also, it like pretty much goes through walls and stuff like that. Like, I don't know about PvP, like literal walls like that, but in environments like this, if there's like a small thing in front of you, it'll just kind of clip through it and just come to your hand. Like, it won't get stuck on like a wall or something. If you hit the timing, it's coming to your hand. Experience feels pretty enjoyable. On the legendary world tier, when you get the engine rolling, the hammer can really put a dent into some tougher enemies out there. Like, I'm bopping these big targets in a couple of throws. Combine that with sunspots and the perfect recall explosion, and you can kill off groups of, you know, clustered up enemies without too much issue. That being said, this is definitely not the most efficient way of killing stuff in the game if you are someone who cares about that. You gotta throw the hammer. You let it hit something. You wait for the timing. You hit the timing. You wait for the hammer to come back to you. You throw it again. Rinse, repeat. Sometimes you get a big explosion with a lot of kills. Sometimes there's just not that much there, or it doesn't really connect. And there is a lot of stuff that you can do with that level of time investment. I don't see many worlds where continuously bonking something with a hammer and recalling it ends up being the top DPS option, although I'm certainly open to the idea, but I wasn't expecting it to do that, so. I miss the days when no insight has happening into new expansions. Now streams get special BTS. My brother in the light of the Traveler, you don't need to watch. Attendance is not mandatory. What are we doing? What are we doing, man? Just leave. Just like close your eyes, lol. Just like put the phone down. That's okay. When I was grouped up in a team, two things happened. Number one, we were playing on an easier difficulty and things just died super fast, not really giving me the time to enjoy the hammer experience. Or two, we were playing on a much harder difficulty and nothing would die to my hammer. I will say that we had the difficulty turned up considerably here in this footage. Like the enemies are 40 or 50 levels above us. But at this level of difficulty, the hammer itself felt close to worthless outside of the lowest tiers of enemies in Devil's Lair or the Whisper. The reason I have barely any footage of me throwing a hammer in these upper difficulty pieces of content is because I learned very quickly that it wasn't even close to worth it. Now, full admission, I was playing Devil's Lair with no aspects or fragments equipped because they got unequipped and I didn't realize it for a little while. But someone else, because they like changed the build and like they switched a bunch of stuff and it unequipped my stuff and I didn't realize it. Was playing with all that stuff equipped and they had a very similar experience. And I also ran a different piece of content with my aspects and I had a very similar experience. So for now, I would advise some caution when running hammer in these super high tier pieces of content, and when the expansion's actually out, we can reevaluate. As of this preview event, I would use this exotic in more solo environments or, you know, mid-tier group content so that you could fully enjoy the experience. Legendary difficulty felt great, but as you climb, I imagine the appeal will start to wane a little bit, so we'll see. I'd also be stacking up a considerable amount of the melee stat, which is a whole other conversation that I have in another video, which is live probably right now as well, so go check out that video after this one, ltdstore.com. Warlocks. I would say that you got one of the better exotics that I got to play with. It's just maybe not as fun as a hammer that recalls to your hand. It is a Hellion-based exotic, so solar or prismatic, where your Hellion is improved. It deals more damage the farther it travels, and after 20 meters, which I got to easily determine thanks to the shooting range, it will explode and split into multiple projectiles, which also scorch. This exotic essentially gives you an automatic ignition machine without having to think too much. But as a result, there's not much in the way of interaction with this exotic. When you drop a rift, assuming you have Hellion equipped, you will spawn a Hellion, and it'll just be better. That's it. That's the whole thing. But it is quite noticeably better, especially in thanks to the ability to scorch and the ability to do some AoE and provide some ignitions. You could also combine this with a new perk coming to the game called oh god, what's it? Burning Ambition, which scorches already scorched targets even more. Within Solar, you're going to want to hunt down for some Scorch-related, maybe Ignition-related fragments. I'm looking very intently at Singeing, I'm looking at Char, maybe even Blistering, Eruption, Ashes, Searing. There's a bit to work with here. I know we're not taking any sort of Radiant or Restoration stuff, but like... Also, everyone wondering about the weapons, I go over... like the next video that comes out focuses on the weapons. We take that for literally everything, dude. Like, wow, torches again. Wow, Solace, Benevolence, and Empyrean. What's this dude gonna think of next? Like, if you're gonna do that, just throw on Speaker's Sight and call it a day. Let's ignite some stuff. Let's scorch some stuff, you know? For Prismatic, something like Hellion and Feed the Void should net you 5 fragment slots. In the test build, I only had 3. I don't know if that's intended or not. Seems kind of brutal if intended. But Prismatic only has so many ignition or solar options, so you do need to spread your wings a little bit to pad out the rest of the build. This doesn't require any specific weapon types, technically speaking, but you're going to want some light and some dark damage, and you're going to be totally fine on the light damage. I'll keep it short and sweet for this one. Effective, but not really the most exciting. It is a set and forget style of exotic. It doesn't really require that much interaction, but some people like that, so they can just focus on their gameplay as much as possible. Hunters, you have an exotic similar in vibe to Titan in that it is kind of extra. Some of you might remember the Whirling Maelstrom build from a little while back with Sir Terracnes, the helmet. Well, Moirai feels like the Whirling Maelstrom exotic. When you throw your threaded spike at a tangle, you will activate the tangle, and it will also bring a tangle back to you if you catch the threaded spike. If you don't catch it, you'll just get a little more melee energy than usual. As you can imagine, this will enable you to have many Whirling Maelstroms active, like 2 or 3 at a single time, if not even more. You do need a little bit of setup for it, though. Remember that to spawn a tangle, you need to kill a target affected by some kind of a strand debuff. But that can just be your threaded spike, in which you could then Gambler's Dodge to get it back, throwing it at the tangle that you hopefully just spawned, activate a Maelstrom, get your melee and a tangle back, and then you throw that tangle to activate another Maelstrom, and then you grapple over to it over and over for free grapple melees. I didn't get to mess around with this in the shooting range, so in terms of pure damage numbers, I don't have that for you. But what I do have are some comments on the practicality of doing all of this. I only used it in solo play because I just didn't get to play on a Hunter that much, and it did prove pretty effective. Although I couldn't optimize it 100% of the time because of my limited loadouts and my limited time. But, like I said, it is extra. There are a couple of steps to setting up this combo and all that, and you might end up doing a lot for your Maelstroms to just be nowhere near the enemy that you're trying to hit. But then other times, everything lines up perfectly, and you have like 2 or 3 Maelstroms on top of a big target while you're grapple melee spamming everything else, and it's amazing. I should also mention that the artifact, which will be our artifact for 6 months at a time, as opposed to the usual 3, will be featuring Strand somewhat heavily in addition to Solar and Stasis. So this exotic, on top of any other Strand builds that you might have forgotten about, may end up being pretty relevant for the Edge of Fate. That being said, you're going to be pretty locked in on Tangle-based fragments or just like generic ones. Thread of Fury might be in there, even though you can get your melee back somewhat reliably. Ascent, if you're doing grapple melee spamming. I could see Transmutation as some kind of a play if you're running with Warding, but remember that Warding is only 5 seconds on Woven Mail now. It has not been 10 for a while. Propagation also has some potential. Generation, always viable as well, although you shouldn't be using too many of your grapple charges because you're going to be hopefully grappling to tangles, which does not cause your grenade cooldown to trigger. For solo play, this exotic is pretty fun. I did not try it in group play, but I'm guessing there might be a couple of similar pain points compared to the Titans exotic in that you do need a little bit of setup. The difference is that it's much easier to trigger a tangle, and you don't have to sit and watch your Maelstroms do damage. They just automatically do stuff. So it's probably going to be way better. That is your exotic armor preview. All in all, I think these exotic...
All right, there you go. That's number 1. The Lost Sector is not a campaign mission, no. That is in... That is in Solo Ops. Didn't hide boss name. Devastator Mind, I feel like is vague enough that I didn't need to hide it. Like it's really vague. So yeah, I don't think like any of like the new campaign stuff was on the destination. Okay. So yeah, I didn't really have like that much to react to during that. I feel like people were just kind of not asking a ton of questions, or they were asking questions that were going to be answered in the middle of the video. But I did think like all of them were pretty good in their own right. I'll grab the next one here. Okay, what else is... So the other two videos should be up now as well. I want to do portal stuff. I want to do portal stuff. But first I want to post all of my videos to socials. This is all capital letters. Rip dip dip rip skip rip dip rip skip. Why, that was my Discord. Why is freaking streamer mode not automatically turning on when I turn on streams? I don't know what's going on. Rip and rip rip skip rip dip rip and rip skip. Okay, and boom. Okay. A lot of people have been having issues. Okay. All right. The next thing we're gonna do is the portal, which is like leveling and like the day to day, how day to day is changing. I'm actually gonna let the ad break finish. So this is how leveling's gonna work now. This is how how your day to day experience is going to work. The portal. Do you know / can you say if they're replacing extra perks added in the mid-season expansion update, or was that not discussed? I believe we are getting more. Like, let me double check my footage real quick, but I'm pretty sure there was like a thing that said like new things unlock in blah 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 amount of time. Let me go over here. Let me go here. And let me wait for my drive to spin up. Come on. Okay, yeah. Next major update. Artifact expands in blah, blah, blah days and hours and whatever. Thank you. That being said, I do have access to the seasonal artifact. I didn't make a video specifically on it because I just didn't have enough time. But it is something that we will discuss. I'm sure someone else has posted the seasonal, or someone will be posting the seasonal artifact. If somebody does, I'll probably message someone at Bungie to be like, hey, can I just like have this screen and make a video about the seasonal artifact? I don't know when they're going to talk about it. But yeah, I just didn't have a chance to talk about the seasonal artifact. Mila posted about it. Okay. Yeah, I didn't, dude, 4 videos for me was already like brutal to try to get done. So, yeah. Okay, ads are over. Let me grab the next video here. I am very interested to hear about what people think about the leveling stuff. I am very, very interested. Okay. This is watching EOF portal leveling video. Is that all? Brother, I put up 4 videos. There ain't no way you watched all of them. Literally impossible, even on 2x speed. It's funny seeing those level numbers now. Yeah, we're getting crunched down to 10. Like, everyone starts at 10. And I'm kind of happy that we have like a big stat crunch. Like you saw a lot of the damage numbers in the previous video. They're like real small numbers. Everything got crunched down a lot. Video has all dialogue and subtitles turned off to minimize story spoilers. Gameplay shown is from an early build of The Edge of Fate and is subject to change. Hello everyone and welcome back to A Whole New World, where today I would like to talk about the portal. I would like to talk about leveling and some other changes coming to the game. The portal is Bungie's attempt at a new way to interact with Destiny. The director menu has become incredibly daunting over time, leaving players who aren't as locked into the game kind of confused as to what to go do. Bungie's goal with the portal menu is to make things much clearer to understand and get people into gameplay significantly faster than you usually would. I'm guessing a lot of you will pop open the game, fly to the tower, check some menus before either just logging off completely or inevitably finding something to do. The portal looks to replace all of that with a series of activities for you to find and immediately hop into. Before we get to the portal though, can you say the portal is ending up replacing the director, or is it just an either-or situation? The director menu as we know it today is just getting a name change to world menu. So like that menu will still exist, but how much the two interact, like could you go to the inverted spire on the director menu and see these rewards there? That I didn't really take a look at. I think we were kind of limited on like how much we could show there. But like the menu still exists, but how much it's being updated, that I'm not as sure. And the world menu, as far as I was aware in the build that I played, did not have Kepler on it. At least I'm pretty sure it didn't. I would double check with somebody else just in case. I actually don't even think I went to the world map. Maybe I did. No, I definitely did. I just don't know if I recorded it. Would the day one raid be launched in this window? I have no idea. I want to explain leveling in the Edge of Fate, because once you understand leveling, the portal is going to make more sense. I'll probably make another video when the expansion launches purely on this topic, which will reiterate a lot of things in this video, but I do want to give some kind of a preview now so that people can start to mentally prepare. In the Edge of Fate, sorry, are we getting more stuff for Prismatic? I don't think subclasses really got any sort of a significant update in the expansion. We are getting a big stat and number crunch. Our current power floor is 1900, for example. In the Edge of Fate, everyone's getting reset back down to 10. Then, from 10 to 200 is the persistent level range. From 10 to 200, you're just getting any kind of gear, you're infusing it up, same kind of deal that we're used to. I assume this will mainly come from playing the expansion story content. We have that world tier system coming as well. So I'm guessing the bulk of this leveling up to 200 will happen in the campaign experience. But it can also happen, I think, in the portal. After 200, so 201 and higher, is the seasonal level range, although I don't think we were told what the seasonal level cap. Yeah, blue gear I think is going to drop until like 200 or something like that. I'm actually not 100% on the blues situation. So either they're still finalizing it or it doesn't even exist. I don't even know. How do you get gear once you're done with the campaign or outside of the expansion destination? Introducing the portal. When you boot up the game and load into the portal, you're going to have some options on the bottom of the screen. Solo, Fire Team, Pinnacle Ops. We know these already. Load up one of these menus and you'll see a range of activities available to you.
These will be the activities available for the next few months until the mid-season update, which will shift things around. These activities can be basically anything that Bungie wants to cycle in from any range of content. For example, the Coil and Savathûn Spire were activities that I could play at the preview event. Solo Ops has had some custom activities made for it. The Salt Mines, for example, is a section of the EDZ that's been turned into its own activity. And I have already given feedback on this activity, and I hope Bungie buffs it up because I had notes that were not positive, at least for the Dread version of it.
The Dread version of the Salt Mines, I literally have it labeled in my footage, in my folder, as unusable. It was not good, so I hope they make it better.
Anyway, completing these activities will reward an item. It'll say how many this activity will drop. Look closer, and some of these activities have green engrams.
Why? It was just really slow, and there was like barely any enemies. There just wasn't that much to interact with. It just kind of felt like you were just running a lot, and that's it. The Taken version was a lot better. There's like actual enemies in there, but the Dread version was like just, yeah, it was unusable in that I would just be running like most of the time. Any changes want to make us delete current stuff taking up vault space? That is a discussion for another video.
Or maybe a specific weapon or armor slot linked with it.
The destination page is not gone. It's just been relabeled as world.
Green engrams means that activity will drop additional bonus loot on top of what you would normally get. And I believe these reset daily. So the goal here would be to find all of the activities that are giving out some bonus loot and focus on doing those first to accelerate your gear grind. The same goes for a specific armor or weapon slot that you're looking for if you need something more focused. If I open up Fireteam Ops, it is showing class items dropping from the Inverted Spire, along with some bonus drops. So if my class item's a little weak, boom, I run the Inverted Spire, I'm gonna get a class item. Pinnacle Ops is showing a specific weapon for the day, and you're seeing the Whisper in here, Starcrossed is here, Kel's Fall is here. You'll also be able to hit some PvP playlists for bonuses or targeted farming, and for the first time, you'll be able to level up purely through PvP if you want to. While we're here, real quick, I'll talk about the Cutting Edge PvP playlist. Cutting Edge is where only new gear is allowed. New gear is marked with a blue flag underneath the symbol representing the current season or expansion, the newest items in the game. There are also a few exotic...
Bro, I had the Crucible menu in the video, and they were like, please take the Crucible menu out. I couldn't show it. I couldn't show it. I don't know why. They said I couldn't show it. They just said no. Maybe they're still making changes. I don't know, maybe it wasn't the most updated version. I don't know, but they said couldn't show it. Hiding new maps. So we actually tried to play PvP at the event. And pretty much everyone's games crashed within the first like minute of starting the game. So we have like basically zero's PvP footage because everyone just kept crashing. Like I crashed 1 minute into a match. Someone else crashed like 15 seconds later. So it's just, I didn't have a lot of PvP footage. Not that it was going to be good because like there were other like PvP Giga Sweatlords there. I'm like, well, I don't know why you guys are sweating at the capture event right now. So even if I did get PvP footage, for me, it would have been unusable. Benny over here fucking snap skate warlock shotgunning me in the face. I'm like, brother, freaking traditional media's here, man. You got to give them something. You can't just be running people into the ground during the PvP. I get it's your thing, but like, calm down, man.
Products that Bungie will be labeling as new gear every season so that they too can be used in this playlist. If you're tired...
Yeah, they actually mixed up the content creators and the traditional media. They usually split us apart. And I say traditional media as in like, you know, the big review websites and all that kind of stuff. I don't know how attached they are to Destiny, but like generally speaking, it's a bad idea to combine traditional media and content creators specific to that game because the content creators tend to just roll over people. And then I'm getting rolled over also by content creators. So it's like, bro,
of using the same old stuff and you want to see what's hot with the current season or the current expansion, Cutting Edge will be for you. I believe Bungie also plans on having
let's rewind
expansion, the newest items in the game. There are also a few exotics that Bungie will be labeling as new gear
So new gear, there's like a new gear playlist essentially where you can only play with like the newest stuff available in the game in that PvP playlist. So if like you're tired of the same crap from PvP, you can go into this playlist and be like, all right, only the new stuff allowed. Only the new stuff. That's it. So I think it's a neat idea. Just have a bad view of D2. Am I wrong? I'm actually quite interested to see what traditional media has to say about all the stuff that they got to experience. Because like as a Destiny creator, like people from the outside the Destiny community and the Destiny bubble are not coming into my space to like look at my videos about Destiny. But these bigger, like more general websites, you know, they are the ones that like hit a lot of the greater gaming landscape. And I didn't get to talk to them that much because I was just concerned about everything that I wanted to capture. So I am still very interested to hear what they have to say about what they got to play. Like when we get to a point where we can start like looking at articles and stuff, if people have posted articles, I would love to give them a read to see what they're thinking of stuff pre-season so that they too can be used in this playlist. If you're tired of using the same old stuff and you want to see what's hot with the current season or the current expansion, Cutting Edge will be for you. I believe Bungie also plans on having PvE bonuses when it comes to new gear in order to incentivize using the newest stuff, although there were many a conversation had on what this will mean for older armor that people still enjoy using for whatever those reasons might be. Bungie doesn't want to limit people too much anymore when it comes to the power grind, and they're trying to bring some meaning back to the power grind, on top of making it easier to target farm items. As a result, there does not appear to be a cap to how much you can level day to day. You can just keep grinding away as much as you want. Previously, we used to have daily or weekly caps on things like the Vanguard Ops playlist or something like that. That is gone. I'm not sure what the deal is with stuff like raid loot though, but within the portal, you can grind however much and however hard you want to grind. The only cap on leveling that I know of is the mid-season cap, which is 450. That being said, about the mid-season cap, I didn't get the greatest context for how difficult it would be to hit that cap. For all I know, that cap is impossible unless you are just giga grinding, or maybe it's like kind of easy. I don't actually know. And I know that like a lot of the bonus rewards on you know certain playlists will go away after you actually do them. So your leveling, I believe, slows down after you hit all of your bonus rewards because you're just simply not getting as many bonuses or bonus drops rather. But yeah, the not to Mighty Boss Tones post right now, but the impression that I got was that you can just kind of go at whatever pace you want to go. Yeah, Artifact I don't think really has any leveling type stuff really linked to it. Now, how easy or hard that'll be to achieve in 3 months, I have no idea just yet. As you level up, you will gain access to more difficulty options within the activities in the portal, which increases the tier of gear that you're getting, which has more stats available or more perk options. Still XP for artifact perks? Yeah, I think getting the artifact perks, I think that system hasn't really changed. But like you getting like +1 level, +2 levels on your power is, I think that is shifted back to gear. Options or more enhanced perks on your way to tier 5 loot, which will be the best in the game. Speaking of those difficulties, let's take a look at what pops up when you actually select an activity. In this example, we have unlocked the expert difficulty. If you just want to run expert as is, feel free to run it as is, or make it even easier with positive modifiers. But
The harder you make the activity for yourself, the better your loot will become. Each activity completion is given a score/grade. To get the best rewards possible, you will want the A rank. That's as high as it goes as far as I know. There's no like S rank or anything. The game will calculate what score and grade it believes you will get with the modifiers you selected. And despite a small sample size, it is moderately accurate. It will be hard to get an A rank from what is predicted to be a C+ grade, for example. But it's also possible to grade worse than predicted. I did a run where I only got a B+ when A was predicted because I went too slow and just didn't perform very well. So, you pick your modifiers, which will increase your score, but also increase the difficulty. Enemy levels will increase, they'll gain bonuses or banes or whatever, but you can...
Oh yeah, so there's a bug in the build where by default the no UI modifier was on, so that's why I have nothing on my screen other than the like my score, my revives, and the mission. Like there's no, like this is all gone. There's just nothing here. This is a modifier that you can have a no UI modifier. Yeah, it's a negative modifier that gets you more points.
Control all of it. Then you run the activity. I was told that this system is mainly balanced around simply beating the activity, not trying to speed run it or get super high scores or anything, but there is a loose time component that will affect your score. There's a time multiplier. In solo ops, there is also a randomly assigned objective to complete within the mission, something like get kills or precision kills or weapon kills or ability kill, something with killing. Really, it's simple. The higher your grade, the higher level or quality loot you will get. To give a random example, let's say you're at 200 power and you run an activity that gets you a C+. You might get like a 202 or a 203 drop.
Sorry, Red Thread saying, according to Datto, Bungie are not planning on updated director screen going forward. I would seek additional sources on that. That is just what I remember. I would verify with a couple of other people who were there. I don't want to claim it outright 100%. Yes, that's definitely like I don't have like physical notes to refer to, especially because they kept our notepads. But I think they are still like they're figuring it out. But Kepler, from what I remember, was not on that menu. But I think we also had some discussions. We had some discussions about like if they should do it, if they should update the director menu, or if they're trying to like just kind of leave that as like a legacy thing. So yeah, I not 100% yes, but I'm not like 100% no either. F drop. That same activity run at a B+ or an A grade might drop a 205 or a 206, something Let's rewind.
like get kills or precision kills or weapon kills or ability kill, something with killing. Really, it's simple. The higher your grade, the higher level or quality loot you will get. To give a random example, let's say you're at 200 power and you run an activity that gets you a C+. You might get like a 202 or a 203 drop. That same activity run at a B+ or an A grade might drop a 205 or a 206, something like that. It might also drop at a higher tier, depending on the chosen difficulty. Pretty similar to the experience nowadays of getting a powerful tier 1 versus a powerful tier 2 or tier 3. The harder a thing is, the higher the power level or tier that it'll drop at. Which brings us to infusing this new armor. I didn't get the most extensive breakdown of this, so would you even call these lost sector? I call this solo ops, because this is where this activity is located. The salt mines, I know it looks like a lost sector thing. It's in the solo ops playlist, so I will refer to it as this. It's in the solo ops playlist. Some things might not be completely accurate here, but it is still pretty representative of the experience. From 10 to 200, you got enhancement cores. Burn all those as much as you want. I can't remember if you still use upgrade modules as well, but either way, from 10 to 200 should be very familiar.
Yeah, no, it's just core.
But starting at 200, you will utilize the unstable core instead of the enhancement core to level your seasonal power. Seasonal power is gear you acquire after power 200, and
So I'll pause it here because I imagine some people are going to want to read this.
seasonal bonus levels that we used to get through the artifact are no longer there. It's all done through this gear. Unstable cores are used to level up your seasonal power and can be mainly obtained from dismantling this kind of armor. Although I don't recall if the armor needs to be over power 201 or if it's any armor. I'm guessing it needs to be 201 or higher though. It otherwise works the same way as Infusion has worked though. Infusion costs a certain amount of cores, you spend the cores, you infuse your armor, done. However, now instead of a flat one upgrade module cost, the cost scales based on how many levels you are increasing the armor. Going from 200 to 205 is probably a lot cheaper than going from 200 to 250. When it comes to tier differences,
again, I only got to really review some of this stuff towards the very end because like we did no infusing, we did no upgrade. Like every piece of loot that they gave us was just like some guy hacked into the mainframe and just like sent us loot, right? Or like we would come back and all of our loot was 300. So we didn't interact with the system pretty much at all. So a lot of the stuff that I'm talking about here is a result of some conversations in like the last maybe hour of my time at the event. So yeah. Does Bungie provide a good lunch? Yeah, we get some catered stuff. We had some garlic crush second day, a little Mediterranean. It's good.
There is no cost increase in core requirements though. So infusing a tier 2 into a tier 4 does not cost any extra. The only thing that matters is power. I don't have exact values for how many cores it's going to take to do this. I literally learned this information with an hour left at the event. Most notably though, unstable cores expire at the end of a season, which are now 6 months, requiring you to rebuild your reserves for the next season. Everyone starts from scratch every season. I'm guessing this is for a couple of reasons, but I assume the main ones are that Bungie wants people to more directly engage with the power grind, which is to say, not hoard tons of materials. Bungie is looking to have decision-making actually be a factor in this game again to some degree, and I talk about this a little bit more in my stats video, which is also available to watch now, so check that out when you're done with this one. At the end of a season, everyone's power will get reset back down to 200 or wherever you were in the persistent power grind, and you will start the leveling process over again.
So yeah, so that 10 to 200, if you hit 200, you go back down to 200. If you're only like 150, I mean, I guess technically you don't go down to 150. You would just stay at 150 because you didn't, like go higher than that. But anything over 200, you go back. Yeah, this is a spread shot hand cannon, y'all. This is a shotgun hand cannon. Why not just start at 1? I don't know. This is a shotgun hand cannon. Why do all the weapons have the blue ornament? So the blue ornament is the special ornament that is on tier 5 weapons. So this is to be like, yo, I got the special fancy version of this gun. But you can also, like, if you don't want to have that on, you can just put on something else. But it's to be like, this is the nice, fancy, cool version. Look at me. I'm so cool. It's the shiny. That being said, I mentioned this in another video, but originally, Bungie said that this blue thing, this blue shader, ornament, whatever, was just going to be the tier 5 treatment for like everything going forward. Like all expansions. And pretty much everybody who heard this conversation get started was like, oh, I thought that we were going to get unique tier 5 treatments for every single season and expansion. And they were like, no, we were just going to stick with the blue one. And everyone was like, you shouldn't do that. You should have unique ones for every expansion and season. And that feedback was aggressively given and aggressively pushed. So hopefully they change their minds on that or do something different. I think it would be cool if, like, I don't know how it would work exactly, but if you've gotten like tier 5 loot from a season, like let's say call this season 1. If you got like some tier 5 drops from season 1 and then you get a tier 5 drop in season 2, you'd be able to pick which treatment you wanted to do. Like, do you want to use the season 1 or the season 2 version? Like, I think that would be cool. But yeah, like the feedback was given immediately that we want different treatments based on the season. Like, change the color, change the design, change this, change that. It's been given. Okay? It has been given. I think this is going to be a rather big point of contention, just hearing me say this versus actually playing the game. And I want to actually experience this grind before I'm willing to come to any sort of conclusion on it. I'm sure a couple weeks into a season, we're going to be drowning in unstable cores regardless, so I'm not sure how impactful that's going to be just yet, but at the very least, I think Bungie wants to halt some of the currency hoarding that has been so prevalent in the past. All of these values can be changed based on feedback as well, so at the moment, I'm not super concerned because we just don't know how it's going to play yet. I realize that set bonuses and varied armor stat packages might drive even more infusion than ever before, though, which can potentially make things feel very limited if the amount of currency being given out is too low. People don't like to feel limited in their build crafting potential because they didn't have enough cores in order to make a build happen. Hi, Destiny 2 in the YouTube chat. I will be more than happy to give the feedback that unstable core distribution is too low, if it is indeed too low, if the grind is too long, or if it's not fun, all that stuff. I just can't judge it literally at all from this preview event because that is not the kind of system that I was interacting with at this event. Yeah, so like it's tough for me to talk about like, oh, how did you feel about the unstable core economy? Well, I only found out about it with an hour left in the event. So, and it's just something I didn't interact with. It's just one of those things that, like, when the game comes out, we'll see what the core economy is like, and if it's good, great. If it's got to get buffed up, hey, Bungie, please buff this up. It's not really fun, and they can tweak some numbers. It's not something that I'm, like, insanely concerned about, but it is something that I want to monitor, and it's also going to probably be a little bit easier for Bungie to balance, knowing that everyone's cores gets wiped at the start of every season, so everyone starts on the same playing field all the time. What's the special in heavy bonding of your weapons? So as you kill stuff, these meters fill up, and then when they fill up completely and you get a kill, it'll drop like one of these bricks. I couldn't tell you the exact like ammo count. Like, I don't know if they were considered more of like a finder brick versus a natty brick. I'd have to like watch all of my gameplay to like double check and verify. But yeah, it's just like a way, it's like a protection mechanism in case you get some sort of ammo drought. No, your enhancement cores stay. The thing is that you're not going to use enhancement cores after a certain point. So, what else is going on in the portal? Let's check out a brand new thing called the Seasonal Hub. If you played Heavy Metal the week that it was out, this menu should look pretty familiar. You got your rank track at the bottom, you got your daily and weekly challenges for bonus rep, you have your sub menus on the left. The play button on the left, so the second button, will bring up relevant activities to that particular event, and the title button under that. Sorry, we got an ad break going, so let me answer some questions right now. Okay. What's the new mod slot on all the armor? So higher tier armor, I believe, gets access to like a stat swap mod where you can bump up one stat by 5 and at the cost of another stat of 5. I think that's the main slot. Any concerns that without resilience, damage reduction, aggressive playstyles will be gutted? No, because I'm guessing that Bungie is compensating for the fact that not every single person in the game is going to have 30% extra damage reduction. So they can more properly balance how much damage is going out by certain enemies when there's no stat to like really dramatically impact your damage reduction. Like, the game will be tuned around the fact that that stat is gone. If anything, they might have just baked in that number into everyone's, you know, intrinsic body and then balanced it around that fact. Like, it's not like, oh, this enemy deals 100 damage. You have 30% damage reduction. It's only going to deal 70 to you. And now they're, like, taking that damage reduction out and the enemies are going to deal more. All of it's getting rebalanced so that, you know, that was not that my impression is like they're not making the game harder as a result of like them taking out resilience. That's just not how it's working. Ammo bottles on the bottom left are not a replacement for a natural refiner break. No, I don't believe it's a replacement. No, if it was, I mean, I was not getting that much ammo from it. So. All right, ads are done. Brand new thing called the Seasonal Hub. If you played Heavy Metal the week that it was out, this menu should look pretty familiar. You got your rank track at the bottom, you got your daily and weekly challenges for bonus rep, you have your sub menus on the left, the play button on the left, so the second button talks
will
of
bring
discontinuing
up
last
relevant
gen, no.
activities to that particular event, and the title button under that will show you what you need to do to get the now revamped Conqueror title, or whatever title happens to be linked with this menu. Like, this menu is what Bungie is moving to with a lot of events in the game. Arms Week, a new event, or I guess like a revamped one, also has this menu style. Let's talk about the weekly rep track first. This is a rep track that resets every single week, and it is stocked with various rewards, strange coins, materials, engrams to level you up, bright dust, exotic materials, and something else that I'm not allowed to talk about yet. Each daily challenge gets you 1 rank's worth of XP, while the weekly gets you 4 levels, or like however many pluses there are after XP. Although I do think there's an extra bonus rank that you get if it's your first daily of the day, or like first daily of the week, or something like that. Point is, there's a bonus for doing one of these the first time. So I had to block this because there's like a different mechanic. Not a different mechanic, but like there's like a thing being added to a vendor that you might interact with on a more weekly basis, something, but like I couldn't show any of it. So because I couldn't show any of it, like I don't know how much I'm allowed to talk about it. But there's like a thing. Yeah. I don't know if I can talk about it. That's a good question. I should ask somebody. But yeah, they said like don't show this yet. There are 5 weekly challenges, so if you get all of those done, you will hit the max rep for the week. It's 20 ranks. Now, there's a little more going on here that I can't talk about just yet, though. I had to cut some stuff out of this video because they're keeping it a secret for now. In terms of the Conqueror title, it is no longer just do all of the GMs and call it a day. It is now based on something that might be getting a bit more attention from the general player base: seasonal conquests. These are activities with their own custom modifiers that you cannot change, similar to what a GM Nightfall experience is like today. Like, you can't change the modifiers on a GM, but with multiple difficulties, and they're meant to be a test paired with the level grind. Once you unlock the mission from hitting whatever level you need to get to, you run it, and you try to beat it. Beating Expert, Master, and Grandmaster will progress your title, and a difficulty above Grandmaster, Ultimate, becomes available at the highest levels. Although at the moment, Ultimate does not appear to have any titles or seals attached to it, but I have been told that there may be an emblem involved for beating some Ultimate content. Another thing that might be a point of contention are exotics. I've been told that exotics will be locked to around a tier 2/tier 3 level as of the Edge of Fate. As a result, you are probably not going to need to regrind exotics too heavily.
Bungie confirmed that some aspects will have their fragment slots reduced. Okay, because yeah, again in the gameplay example from the last video, I was like, bro, I only had 3 slots when I usually have 5. So yeah, I don't know what's up with that.
That being said, players will be given 20 vouchers to use at 8-1 to purchase exotics with whatever new stat package you would like. These vouchers are account-wide, not character-wide. So you could buy a bunch of the same exotic hunting for some kind of a god roll, or you could buy 20 unique exotics to have an updated arsenal. It's up to you. Rahul's system of exotics isn't really changing, but he will be decrypting stuff under the new stat packages. I think that is most of what I wanted to cover about the portal and leveling and all that kind of stuff. Now, if you want the old director menu, that's not going away. It's just called the World tab now. It's right next to it. But I feel like I heard Bungie say that they would not be updating this map. Like, Kepler isn't on there on the map, and I was kind of hoping that they would, so we'll see what's up with that going into the future. It does seem like things are shifting towards this portal system for the foreseeable future. I'm sure I also missed some stuff here as well, so we might learn even more once Bungie starts dropping some of their articles. How do I feel about all this? This feels like a weird decision. Yeah, I think that there's still being some discussions had about, you know, how do we handle this menu? How do we handle the director menu? How do we handle the world menu? I think they're still sussing it out. But like for Edge of Fate, your main menu, so to speak, is gonna be the portal. It's gonna be this. Now let's talk about this. It kind of feels like the Fortnite-ification of Destiny in a way, where instead of seeing the world we inhabit, we're just at some launch pad, splash screen, picking activities that way. It kind of reminds me of when I used to have to physically go to places in World of Warcraft before the advent of the dungeon queue system. And then you just sat in the main city and waited for things to pop up. It feels like some of the scale of the world is going away in that manner. At the same time, though, it is going to make things much easier for the average person to be able to understand and filter, especially new players. Being presented with a screen like this, the portal, is probably a bit less daunting than the old director map, filled with tons of icons and submenus of destinations, of which you're not really sure what's worth doing and what's not worth doing. I'm interested to see how it plays out once it's actually implemented, though. I personally don't mind hopping into the tower and pre-planning my route through the game. I imagine plenty of people have gotten used to it, but that's because we already know how it all works. Onboarding new players into that system is a lot more difficult, especially with very little guidance in-game, so we'll see. Maybe I'll bring back my friend Spencer for another crack at Destiny once all of this is out, and we'll see how an actual new player feels about it. Yeah, so, like, I'm trying to take good with the bad. Also, sorry, hang on, let me, this is basically the end of the video. I just kind of, like, yap for another 3 minutes about stuff that we can talk about here. Is the patch out on Steam yet? Is the patch out? Skip. Patch notes are out? Okay. Yeah, so, like, I am personally torn. 2XKO bag check. It's back there. Because, again, like, the director menu, for people who already know how it works, like, sure, it's cool. It's fun. But for people who don't know how it works, it is, like, it's incredibly dense and overwhelming.
So I think it's going to take some time for the current player base who is familiar with the ins and outs of how the game actually works to acclimate to like the portal, because we're just used to like going around the director and picking the stuff, and like we know what's relevant and what's not. If someone boots up the game and looks at the director, they're like, bro, what the hell? You hover and click over the planets. It's simple. It's simple to you, right? It's simple to you. But at the same time, the portal menu does feel like it rips a little bit of the soul out of the game. Like, it makes it more playable, but it does take a little bit of the soul out of the game. Send me his patch? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, some of the character from the game is totally lost. So I'm interested to see how people accept it. I'm interested to see how current day players accept it. I'm interested to see how newer players accept it. Because it's just like, it's something that doesn't have a right answer. It just has like an answer, but I don't think there is a right answer. I hate that I can't go in the Shattered Throne without walking to it. Or by walking to it. Yeah. No, I was like, I liked it. Like, it gave the place a little, like, a sense of scale and like getting out into the world and stuff. Like, I'm kind of with you, but like, you know, you're talking to a guy who used to physically had to fly to the other continent and WoW to like go to a dungeon and like walk their ass there, and it kind of gave the world a sense of scale. I got the update. Yeah, but at the same time, Mother Falcon, I'm with you. Like, if we want new players to be able to hop into this game, we got to make it a little bit easier to onboard these people without them having to go watch like 4 YouTube videos about what is and isn't relevant. You know, we've been talking about like, when is Bungie going to do like the big like new player update? Like, when are they going to do some stuff for those people? Blah, blah, blah. And like, I always knew that it was going to come at a cost of like some sort of a negative to the current player base. You know? Yeah, you used to be able to like Shattered Throne, to get to Shattered Throne back when it first released, you used to have to go to the Dreaming City, go to Spine of Carry, or like wherever you went to, go to the Spine of Carries, go inside that little like hidden area, and then walk up to Shattered Throne. Is there any saving... Hang on, a very real question. Is there any saving D2 at this point in terms of onboarding new people, or is the reputation of Bungie currently and D2 currently going to be too bad of a hurdle to overcome? I think that's a question that Bungie is actively trying to figure out right now. But at the same time, like, I don't think we can get mad at Bungie for trying to get more people to the game. You know? It's like, okay, you either just keep things the same forever and potentially slowly bleed out, or you try to make something happen to get some more players onboarded. What would you rather them do? It's like, do we stick with the status quo and just bleed a slow death? Or do we try to change something up to make something happen, to get some new freaking players in this game, man? And games can come back. I realize Bungie has like not a very good reputation right now. Especially now. Right? I know. But like, games can make a comeback. It is very possible for games to make a comeback. And if Bungie puts out some good stuff and people are happy, you can drive new people to the game. Yeah, again, like No Man's Sky is like the shining example. That game got dumped on. That game got dumped on after so much hype. And now, like, everybody loves it. And I don't think Destiny is beyond that point. It'll be very difficult for them, for sure. You have Final Fantasy 14. So I think it is a good idea for Bungie to make an attempt to try to do something to bring some new players to the game. Because again, otherwise it's like, what do you do? It's like, we could try to do something to re-engage a new player base, or we just, I don't know, fucking give up. You know, like, what are you gonna do? Just say, screw it. It's hopeless. Let's just give up. What, are they just gonna say fuck it? Like, they can't just say fuck it. Like, so they gotta try something. They gotta try something, man. Are you throwing if you're not running 200 weapon set on contest because there's usually damage checks? To be determined. To be determined, as we didn't watch the stats video. I do want to watch the stats video after we do some prophecy stuff, because like I only got the boys for like a little bit. Stats actually really fucking matter now. Like, no longer can you just be like, let me just stack a bunch of resilience, get a good amount of this stuff, and some strength if I need it for my strength build, and then I just fucking call it a day. Stats actually kind of really fucking matter now, to the point where I don't really feel like there is a dump stat. Like, maybe health would be considered a dump stat, but even then, health has like some recovery type elements to it, and I know people like recovery. I don't think there are dead stats anymore. And if you want to stack a certain stat, that's cool. You will suffer in another part of the game. 100%. I mentioned it in the stats video. Go look at how much super energy I'm getting from an orb of power with no super. Or it was with no super stat. Go look at that. Right? If you want to go grenade and melee heavy, great. Everything else about your character is going to suck ass. And you need to actually make real decisions about your builds now. You can no longer just have like a build that's like, I'm good at everything, because mobility doesn't matter and intellect doesn't matter. All this shit matters, and you are not getting to 200 of a stat without some serious sacrifices to your other stats. 100%. Sorry, I muted TTS because there was a lot of stuff coming in. We will watch the other videos later today. But the boys want to run some prophecy. I'm gonna hop in Discord in a moment here. So you can go well-rounded and, like, you know, master of nothing, or you can specialize into something, but other stats are going to suffer. A couple people have the 400 stats. I mean, we're going up to 200. Stats no longer cap at 100. It's 200. Attrition, okay, fine. Whoop. Can our current weapons get higher tiers, or are they obsolete to any extent? Your current weapons are not obsolete. Attune. Dick. That's fine. Your current weapons will not be obsolete. I would say your current weapons are equivalent to maybe around a tier 3, potentially tier 4. Somewhere in there. You actually have to think and make sacrifices. Yep. How many 200 stats do you think we'd hit? Only 1? I would be surprised if you could hit 2. And if you could hit 2, why is this so loud? Oh, it's probably super loud for you guys, sorry. If you can hit 202 stats, pretty much all of your other stats will be like 0. Again, we're gonna rip through prophecy as fast as we can. And then we will talk more. I'm hopping into Discord.
Was this ball always here?
Yeah.
Which ball?
Oh, I'm up. I'm up.
Oh, what the... Bro, the new... Can we just do it normal the one time?
Yeah, I did.
Was this ball always here? Men when they go to the doctor.
Okay.
All right, what are we doing?
Lord of Wolves. I got
Shotgun?
automatic gun.
Lord of Wolves?
Yeah, let me get my thing.
I think Toes, are you doing the tractor 1-2 tech or trench rail tech?
Bro's getting his
Yeah.
thing. Skull emoji. I'm gonna be a hero of the storm.
Wonderful
Yeah, I'm
day,
empathetic.
Guardian.
So it just had an order for where you have to go last time.
Hellion, touch a flame. Is that what I wanted? I have no clue.
I'll put Thunder Crash on. Feeling some
Current
Ready.
exotic armor will still be usable, yes.
Hey. Sports.
Did you check your triumph, Datto?
Which triumph am I checking?
He looked over it. It looked like it was 1 out of 6. The one for the collectibles, like it's not.
Oh, yeah.
Someone can grab dark or something. It's light first.
Oh, Lord.
I have darks.
Oh no!
Wonderful day,
Come back.
Guardian.
More dark notes back here.
Make light. We need light.
I got it.
Okay.
I got it.
Get my ass kicked.
Now we can do any, right?
Really?
Yeah, it was just the first one, remember?
Yeah, I remember, but I thought it was a mistake.
This is awkward.
Make
I need.
nice.
Okay.
Do you guys? We need light, right?
We need one more light.
Light down here.
I need 2 lights.
There's a knight in the back. He's frozen. He's dead.
Alright, get ready for DPS. Stop the surges.
Oh, sorry.
What the fuck was that for?
Oh my god.
Bro!
Where the hell's my res? That's not even close to where I died.
All right, welcome to the method to
boss
farm
doesn't have a lot of-
prophecy.
Oh, he's getting sucked.
Ow! Boss doesn't have much health. Oh. Bro, I saw
Brother.
the immune boss. I was like, wow, that was a short damage phase, and I just
No, he's just
ran
getting
away.
sucked.
Welcome to the one-phase LFG strat.
Yeah, that was ass from me. Sorry.
I ran away like 4 times because I see the immune.
I got dark. I don't know what's first though. I didn't look.
Dark. This guy's being cringe. More dark motes for you.
Which dark is it? No, it's light.
It's light. I'm seeing dark.
It's right in front of you. It's like it's this one right here.
Look for Toland.
Poland is right here on the light
Poland.
one.
Okay. That's to be fair, he is a ball of light in a giant light beam.
My dark motes are gonna expire. That's okay though.
Ah!
No. Fuck.
I thought we were done with the light modes. Scooping ammo.
Course it changes.
What we got? I mean, I think the rest are dark, right? So.
Yeah, I have dark. Yeah, this one.
I need
Making dark.
dark.
Making dark.
I need green ammo. That's okay.
Wanting some
GPS.
scions.
What am I missing?
Dark motes.
Did we bug it?
They're blinking.
Oh, there's
No, there's a dark.
there. Fuck me.
So they do the stratosphere.
Someone grab the dark. I can't do it in super. Doesn't let me grab.
Grabbing. Oh, crap.
I
You
got it.
grab.
I got 3. It's fine.
Okay, you got it. LOSing for now.
Dips.
Oh, I wanted to missile him. Nah, it's fine. A
Judgment
sudden death.
Ooh, it's kind of decent. Lone Wolf opening shot. I guess.
I got the
Not what I'm looking for, but.
PvP god roll on the first one.
For
This
the shotgun and pistol. Right?
Yeah, shotgun.
700
like,
free dust at the store.
Yeah, there is.
Good.
Ow, my
Why?
forehead.
Oh.
I don't know.
And
Grab that.
cleaver ornament for lament.
Yoink.
That ornament's kind of sick.
Easiest yoink of my life.
Okay, there's Def and Engram in here somewhere.
Oh, yeah, Jesus.
I mean, big guy right here.
I'm gonna go look for it.
I will also go look for. First place I'm going is like probably the chest.
That's what I was gonna say.
Boom, boom, dum, 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 dum.
Wait, these guys are bosses now, right? Or was it
They're,
just like
they're
one big
probably a
boss?
little more formidable at the least.
There was one big boss at the end.
Yeah, yeah. Spoilers.
I mean, I don't know what's in here. Womp.
No Engrame.
Demo AJ
Wonderful
Judgment.
day, Guardian.
Zen
Not
moment
gonna
target
anymore.
lock prosecutor. Kind of good PvP.
Wait, did this guy respawn?
What's
Oh,
different
that's the
so
boss.
far?
That's the boss.
First encounter, you have to go in a specific order for the motes.
For the first one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's only the first one. It's not really a full ordering.
Oh lord.
Oh shit. Sniper. Sniper?
Damn.
I keep forgetting about a Trish.
Yeah, Trisha with the taken blights is annoying.
Bastion
You know,
anymore?
there's snipers. Nope.
The second best.
Dum, 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 dum. Yes, this is ultimatum. Kind of casual you take me for.
Tolan went in the direction of the boss. through him.
The boss. Hey, have a good one, Anna.
Did they not give us a rally for like this thing?
I didn't see one.
That's kind of annoying.
You have like 0 special.
I found the next blights. Isn't there like a thing? Ah! It's like a thing by one of these outer little lampposts here. That was like collectible.
Yeah, where I am, it's like a pyramid thing.
Jesus Christ, bro! This dude came over the
You have
freaking
our last
hill,
token,
man.
Semi.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Bro's gonna wipe on
That's a turn
the.
back. That's a
Dude,
turn
he,
back.
he
Oh,
just
no.
he came over the hill like freaking stealth. He's shooting at you, Semi.
I need special right here.
Fucking hell, man. All 3 of them just blasted me. Toverland is going that way. Alright, where the hell is this thing? Is this where we drop down?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna search behind us. Thoughts on Ikora's new voice actor being Savathun's actor? Oh, did they reveal that information?
Oh, there's mines.
Mine.
Bro, this looks like a prime spot.
That's where I was
For,
earlier. That's when I
main
just
room.
like disappeared. I was over here. So I was like, surely it's like at the top or something.
No.
Nothing.
Look, that was some story shit that I didn't want to spoil. People were like, oh, no story spoilers. Yeah,
Random
so
Minotaur's trying to kill me.
temporarily. Oh, God. Temporarily,
Studios.
Deborah Wilson
Big thick.
I have
is Ikora.
Moon, Song of Flame.
I have literally machine gun ammo.
Because of the continued strikes.
Oh, he's behind you, Toes. That guy, get him.
Flame. All right, let's ape him. I have song.
I have a thunder crash and like a little bit of ammo.
And I don't know, I got some commentary on how she handled it.
Song's at half. Song's at 25. 10.
Oh, big barricade.
Let's go!
Let's go. We didn't
Okay.
wipe yet.
Where to F? The thing.
I got 10 man bolts.
know.
There's a chest somewhere. Yeah, it's over here. The chest, that is.
The what?
We get loot.
They might kill me. Holy shit.
The what?
We didn't get a refresh on tokens.
Yeah, no. Another sudden death.
Dude, I literally attuned for the auto and it's giving me only cannons.
We still looking for this thing?
I'm taking a smaller pass, but yeah.
Okay.
And you're right, like, you know those pillars on the outside with the lights?
Mm-hmm.
There
Yeah.
was a collectible by them
Yeah.
in OG, right?
I feel like the engram would be at like one of these little stations. You know what I mean? With like all the like the books and the, you know, like the set pieces.
Honestly, it could be an engram in the cube room somewhere, and then an engram on the raceway. But I don't know.
Let's see.
It's always been in transitions.
It would be dumb, but they. Oh, found it.
Oh, you found it.
Seriously, it was
I
by
don't
the.
have to say my dumb idea now.
Bro, I was right here. Oh my god, I ran past it. I literally ran past that.
Okay, where's the... Okay, so from the loot. I'm going to do it from the loot here. Let me up!
When you spawn, it's on the right side. It's by the encounter we're going to. Wait, or is the loot by the encounter we're going to?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I assume.
Yeah, loot's by
Not
cube
to
room.
make an ass out of you and me, but...
He's literally making an ass out of you and me.
Yeah, dude, they fucking broke our collectibles. Why'd they do that? It was perfect until they tried to patch it.
What they tried to do? They tried to make it account based instead of character based.
Yes.
Sick. Don't remember exactly what was different here. And I don't think they patched the double
It's
rotation.
just a timer.
Well, yeah, but wasn't there something else in here, like chasing us maybe? I don't know, man.
I just remember a timer.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Oh, no! Oh, my God. It jumped off someone's head.
I forgot how much better this feels than BlueStack Simulation.
Yeah.
Because that shit feels not good.
Yep, Enrage.
Why did they make hypernovas such like losers? They just die so quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah, Zealots suck more than Hypernovas.
Ow!
Can you catch them close?
We need Dark. Please don't kill me.
These lights for you. Rally to me.
Rally to me.
Power of friendship.
Light.
Light.
Like, you know you're wearing the helmet of a fascist, right, Semi?
Huh?
Yeah.
Or the Dark Blades.
Yeah.
Light.
Yeah.
Little ironic, isn't it?
Like rain on
Like,
your wedding
this is the
day?
guy I was thinking about, Paracausal and Vader.
Oh, hello.
Oh, you wouldn't wear lights, I'm assuming?
Yeah. I just
Yeah,
need
light.
these.
Get my sniper resist on in a second here.
Minute per floor. Yeah, it's not that bad.
Dark.
Oh, this is awkward.
Get a couple
Dark
You guys
over
have
here.
a favorite cube room room?
Okay, that's some big range.
Um,
That was some large range. Be advised. Oh my god.
I can't res him.
You just restart for the gold.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I'm putting on sniper, dude. I like spawned
Yeah,
in
I
and
just-
both of them looked at me and just double shot me and I died. Jesus Christ. Actually, I should keep on void.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna take the freaking stat mod off. Give me this.
Was it dark?
Yep. I will grab.
Be ready for you.
Far enough for sniper resist? I would hope so, but I guess we'll see.
Dark.
Some dark.
I have grabbed.
Dark by me.
Yeah.
Did we get gold on the other one?
Yeah.
Just one death.
Dark. Oh, gee, I thought that was one of you. Jesus, the dude just spawned right next to me. Dark modes.
This is my least favorite
I got
room, by the
three,
way.
I agree.
And more dark modes over there.
Definitely my least favorite room. I don't like the angles.
Welcome back to
Very
Destiny Top 5. Today we're going over the rooms of the Cube experience in Prophecy.
It's top 5. You just skip one.
Top 6 doesn't really roll off the tongue as well. I should do like freaking pointless top 10s like Krendor. Dark again. Change it up.
I'm not grabbing. I got 3 over here.
Okay, but you gotta get it. Oh my god.
Ooh, best. This is the best room. Is it still here? Where's the hole? No, they patched the hole in the floor. We found that on the first day. It was super funny. Light.
Light, huh? Oh, see ya.
He's running now.
Light motes, huh? Well, see ya.
That was a close one. Surely we did enough, right?
I'm gonna have one more.
I have no idea.
No, I think this is the room.
And this is it.
This is the last room. I was like,
Yep.
oh, did we get a double? Alright, Paracos
Bonk.
boys not taking damage.
Sir.
You're getting rough.
Oh my god, he is fast, okay. Yeah, he's fast now, he's fast. He's fast now.
He was fast then.
Yeah, but can you get me up here? Good luck getting up here, idiot. Also, he's right there,
right.
careful. Yeah.
He's on you, Simon.
Cooked. Oh no!
Where you going, dude? Yeah, I mean, if you want to aggro to me,
Where is bro going?
Here. Want to ape him?
I mean, we only have one res, so be careful.
Nuke him!
Oh my god, that chunk.
He ran away.
Come get your bolt charge. Mm.
Yeah, I'm gonna come to you.
Oh, he's on the other side. Yippee! Judgment.
Oh, yo.
Headstone paracausal. Interesting.
All right, how about this one? Attrition orbs, volt shot, prosecutor, adept.
Interesting. Interesting.
I gotta keep away opening shot, or keep away, or sorry, lone wolf opening shot. Judgment. With a bunch of range.
All right, methinks I'm taking off the griffin. Thoughts?
For the literal race, yes. So surely, we gotta be like thorough here.
Yeah.
Oh, like searching all the buildings for the engram? Yeah.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna go Sparrow. I think I'm not going Skimmer.
I'm going skimmer, dude.
Wonderful day, Guardian.
Get out of jail free card.
Meow.
You can also just skip until the buildings with this.
Yeah. I'm committed. I don't know why. Not gonna lie, I almost just drove right off the edge.
But thank you for your honesty.
Realm collapse, 16 seconds.
Oh. Get the frick off.
I wonder if it's in that building. So I did not go by the building.
And no fucking ammo.
I'm assuming it's you gotta go by the buildings.
Is it Rainbow Road? Like, hit the...
There were no
I,
gates.
I couldn't get far enough to even see anything.
I was straight zooming. Nothing happened. I'm
Tolan's.
assuming-
Mr. Inferno 420 says.
Where?
Dum, 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 dum,
You know,
dum,
just
dum,
wherever.
dum, dum.
Where are you, Tolan?
Oh, I see him.
Where?
He's on over there.
All right, where you getting him? I got next.
Okay, wow, that
can
is
do the-
a very unforgiving timer.
I can do the buildings if you guys want to do Toland.
Okay. I don't. There he is.
See, I'm not seeing a next to Rooney over here. I'm a
Yeah,
little worried.
I got it.
I'm gonna split and go right.
Oh yeah, it's going into the pyramid. Yeah, it's in there. It's in there. Oh my god. Oh wait, no. I see it. Get the frick off the thing.
Oh, my skimmer. Oh, fucking blew it up. Okay, where are you grudging?
They blew it all to hell.
It's going right under the middle.
Okay. Ow.
What's that?
Oh no. I'm fine. Now,
you
do
guys
they make you
been-
go this way?
Wait.
Oh my god, they do. Don't worry, it's 2 seconds of 0 seconds.
I was gonna say, have you guys been keeping your eyes peeled for like the little platforms? Like if they stuck the engram on a platform?
I have literally we've only had time to focus on going as fast as possible.
I am just going so fucking fast.
Yeah. I'm on middle. I'm also trying to look at right.
He's on. You should get him.
Oh, I
He's
see him.
above me.
Yeah.
No.
I guess it's up to me.
Can't
I
summon.
don't see it.
Super...
I don't see it. I don't see it. I don't see it. I don't see it. Where the hell is this thing? It has to be in between those two.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to motor, which makes me feel like it's not here.
Yeah, that's
Because like you have to go so fast. Like we have no time to explore.
Maybe you're just a coward. I don't know.
Well,
Oh, I don't have an egret ammo.
at least I didn't sleep with Lumberg.
Right side.
I got it.
Wait, there's two?
Oh my god. I don't feel like I saw it too.
I didn't.
Maybe there's just two to start? Because I'm not seeing any others.
So we just get rewarded for not going the same way.
Yeah,
There's
I
one
guess
right
so.
here. It's
Yeah,
in the middle of the pyramid. I'm not grabbing it though because I can't reach it.
What?
I mean, I can grab it.
Yeah, please do.
Do you want me to grab it?
Yes.
Okay, I've hit it. We got 45 seconds now.
Man, the fact that we even made it as far as we did in the first try is kind of nuts.
I know, yeah. Without like a 30-second boost at the start.
Buffer,
Yeah.
This might be ambitious. Oh, it's ambitious. Get the
Assassin.
Oh my god.
I took middle after that jump. Whoever's behind me.
Say that again?
Bro, this.
I took middle off that jump. So just
Okay.
took middle.
You're pretty out in front, so.
That sniper was fucking me up. God damn. What the? I found enemies in like a basement area.
Is that where
I've
secret
never
chest
seen
is?
this.
Gulp.
No.
No timer, no timer, no timer.
Yippee!
You just make it through this building and the timer stops.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna
explore.
go look at the chest area.
I say it's under here, right?
Yep. Okay, not that bad. No engram.
We were close on that first try. We were super
Yeah,
close.
we were really literally like last checkpoint.
Keep away target lock. Ricochet rounds. Fluted barrel. That's pretty good.
I'm not seeing anything in
Do
this
you
one.
do a thorough check of the chest area?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's not very
I
involved.
don't think it's in any of these buildings then, because I checked all the others.
All right. Let's check forward. Could be on one of these platforms, maybe. I don't know, but with the timer and
didn't
everything.
check.
Oh, I got sucked.
I wasn't really checking platforms, but like, yeah, it could just be there.
Where did? Okay. Well, that's gotta be in here if it's not out there.
The old travel to an area and turn around.
Oh, you're pulling me.
Oh, I'm sorry. We gotta do it again anyways for the eternity.
Oh, wait, is it? No, this is a different collectible.
The egg.
Yeah. Let me see here. Oh, no, I see it.
Nice.
Nice.
Yoink.
Arc Queenbreaker.
Yeah.
I'm on Arc Titan.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna well probably.
Okay.
I'm schwapping. Firefly closing time. Mm. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun.
Wonderful day, Guardian.
Where was the first collectible? It was to the right of the chest that spawns in like the desert area.
By
Like
a
pretty
big
far
ass
right.
structure.
Yeah.
Pyramid-looking thing.
Rip, dip, and skip, and rip.
Did you rally, Datto?
Yep.
Did you rally, Sammy?
R.
Oh, bro hit you with the RP nod.
Let's see. I was drinking a soda.
Any Tolans here?
Looking.
We didn't get to this encounter. Last time.
I'm not seeing any. Yeah, I'm not
I'm
seeing
grabbing
any.
dark.
I grabbed light.
Just keep a lookout here. We need light, dark, dark. Okay, we need more dark than light.
I'm hitting the lights. Where OG?
Some more dark
Meteor's
motes.
Ogie.
Meteors.
I just need like one dark.
Just one dark, bro, please. Just one mote. Oh lord.
Get ready. Get to the center. Get to the center. Skip the ogre.
Take me away.
Big heal, big heal, big heal.
All right. Where do I want to yell? Or well? I think I'm gonna
Usual
run up to
big
a
dick.
platform.
Okay.
I'm gonna run up like there, or maybe behind them. I'm gonna go forward.
You're doing it?
I'm gonna go here.
Okay, watch out. Oh, it hits a thing.
Sir, can you not move your forehead? Watch the yellow bar. That's new.
Yeah. Motes. I'm picking up motes. I got speed booster. I'm fine.
There's a dunk on left. There's a dunk on left.
Coming. Oh, I think you picked up 2 motes. I need 1 more
I
mote.
picked up one. I picked up one. There's 2 here.
Okay. Oh. Oh my god, I overshot it. My speed boost. God damn it.
Bro.
Oh my god. It like engaged the last second.
Speed boost engaged. I mean, that probably just gives you like a extension.
I have 3 modes.
Okay. Killing Knight here.
I mean, it's left. Bruh. Sniped.
I'm
There's
just
no more
jumping.
knights, right?
I'm jumping silver team.
Yeah, I was looking for a knight to see if we could figure out like what dunking does, but
Yeah, that's my bad.
I mean, it's fine. Like, fine.
Warlock top DPS?
Oh.
Oh, not using super for damage.
I tend to use T-Crush towards the end, although I guess I should use it at the very beginning in case I can get one back.
In case. Bruh. Guaranteed.
Wonderful day, Guardian.
I don't know why that's dark, but it's dark. Pummel, not in my economy.
I'm gonna be too light and a dark.
I'll get the dark. Dark's gonna go in shortly.
I have lated.
Ogre dead. Ogre dead. I'm grabbing these 3 light, I guess.
I've just been killing because I don't know who's picking up and who's not picking up.
Oh, good. Get ready for middle.
I am ready for middle.
Swap the surges.
Actually, good call, because I didn't do that last time.
That's why Warlock was top.
Oh,
DPS.
man. My surges had a different chest piece on. I got not swapped. I have no barricade, Datto.
Okay. Oh, I just got booped off the face of the earth. I might get teleported here. Oh.
Take a barricade for you guys.
Yes.
Who's grabbing? Who's grabbing?
I can grab, and I won't throw this time.
Left guy's frozen.
Got him. The echo struggles against the light, is what it said.
Probably get
Probably
extension
keeps him in
somewhere.
place. Keeps him in place.
Just prepping some next moats. Oh yeah, they're staying in place. Dude, oh, how did none of those shots hit, man?
Do you have all the moats or no?
Yeah, I had 3.
Alright, well, that's okay. We'll just go next DPS then. I'm not gonna run for you.
Frig did none of those hit, man.
Can we even get him?
You probably just wait until the boss leaves and then get me. Entropy check. Yeah, boss has the aura for entropy, but does not have the aura to pick up any bitches.
You hate to see it. Back on scavs.
Yeah, that was unlucky. I missed like 6 shots in a row, or maybe just hit the stairs. I'm not sure.
The stairs.
Swap off surges.
Yeah, so like it's a extended phase similar to the first platform, just later. That's what it looked like. That's pretty sick. Don't farm up ammo, I guess. I got 0. Alright,
Jesus.
favorite boss room.
Not this one.
Yeah, probably not this one.
It sucks.
What do we have? Dark, light.
I got 3 dark.
Already had 3 dark.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, I mean light.
I can get light. Where's he going?
Ow. Holy shit.
Oh, this is a zealous. Careful.
I made special ammo on me.
Okay. I just need I need light motes here. I hope those are light. They are. Yippee.
Do you want to hang out for ammo or you're...
Probably not.
Okay, I don't have shit. But...
Okay.
Just 3 phases.
Yeah, it's a pretty safe boss room compared to last week, so...
Yep.
I don't have a barricade to start.
I do.
Oh, I dodged over it? I'm sick. Surge Pop Reminder, I didn't do it. Buck Knight dead.
Going for it.
Wait, this boss just dies. What the fuck?
Wait. Oh my god.
It's okay. Oh, I have 2. Sorry.
Okay. I thought I
We can
scooped
duck
up
next.
enough. There we go. Oh, that was awkward. Boss moving, boss moving.
Can I dunk here, or is it just gone?
Should be able to dunk.
There's no light to dunk on.
Maybe it's just you only get one, because I dunked on one. Hawk. T-Crush finish.
fun.
Yep.
Bro, we did like more damage without heavy weapons.
Yeah, we kind of cooked on that one.
Did I just get the clan triumph for this dungeon?
Holy.
In the year 2025.
We got a boondoggle.
Ooh, Lone Wolf closing time, Pulse.
Envious. I don't really want trench rail on this thing. Slide shot, D-stab. Eh.
Threat detector closing time, shotgun.
Tear head seeker.
PvP.
I got top damage.
Dang, we suck.
I also got bottom damage.
Ooh.
It was a tie.
Oh, it's 0. Okay.
Yeah, it's all zeros.
It's like, yes, I forgot that it just bugs and says 0. Because we don't play the game.
There is legendary campaign in Edge of Fate. Yes, it's the legendary world tier.
Hit the social space.
Eternity? Yeah.
Yeah. Got some
Going.
manifolds to nonnery. Yeah, so sudden death should be from the emissary, which will be a static roll. Relentless will be a non-static roll.
Wait.
Because
Just got
the
a
quest.
notification about a cryptarch or some shit.
Yeah, I got a
Oh, yeah.
congratulations. Congratulations, you've won.
You've done all of the dungeons again.
It said cryptarch, right?
I just saw congrats. That's it.
Thought I saw memento and cryptarch.
Yeah, I used Dark Titan the whole time. It's gonna be tough to find. I mean, like, I don't know. Maybe the glaive stuff. Maybe glaive stuff could work on the first boss. And I'm sure there's a world where someone's gonna glaive down the final boss. But I mean, it's like Queen Breaker, easy 2 phase. Probably 1 phase if you're really tight on your damage.
We have to go to the top for this chest now.
Cream rises to the top. Do I want something that I have or something that I have? How about something
Wasn't
that I
the Galley
have?
Catalyst?
I grabbed a navigator.
Envious destabilizing rounds.
Yeah. Acreus for first, not bad.
Later.
See.
The skippity dippity.
First encounter for best farming. Yeah.
Oh, 100%.
Is there still 8 campaign missions? The breakdown is a little different. I'm not sure to what degree I'm allowed to discuss.
This is the weirdest feeling, Pat.
But it's not exactly the same as like a
Give me 2
final
of those
shape where
instead
it's
of one.
like mission 1, mission 2, mission 3, mission 4. There's a different
I also got
kind of
Timberland.
structure.
Terror plus Firefly, Hatchling plus Paracausal Affinity. Yeah, I fuck with it.
I got
Ooh.
Firefly Elemental Honing or Firefly Desperado, and Lone Wolf's also on here.
Ooh, Firefly Desperado, that's kind of sick. Alright, so this
My
is
2
where
by
we
2
go.
got Slice Hatchling. Utility roll.
I would hold this. I would hold it. What was my other one?
Yeah, this is
Terror
for like
Elemental
extra
Honing.
loot weekend. Whatever it is.
Take me away. Can you make it down there?
So can I go back to the
I would like to. No.
to turn in like my stuff? Or are we just,
Oh, this is of geometry.
We're just like stuck.
You
here.
can get kind of, if you have a T crash, you can get down.
Can you even use a T-Crash in here?
That's a great question.
No.
Alright, well
I'll just take us to the tower, and then I assume we're gonna run the normie mode. Just get that done.
Yeah.
Okay. How do
Then
they
we're gonna
handle
run it
weapon
back for the other
crafting?
collectibles that they bugged for us.
for the dungeons we can't do right now.
Ooh,
You can't do them right now.
they're not available.
Next week.
That is so dumb.
How do they handle
I
weapon
can't believe
crafting?
they
Does it
bugged
only
us.
give tier 1 weapons or something like
Actually, I
that?
can't believe it, but I still hate it.
So here's what I
believe it, but I'm
learned.
just disappointed.
Here's what I learned about weapon crafting in Edge of Fate. That's it. My assumption is that if you craft a weapon during Final Shape, or during Edge of Fate, it will not adopt the tier system. Another freaking... It will just, like, be a weapon. Like, as we know it right now. And I'm not sure it'll adopt the tier system. I don't know why. If infusing literally does not matter in the slightest. I know. Yeah, here's what I know. There's nothing happening. I know of none weapon crafting anything that is happening. And I asked. I was like, anything going on there? I saw nothing of the sort. Also, Swamp HD, thanks for the YouTube membership. I will thank other subs as soon as we are done here, and we'll get back to yapping about the videos and stuff. All right, let me know when ready.
Ready.
Alright.
Lord of Wolves. Eternity. So yeah, we'll see, because I when I asked them about weapon crafting, I think they had like a lot of questions that they were still trying to answer about, like, you know, now that the tier system is involved, like how does weapon crafting work with the tier system and all that. But I would say none crafting. I would not assume any sort of crafting anything for Edge of Fate. I would be going into that experience. I need some rage in the chat. Under the assumption that new items will not have any sort of crafting. Now, what happens in Renegades? Do they make tiered weapons craftable? Something?
It hurts
I
you
don't
up here.
know.
Oh wait, no, is that just a modifier?
Yeah, it's just danger keep moving.
But at the moment, I would not go into Edge of Fate thinking like that your
I guess
entire
full-on
arsenal is going to be
special ammo?
crafted weapons. Sorry, new
Cool.
items will be
Yeah,
crafted.
it's the same.
Your old stuff will continue to stay your old stuff. Everything else is moving to tiers. Everything else is moving towards that kind of stuff. The exotic is craftable, yeah. Or sorry, one of the exotics is craftable. But I don't really count. I don't really count that. Oh, we just jumping?
Well, I would like super and ammo, so yes.
Yeah, all
What
right.
about you guys?
I mean, I had most of the ammo situation on lock.
I had my super, but that's okay. Never mind.
Seems like a soft reset the game has been needing for years. It is very much like this release is very much intended to give people a new starting point. IMO.
Like,
What?
Like they don't want to feel like, you know, I got light modes.
we made like 12 light modes.
I got him.
Grabbing dark.
Oh, okay. Wait, is Tolan
He's taken care of.
that? Like, I really think Bungie wanted everyone to be on as equal of a playing field as possible without completely, like, destroying everyone's items from every side of the game. They wanted to be a pretty decent reset. Yeah, soft reboot.
Got 3, I'll grab 2. Dips. Okay. Okay, I missed.
Jesus.
Yep. It's
That's normie, alright.
it's very anticipated.
Discord Paracausal?
We got double perk regular in cannon.
I also got a double perk regular.
I got double perk reggie.
Keep away precision short.
We're on seeing your video crafted weapons are effectively tier 2.5 in that moment-to-moment gameplay. They work like tier 2, but if you reshape them, they sort of count as a bit better than base tier 2, but not tier 3 with multiple perks per column. Yeah, I mean, like, if you never got a new weapon ever again in the game, your current arsenal is fine. In terms of, like, power. Like, I think that there's going to be a lot of people out there who are like, I must get tier 5 weapons, otherwise I am literal dog shit. And, like, that's so not true at all. I think people are, you know, very much going to overestimate the value of tier 5 items. You know, tier 5 is like for the active player base to go chase down, you know. If you want to stick with your old arsenal, there's nothing wrong with that. And again, going from, like, you know, tier 2 to tier 3 are like, it's such small differences. Like, you will still be able to play and experience the game at the highest level, even if you don't have, like, a completely tier 5 arsenal.
He's over here. That was fucking rude.
Rude.
He's over the pyramid. Oh, he's not?
It's on me.
We have to.
Yeah, we're gonna do the other 2 videos on stream when we're done running this. I don't know how much of a guide I'm gonna put in for Prophecy though. The other 2 guides have not done super good, and I just don't know how many people really care. What's changed in the dungeon? Not too much. It's just like a lot of Tolan-based, like, go in this order. The cube has a knight chasing you down, like an unkillable knight. And then the final boss has, like, an extra mechanic that you can interact with that we think makes the damage phase longer. Oh, yeah, this room also has a 6-minute and 15-second timer.
Dark.
Wonderful day, Guardian. Wonderful day, Guardian.
Dark. I got a couple dark already.
Some more dark for you. Even more dark. Also had some people asking about Pathfinder. I don't think they're using Pathfinder anymore. Gear in the videos looks really cool. Where's that from? I don't think I got specific sources. I think it's just kind of like leveling gear and leveling gear and zone gear. It's some PvP gear as well. What do we need?
So, no one grabbed it.
I'm sorry, I thought it was last one grab.
I got it. Oh, did we all grab?
I
You
did
saw
not.
me in my super running around them, but I cannot grab them.
I got
My
it.
super.
Blade under me.
Blap. Do ritual vendors
Oh,
get
there's no
bounties
room.
again?
Postmaster.
My fucking post.
I think they're really trying to move away from like going to a bunch of vendors to pick up bounties as a result of the current system they're putting in place with like the portal. Like the whole point of the portal is to kind of reformulate how people interact with the game so that they don't have to go to the tower and pick up like a zillion bounties and all that kind of stuff. So I think a lot of it's going to be done through that seasonal hub menu. I don't know what I am allowed to talk about.
He running now.
I got grab.
Because, like, I couldn't show some stuff at the tower.
Should be going to last. I have reverse engram.
Yeah, Pathfinder was only a thing for, like, a year. Holy cookery.
Destiny
The game.
in 2025.
Keep away opening shot, slide shot opening shot with precision. I don't know, some PvPer is gonna yell at me to keep that, so I'll just throw it in the vault and then delete it later. Does the portal deal with quest steps at all? I think the portal is mainly your leveling.
Sure, Taco the Third. My emblem is for donating a lot of money to Bungie charity stuff.
Ooh, there you go. I don't. The portal is not really linked that much with Kepler. The portal is kind of like its own thing. So like, I don't think, you know, if you get like a quest on Kepler, you're not really going to be going to the portal. You're just going to be going to your quest menu as you know it right now.
They do have a timer. I was curious.
Removing dungeon keys in Edge of Fate, is that true? Yes, dungeons or expansions that release with a dungeon will just have the dungeon in the expansion, and that's it. Woo, riding the rail.
Wonderful day, Guardian.
Just gonna scoop this one. There we go. Alright, let me not lock in here. Is Kepler not a public zone? It should be. I'm not actually sure. We didn't actually do any like group missions or anything. But like I think it's still kind of like a patrol type thing. Oh god.
Bro died.
Rip.
Skull. Hope it's not like the Pale Hearts. Yeah, I actually didn't get clarity on that. Did Kepler seem like a big map compared to other destinations? It did.
We're good on time.
It seemed, I mean, I would say it's on par with other destinations, but
You got gapped, bro.
it's a bit more labyrinthian.
Come here. Skimmer OB.
Feels a little more mazy. Are Voidwalker, Sunbreaker, and Gunslinger getting their new aspects in Edge of Fate? The way you phrase that question is coming at me as like an expectation that those were guaranteed to happen. I did not see any such things.
Demo timed payload. Do I keep that on Judgment?
I don't know. I don't even know what to keep on Judgment. Seems just mid to me.
Is there anything actually to do on Kepler, or do you foresee us banning it like we pretty much have at all other destinations? I mean, the entire story takes place on Kepler, and then Kepler also has like multiple world tiers. And as you beat world tiers, like other world tiers get some other stuff opened up that you can only do on those world tiers. Now, how far they're taking that experience, I couldn't really tell you because I only got to play on a limited world tier. But that is something that I am wondering myself, is like, you know, they've mentioned like, oh yeah, when you go to the next world tier, like a couple more things open up and do. And I'm like, okay, that sounds cool in theory, but also like I know how you guys operate. And so I'm wondering like how much more and how different. You know what I mean? Melatonin, save that question for when I can actually like sit here and yap for a little bit as opposed to being in the middle of the dungeon. Because I know that's something that a lot of people have asked, and I haven't really done too many opinions yet.
I haven't talked too many thoughts on what I've seen so far. And that's been a little intentional just because, like, there's so much new information to cover. So I want to make sure we cover the new information and people get onboarded first, and then talk about thoughts.
There's no not swap on eternity.
But we'll talk
right?
about thoughts in a little bit.
Sweet.
Can't see shit in this game, man.
Jesus. That actually hit us. Cringe. Ow! Easy.
You're
As was foretold.
a lot of guns. Holy shit.
Dum boom, dum boom, dum boom.
I got attrition orbs, volt
Yeah,
shot.
damn. Here's the thing, though. None of it is adept or shiny, therefore cringe.
Therefore,
Here's the
garbage.
thing. This event has some really shit weapons.
Also true.
I don't know why they did that. They could just like make good weapons, you know?
This is like my third slide shot, opening shot judgment.
They just like made the into the light weapons good. They chose not to make these good. I don't know.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna get back to yapping.
I'm gonna get back to listening to you yap.
Bet.
Yep. And whoever else.
GG's. The barrel
ya.
perks. Cope. Congratulations, you've won. Oh, it's a shirt.
You can buy a t-shirt. Good job.
All right,
Eternity?
See. I'll take them there. Okay. Okay. Ooh, yeah. Sorry, that was a big stretch. All right, let's come back here. Yeah, that was not ultimatum. That was just like, you know, piss baby, easy. Dum 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 boom dum 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 boom. What the dunks do in the third encounter? We think it extends the damage phase a smidge. So like you dunk it and she'll Calico stays in place for a little bit. Any info on old armor getting set bonuses? Oh god damn it. Oh no, we're fine. Old armor is not getting set bonuses. Set bonuses are for new armor and new armor only. The whole point is to get people to grind armor again. Old Armor will not be getting set bonuses. No. The whole point is to go get new stuff. Dun, 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 dun. All right, let's thank some subs real quick, and then we'll get back to it. Devona of Denmark, full year subbing. Next up with the primer. Thank you very much for priming. Eska with the 74. FaZe Clan's DJ with the 5 months. 10mm socket time loss 26. Kato Mills 24. Aaron and Swamp both becoming some YouTube members. Thank you very much. Shenryon with the 21. Arani Carter with the 16. Sella with 63. Atopa with the super chat. It does not. It's more down the middle. Vele with the 64. Sir Lulzalot with the 33. Techno Freak with a full year. Mega Crispy with 20 months. Noah the White Wolf with 58. Armor with the 8 months. Exotic class items, are we regrinding for Edge? I'm pretty sure Bungie has said something about not needing to go back and get every single exotic class item again. Whether or not that's through the ability to like re-roll or like get new copies with updated stats, I don't remember 100%, but I do remember them acknowledging exotic class items in some way that you're not going to go need to regrind all of the stuff. Tension Zero with the 11. Yeetster with the 300 bits. Yeah, no set bonuses to Old Armor. Nothing. Zero. Nada. If they do end up doing it, it will not be in Edge. It will not be in Edge. It will be at some point in the future, if they do. Which, again, I would be surprised if they do. What about Cope? You can keep coping, but all my intel says your ass will not be going back to Valve the Disciple to grind out a Valve the Disciple armor set with 2 set piece, like, bonus or whatever. Yeah, class items have the same stat allocations as armor does. Like, they are actual armor pieces now. Like, they matter. They actually matter. Is ammo a stat? Is the ammo stat a fixed number based on the archetype? It's the ammo stat. I don't know. Oh, like on the gun? Am I joining? Best set bonus I saw. The one that I used the most was on the Bushido armor. There's like a 2-piece bonus that's basically heal clip on your armor. And you talk about how mobility will translate now that it's no longer a stat. Everyone's getting... Oh, fucking hell. Hang on. If we're gonna watch both, let me hide my screen real quick. There's like a there's a boot mod. There's a boot mod that's kind of like adds a bunch of mobility type things. But otherwise, like, I think a lot of things are getting standardized. A lot of things are getting standardized for like movement and stuff, but yeah, I think there's like one mobility type mod on your boots that would impact some of your mobility. Otherwise, there's not a mobility stat. Cloudy, no, I didn't check out the font mods. That's getting a little too specific for what I was able to do. Only seen 2 set bonuses, the grenade launcher one and the healing one. How many more are there? There were 3 armor sets that we got to use during a lot of the PvE stuff. We got a couple pieces of PvP armor, like we got to look at the trial set and the generic PvP set. And those were both okay. So far I'm a smidge underwhelmed with the set bonuses. Like one of them is, you know, like based around speed booster and all that, and I'm like, speed booster's fine, but I don't know if I want to invest my entire armor set into getting extra speed booster or whatever. The Bushido set was 2-piece heal clip, which is like obviously really good, and then the 4-piece was bow, shotgun, and sword kills give you damage reduction for a certain time, and then kills extend the duration. The only reason I remember that one so specifically is because it's what I use basically the entire time as just like I need something that is functioning across many different builds and setups. There was another one that was more like, I think it was kind of more vehicle cope and like constructs and all that. I gotta take a look. I gotta like, because I only got to record 2. Like I would have to find it in my set bonuses. I don't know. It's in the video, I think. Can you get max power in solo? If yes, what's the purpose of Pinnacle Portal playlist? So Pinnacle Ops gives you like more stuff for a completion. But if you just want to level in solo, you can. You just won't have access to like the bonus drops that you might get from Pinnacle. So like if you do a Pinnacle Ops and there's something that gives you like 5 rewards, that's pretty good return on investment, even though like the activity might be a smidge longer. You get like 5 rewards in one completion, whereas, you know, if you're only in the solo ops playlist, you're going to run out of those bonus rewards pretty quickly. And then also solo ops is just not giving as much loot per completion. But you got to counter that with like, how quickly can I get a solo ops activity done and to like maximize my loot? I think that's going to be a big part of leveling, is figuring out the optimal time investment to reward ratios, right? Like getting an A rank is the best because that gives you the highest levels on your armor that you can possibly get in terms of like a reward. So the example I gave in the video is like if you're at 200 and you get like an A rank on an activity, you might get like a 206. Whereas if you only get like a C plus or a B, you might only get a 202, 203. But if you're getting the 202, 203s in like 4 to 5 minutes and the A rank takes you 10 to 15 minutes, it might be more efficient to grind the lower difficulty ones because you're getting more items based and like more items and a certain amount of power based on how much time you've invested into running that particular activity. So I'm going to be very interested to see how people end up handling leveling and whether or not people are just going to like try to beast mode a bunch of really easy stuff super fast, or if it's going to be better to try to do a mix of everything. What's the deal with the new bow frame? Still primary? Yep. It's like Wish Ender. It's basically like they turned Wish Ender archetype into a primary style thing. Since there's no new exotics, does that mean there's no new aspects? I don't think the two are mutually exclusive, but there are. I did not see any new aspects. Rocket Frame Pulse looks awesome. It's pretty beefy. It's a pretty beefy weapon. You will run out of ammo on that thing real damn quick if you're not paying attention, because it can just crank some damage. I wish we went back to 30 exotics per expansion. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. Woo. Does this DLC change the game enough to bring me back? That is a very difficult question to answer right now. But I would say if you're the kind of person who has checked out on Destiny, I am not sure how much of the stuff here is going to be like, this is the brand new, like, they're completely flipping Destiny on its head. I don't think you are going to get that experience. At least at the moment, I am not sure you're going to get the experience or satisfaction that I think you are looking for from this expansion. Granted, this expansion is also a lot of, like, unbreaking and, like, re-breaking some bones and resetting them. They're changing a lot about how the day-to-day works. But regardless, I'm still very interested to see how people enjoy the campaign experience. Because, you know, like, I think my main fear, because they've said, like, kind of what the campaign experience is going to be about, or, like, themed-wise, it's, like, kind of Metroidvania, where you get these new abilities on Kepler and this and that, and you're doing puzzle solving and whatever. Of the things that I played, nothing was really, like, brain-breakingly difficult or anything. So I think that's where my concern is like, combat will be fine. You know, it'll be that legendary difficulty that people are used to running. But the puzzle solving part and all that kind of stuff, I'm not too sold on it just yet, just because I didn't find anything that was like, wow, I really got to think about what's going on here. So I'm waiting to see if any of that actually pops up. But the only way that I can, like, acknowledge that is by playing the whole thing. And I didn't get to do that. But the game as a whole is still going to be about doing a campaign and shooting aliens in the head to get new loot and new armor, to do higher difficulty things, to get better loot and armor, to do higher difficulty things. It's just the method and the day-to-day process of that is changing a little bit. Is the last gen holding them back? I don't think it's holding them back nearly as much as people think. But without being able to sit down and talk with someone at Bungie about, like, what's some stuff that you would only be able to do on new gen, but you can't do it because of old gen? Like, that's the exact question that I would need to ask somebody, and then they would need to come up with, like, some examples. And I just don't have the knowledge to give you an answer to that, because I just don't. I literally don't know. I do not know. Yeah, gaming dude, that is a new exotic. I got 4 videos up. It is covered in a video. It is covered in a video. A lot of questions here that I'm seeing, all covered in videos. So be sure to go watch. I got 4 videos up, y'all. I got 4 videos up. So be sure to go watch that kind of stuff. But we're going to watch another video right now. I just wanted to kind of acknowledge some questions. Any more videos before EOF with the more preview stuff? I don't think I'm going to be having too many more videos from my preview event specifically. Mainly because a lot of them, anything that uses footage from the event that I went to needs to go through Bungie first to make sure you're not like leaking anything they don't want you to be leaking. And the final submission date for any other videos was 3 hours ago. So I'm sure if I did like a thoughts video, could I like maybe get someone to give it a quick look over? Yeah. Or could I just use completely different footage? Also, yeah. And by completely different footage, I mean footage from the game right now. So I think the rest of my Edge of Fate coverage is probably just going to be from whatever articles that Bungie puts out about stuff, assuming that I haven't covered it. Am I excited with the changes for day-to-day stuff? I'm still kind of on the fence, personally. I'm still on the fence. I think it's cool that you're going to be able to just kind of grind as much or as little as you want day to day. Like if you have a day where you're just like, yo, I got the whole freaking day open. I want to hit all my bonus loot. And then just like hit whatever playlist I want. That's cool. I think it's cool that they're bringing back some old seasonal content. Like Coil's coming back. I really like the Coil. Savathûn Spire. I really like Savathûn Spire. So I think it's cool that some of these things are coming back. But how fast the grind is, we'll see. How the day-to-day actually feels day-to-day when we're actually playing it, we'll see. I'm still kind of borderline. You know? I'm still kind of borderline. Menagerie Cope. Menagerie is pre-Beyond Light, so I think that's more up in the air. Hey, Datto, haven't played Destiny since D1. Is it worth the grind? That's such an insane question to try to even answer because the game is like nowhere remotely close to what D1 ever was. I just don't... I have no idea how to answer that. I have no idea. Remember the super damage bonus was with 200 super armor stat. Let me see here. Just say yes. Okay, yes. It is. Let me see if I tested. Stats testing. This was weapon. I'm pretty sure I did. Oh. It's this. Did I not say or show what 200 out of 200 was on my stats video? I didn't for super. I'm dumb. Rip. I'm stupid. So yeah, so the top portion, this is from 0 to 100 stats. And then here is 101 to 200. So top is this bar, bottom is this bar. I do show an example of what it's like picking up orbs with 100 super versus 0. And it's significant. It's significant. Do you know what this damage stacks with yet? I mean, I would assume that your stats increasing super would stack with other things. Is it worth keeping my bounties? Let me ask you this. If you got rid of your bounties, what would you replace them with? Like, you might as well just hold on to them. You know what I mean? Sorry, one sec. Okay. The platforms on the first boss in Prophecy are insta-killing me. Is there an order, or the mob's just able to shoot through the thing? There is an order. There's an order now. You are still limited to 12 artifact mods. That did not change. That did not change. Thoughts on Tibbs getting fired? What? Damn. I gotta think about that one. Sorry, that was basketball talk. Explain Tibbs being fired in Destiny terms. They fire Crow from being the Hunter Vanguard in about in another year for only sending the same 5 people on missions over and over again. And it's like, it's mostly working, but like, it's not a good idea all the time to do that. How do you access the new testing range? It's just going to be like a thing in the tower that you individually fly into. It's not like a shared space. Like I don't think you would boot up the tower and just like walk over here and it's right there. I think it's its own instance. Have I talked about all or some of the most common prismatic aspects like consecration, feed the void, apparently getting reduced fragment slots? So I experienced it, but I didn't know if it was like a bug or not. I didn't know if it was like actually legit. So I didn't really give it too much thought. But without seeing what specifically got adjusted, I feel like it's tough to talk about right now. I think they're maybe trying to get people to use, you know, like some of the stronger ones, they just don't want you to have as much access to fragments on Prismatic, because fragments on Prismatic can be pretty powerful. So like, I get that, but at the same time, like there's only, you know, so many builds that are even relevant on Prismatic. So I would prefer Bungie to like do something to Prismatic aspects that are underused to make them a little more desirable. Do you know if we get Mercury, Mars, and Titan back, the Witness is gone, so that means we get them back? Oh, my sweet, sweet summer child. My poor little baby. Oh. To be so young and naive again. I'm gonna let you take a guess on that one. Let me grab the next video here. Alright, we'll start easy. We'll go with the weapons. The following... Let's go with weapons. Oh, actually, hang on. Just gonna mute the, I'm just gonna mute all sound. How about that? Blah, 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 blah. And I'm just gonna, go sit somewhere else. No, we haven't watched the stat one yet. We're gonna watch exotic weapons, and then we're gonna watch stats. I'm gonna go chill in the lounge that I built. There we go. Reaping, reap, skipping, reap, deep, skip. Am I gonna continue Expedition off stream? Maybe. The video has all dialogue and subtitles turned off to minimize story spoilers. Gameplay shown is from an early build of the Edge of Fate and is subject to change. Hello and welcome back to I Used New Exotics Before You Did, where today we're going over a couple of the weapons that I used during the Edge of Fate preview event that I went to a few weeks ago. I have 3 other videos that I have released today. That is 4 total, so be sure to check out all of my coverage because it is a lot. New Land Beyond is one of the 3 exotic weapons that I had access to, but I've already put out my thoughts on that weapon as it is a pre-order bonus and thus available in the game right now. I did use it somewhat frequently in my gameplay, at least at higher tier difficulties, and I do think it held up pretty well. Catalyst for NLB available? No, I did not play with the Catalyst. However, something that I would like to discuss in the future that kind of threw me off on whether or not this was like still good was the fact that we are getting a massive number crunch in the Edge of Fate. What this means is that Bungie is taking a lot of the numbers we currently have in the game, I'm focused on like power level and damage numbers for this example, and smushing them down all into much smaller numbers. Like our power floor is going from 1900 to 10, starting at level 10. Our damage numbers are going from the thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands into double and triple digits with the occasional 4-digit number. Now, percentage-wise, everything is staying roughly the same. Like hand cannons are still going to 1 or 2 shot basic enemies, and pulses are going to 1 burst things, and none of that's changing. But the damage numbers themselves are, which is going to take some getting used to. So part of the reason I couldn't tell if this was still doing well was because I had no frame of reference for these new numbers. But again, that being said, it appears to be still doing pretty well as an endurance weapon. If you stay alive, this weapon will continue to grow in power, and it was performing pretty well in the things that I was doing. Not a fan of the damage smushing change. Why? Elaborate. Why do they have you play the Whisper mission? Seems strange. Why is it strange? I am fine with the numbers changes. I think it's very intimidating, like putting out some damage numbers and damage videos to people when you're in like the tens to hundreds of thousands worth of damage. The The change just like brings things down to more readable numbers. So, like, for me, I'm just like, okay, I can actually read it. Makes us feel not as OP. But, like, it's all percentage based. It's all percentage based, right? If you're dealing 1,000 damage to an enemy that has 1,000 health, and then now you're doing 100 damage to an enemy that has 100 health. I mean, you're still one-tapping it. Like, we're the same strength. Just the number changes. That's it. It just doesn't really bother me at all. This is like, yeah, it's such a non-factor. And like, as soon as you get used to it, like our point of reference for like big numbers will develop, and they're like, we'll get our big numbers again. You know, it might not be like 9999999, but eventually we'll hit a point where you're seeing a damage number and you're just like, oh my god. You just need some time to recalibrate our scale. That's really about it. So, yeah, to me, it's just a non-factor. Like, it's not like everything is doing less damage. Like, you can't think of, you know, your damage numbers here in the same way of like translating from this gameplay into the game that we have right now. It just doesn't. That's not the way to think about it, you know. And I still have people asking like, "Yo, they got rid of resilience. That means we're not gonna have 30% damage reduction anymore." That's not what that means. That means, you know, Bungie has baked that in to our characters and into the game where they don't have to worry about people always having 100 resilience or 30% damage reduction. Right? Smaller numbers makes them feel bad. But like we're just recontextualizing the size of the number. That's it. That's all we're doing. Like a new big number will show up, and then that's what you calibrate the size of your dick to. Right? That's all it is. We're just recalibrating what the top end of the damage numbers are going to be, and that's it. And then, you know, when you're dropping like 10,000 damage on a sniper or something, and that's the new high number, people are going to pog out of their minds. Sorry, or your tits, whatever your genitalia is, it'll be, that's what you'll use to compare the numbers. Next, we have the Void Scout Rifle. Let's move on. Third iteration. Third iteration has a couple of effects. First, it fires shots in a spread formation, but if you aim the weapon, this spread closes in over a brief period of time, making it so all of the shots line up perfectly with each other. It's kind of like box breathing, where you aim for a brief time to get a benefit. If you hit a target with this charged up shot, it will mark them and dramatically increase the damage that the scout deals to that target for the duration of the mark, which is about 5 seconds. If you kill with this charged up shot, you will go invisible for a brief time. Sorry, one last thing. What about perks that do like 10% more or smaller increases and they only do like 2 or 3 more damage? It might be hard to determine if the perks are proccing. That is something I will actually absolutely give you. Because it is something that I struggled with as well, just kind of contextualizing how big of a boost you're really getting from something. Because going from, you know, 330 damage to 363 damage right now doesn't seem like a lot, like at all. And you're just like, did that even do anything? But it's still like percentage-wise the same gain that you are getting. I think it's just going to take a little bit of time to get used to seeing these things in action and getting used to these damage numbers. And then once we're used to it, give it like a week or two, it's not going to be that bad. Yeah, it's still 10%. It's still whatever percentage it might be. The percentages are not changing. But I agree with you that it, smaller numbers means, yes, percent-wise it's still the same, but the number itself and the gain from it is a bit smaller, so it might be tougher to tell what's actually happening. This gun also has a unique reload animation. Instead of reloading a normal magazine into the weapon, you vent heat out of the weapon, which restores individual shots. This weapon also very slowly restores its ammo over time whenever it's not in use. So, the power fantasy here is that you're some kind of long-distance sniper repositioning after every kill, which is preferably charged up so that it hits really hard. And in that respect, it does its job very well. A charged shot on most low-tier red bars was often a kill or very close to it in higher difficulty content, and then I indeed went invisible after getting a kill, allowing myself to reposition or get out of trouble. Charged shots on more healthy targets are basically mandatory, because follow-up shots hit for an insane amount of bonus damage, and it feels really good. I want to say the bonus damage is like 50%, if not more. Point is, it's significant. It's significant that you want to use the charged shot on this scout on anything that can actually survive more than like 2 hits. I'm sure I have like footage that we can math out the exact values of it, but it's a really strong marking debuff. And in the most ideal of conditions, even with the hefty reload, this thing could pump some damage out, as you're seeing in some of these examples here. However, the most ideal conditions are either being point blank so that you can full auto the weapon, which, as we'll discuss, is not always a good idea, or having a divinity. Although I'm not sure if the target marking interferes with the debuff of divinity just yet. That also assumes that this thing is even viable as a boss damage weapon. I won't count it out for now because I have, again, 0 frame of reference, but I'm very skeptical on the primary ammo DPS meta coming to fruition nowadays. Okay, so what about the negatives? Well, for starters, the reload, or the venting of the heat of the weapon, is painfully slow. Someone said, look at the super bar. That is so much super energy that it feels wrong. I didn't even notice that. Again, 0 frame of reference. But I'm very skeptical on the primary ammo DPS meta coming to fruition nowadays. Okay, so what about the negatives? Well, for starters, the reload, or the venting of the heat of the... That's half your super in 1 magazine. I think there might be something wrong with that. That feels crazy, if true. Again, things subject to change. Things are subject to change. That feels a bit much. That feels a lot. What's funny is, like, before we started playing, Bungie kept telling us about this scout. And they kept being like, yo, you guys gotta play with this scout rifle. This thing's like the most broken effing thing we've ever made. It's like too strong. It's so overpowered. And like all of us used it. And we like got back to them and we were like, if this is the best thing you guys have ever made, we have trouble trusting your judgment. Cause like it was fine. And then they kept talking about like a different function that this weapon did not have in this build. And we think the previous version of this weapon might have been what they were talking about and not the current version. Like, don't get me wrong, the current version can be really good. It can also be terrible. But they kept going on about like, yo, it's so crazy. We gotta nerf it, man. It's crazy. And we just used it and we were like, are we just missing something? Because it's fine. I'd give you a good on occasion, but it was like, it did not feel overpowered. But I just noticed the super energy. But they never even talked about super energy. during it. They were just like, it hits like a freaking truck. It's just like killing everything. Like, mentioned nothing about super. The weapon is painfully slow. It feels terrible. And I would highly recommend a reload speed mod in your arms to help counter this. If you thought watching me reload my Zali's Bane was slow, wait until you vent the heat on this thing. Now, yes, it does slowly restore ammo over time, but that does not really help in the heat of battle too much. Next, using this weapon as a normal scout rifle in your average circumstance is probably one of the worst things that you can do with it. And the further you are from your target, the worse it performs if you're firing full auto. This is because if you...
Sorry, we're in ads. I'll hold. I'll hold.
The reload was like a big problem though. Like as soon as I realized how long the reload was, I was like, I need a void reload mod in my arms at all times. Because it's really slow. It is really, really slow. It feels bad. How's the shooting range? The shooting range is so nice, bro. I might actually go back to doing damage tests in the shooting range. It's so nice. It's so nice, man. Cause like part of the reason I don't do damage testing, besides the fact that there are literal individuals and groups of people who dedicate their entire lives to doing it, was the fact that it was so annoying to do damage testing that I just couldn't be bothered. Because like it didn't matter what target I used. Someone was like, oh, you can't, why are you using that target? That's not the right one. You shouldn't be using that one because the headshot multiplier, even though I would calculate out the headshot multiplier. Like, it just got to be a huge pain in the ass. And I was just like, I don't care anymore. But with the shooting range and just being able to go to a place and not have to worry about like, oh, I got to clear out all these ads first, or like, oh, this boss only has so much health, so I can only do so many tests. It's like, it's so nice, man. You could just go here and like check a thing, and that's it. And that's it. You just come here and you pick whatever enemies you want over here, man. All the target frames have like a billion health. You can pick any kind of enemy you want. If you look behind you, there's like, you know, you could pick the red bar, orange bar, yellow bar, boss target. And like over here is, you know, you can turn the enemies on to shoot you or just have them stand there. This button is, I think, is like reset the DPS meter, which works really well. Like it just has something up here for you to look at to like very easily analyze. Like, oh my God, it's so nice. It's so nice to just have something like this, to be able to just go in, mess around. There's a rally flag, like to the right of this right now. There's a rally. You just go tap the rally whenever you need the energy. I do wish there was a function. I've given this feedback. I wish there was a function in here that you could pick to like have infinite ability regen, kind of like how you can do in Crucible Private Match. I don't know how easy it is to do that. They even have a thing to the left. They have a thing where they have like a laser that you can use to hurt yourself in case you need to activate a perk that only activates when you go into like health. So there's just like a laser beam that you can cook yourself in. There's a prismatic well. Yep. It's a place to go get prismatic. They set it up like basically a lounge. So it's really nice. It does like there's definitely some feedback to give, but like as the place where we're starting is pretty good, man. It's pretty good. You don't charge the shot at all. Your shots will be fully spread out, which means not everything is going to hit your target if you're firing from what is typically a normal scout rifle range. Not only that, but you are going to rip through your ammo really quickly. So your shots aren't hitting nearly as hard, and you're going to spend more time venting heat out of the weapon, which is already an incredibly long process. This is a weapon to be used in a very planned and methodical manner. Which is to say that in group content, the easier the activity you're doing, the less value you are going to see out of this weapon. The game is simply too fast at lower difficulties for this thing to ever really be able to accomplish much. If you're using it how you're supposed to, then you're probably falling behind your teammates who are just thrashing everything in sight. And if you're using it like a normal scout rifle, you should just pick a normal scout rifle. However, it did prove useful in the much higher difficulties. In this Devil's Lair footage, where the enemies are either like 40 or 50 levels above us, things do not die as easily in this place, which makes those charged, methodical shots considerably more valuable. You'll be heavily damaging low-tier targets, if not outright killing them. The invisibility was really handy in Devil's Lair with how many enemies there are, and its single target damage on bigger enemies where you mark them was producing some of the higher DPS numbers I saw in the 2 days that I was there. So, yeah, you gotta really play into the strengths of the weapon, otherwise you are gonna be using a scout rifle that might just be worse than a randomly rolled scout rifle off of the ground. When used in ideal conditions, it can be pretty good to outright really good in terms of damage output. Although, again, with all of the stat crunches and the number crunches happening in the game, it's kind of tough to contextualize how good it is without more points of comparison. For what it's worth, I did some testing in the shooting range versus some machine guns, and the scout rifle was blowing them out of the water at close range. Although, I have been told that the shooting range might still have some issues with damage numbers, and myself and a couple of other people found machine guns to be quite lacking in higher difficulty content, so there might be something going on there as well. Remember, this is not the final build of the expansion. Stuff is subject to change, and stuff is subject to being fixed. Anyway, moving on to... Okay. How good was the scout at close range with hipfire? Would you say it's better than a normal scout or somewhat similar? I would not be just like going around hip firing the scout rifle. Like the only way that you should be using hip fire on this thing is if you've marked a target and then you're like shooting it point blank. You should not just be using this thing as a hip fire scout rifle. Like that's a bad idea. It is very bad. You gotta mark a target, then do that. Can you do a raid or dungeon level boss? You can bring in an ultra. It's got the yellow skull, the black background. I might have footage of it somewhere. Did I play with the special Rocket Scouts at all? There was none Rocket Scout that I was aware of? You mean Rocket Pulse? Spongy said old raid and dungeon content will be included in the portal activities. The only portal activities in Pinnacle Ops that I saw were exotic dungeons, or sorry, exotic weapon missions. I did not see any dungeon related things in there. That could have been something they're still keeping close to the chest. I would be surprised though. I would be surprised. Did you get to play with any retuned old exotics? I did not really play with old stuff. The capture event was about playing with new things and testing new things. I maybe used Thunderlord for like a very quick damage comparison type thing just to get some context. But otherwise, most of my time was spent using all new stuff. The thing about being able to add modifiers to Nightfalls and whatnot, I think it's cool. I think it's cool if you want to, you want to crank the difficulty up like hella to get more rewards, knock yourself out. You want to put in all the easiest modifiers in the game just because you're trying to chill, go for it. Go for it. I welcome the idea of being able to tune however you want to tune it and have it actually be like a part of the system. Any new PvP maps? I did not play on any new PvP maps. And also the PvP segment of the day was cut short due to the fact that literally everyone crashed when trying to play PvP. Everybody crashed. I crashed a minute into a game for like 4 games in a row. It just did not work. Anything talked about adding something similar to Explorer mode to normal Dungeons raids? Not any discussions that I had. Any tidbit about the new hierarchy of needs? Again, didn't play with any older things. Hierarchy of needs was very low on my hierarchy of needs in terms of weapon testing. There wasn't a lot of patch note related things. Like, they didn't give us a list of balance changes of like, here's how we're tuning all the exotics, here's how we're tuning auto rifle. Like, none of that was a conversation. That is a conversation to have whenever they want to talk about it, which is probably starting, like, it might even start as early as tomorrow. I don't know when they're going to drop the first article, but whenever they start talking about it, we'll talk about it. We'll do the video, same news coverage that I did, last year. Is there damage stat crunch coming along with the power crunch? Yes. Yes. How about this one? Did I have fun? What, with Graviton Spike, or are you just talking in general? That's on the destination mechanics where you turn into a ball or whatever. I think they're neat, but I really want to see if they make some like really tough puzzles. Because my experience doing a lot of the puzzle based stuff ended up being like, not so much like, okay, I need to take this thing and then I combine it with this thing in order to do blah, 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 blah. It was more like, my biggest struggles tended to be like, okay, where do I do this thing in the space that I am in? Like, there was one part in one mission where I was like looking around for like 3 minutes trying to find like where, like I knew exactly what I needed to do, but I couldn't find where I needed to do it. So I wanted more like intricate puzzles, more so than just like I unlock a mechanic, I use the mechanic, and that's it. Like, I want to have to think about stuff. And the main thing that I got stuck with was just like, where the fuck is this hole in the wall? Because I know I need to turn into a ball and I need to go here, but I can't find the damn hole in the wall. So like, that was more my problem, more than like, I can't figure out how to do the ball thing that combines with the portal to do this, to jump to this platform. Like, I want more of that. More than I want, like, where the fuck is the hole in the wall? So I'm reserving judgment until I can actually play the whole campaign. Can you share how you felt about the narrative? I didn't really get to experience a lot of it because not only did I want to turn off dialogue and subtitles, after the first mission, they made us turn all that off. So I can't have any commentary on the narrative because I don't know what happens. I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea what happens. We had to turn all that off. So I got the intro mission context of like, here's how this is starting, and then that's it. That's all I got. So it's not even something I can even discuss because I just don't know. How much of the campaign was available to play? They kind of ping-ponged us around a bunch. So like, we did the intro mission, and then we would do like, okay, so we're going to push you forward in this part. So, and then you're going to run this mission. And then we're going to swing you over to this other section and you're going to run this mission. So like, it didn't feel like how you would normally experience it. And like, they also were giving us upgrades to like this, like, oh, you wouldn't normally have this at this part of the game. So like, blah, 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 blah. So it was a lot of just getting ping-ponged around. The shooting range is its own launch node in the tower. So you go to your own instance. Campaign difficulty on legendary was fine. You know, felt in line. Maybe the slightest bit easier. But it felt pretty in line. Any new perks to the armor? The exotic class item? I don't think exotic class items are getting anything new, as far as I know. All right, let's take a look at this. Because I do find this weapon fun, but there are some caveats. The Graviton Spike, a hybrid arc stasis hand cannon. The point of this weapon is to overcharge the opposite element by landing precision hits and kills. So, if you're on the arc mode, you hit crits until the weapon is fully charged for stasis. Then it'll beep at you, you hold reload to switch to stasis, and now you're overcharged on stasis until you drain your stasis meter, which it'll drain a third of its energy every crit, so ideally you're hitting 3 boosted shots. The stasis boosted shots hit harder and spawn stasis crystals to the sides of your target. Then, after 3 crits and or kills with the stasis side of the gun will overcharge to the arc side. It's gonna beep at you, you switch it, and now your next crits will call down a bolt of lightning on the target. So the whole point is to switch constantly back and forth, arc, stasis, arc, stasis, arc, stasis, triggering the boosted effects over and over again. This is a craftable exotic that you will get later in the expansion, and it comes with 4 perks. I think they were Rapid Hit, Subsistence, a new perk that boosts your gun stats based on the element of it that isn't Elemental Capacitor, and then what I think a lot of people will end up using, which is Temporal Alignment. This boosts the damage of the weapon when you overcharge both sides, and it'll refresh itself. So this should be on basically all of the time if you're using the weapon as it is designed to be used. It even gives you 3 shots in the mag when you switch modes, although I think you need to be overcharged for the ammo. I don't actually remember. I think this hand cannon is pretty fun, although the swapping back and forth can get a little tiresome. Plus, you have the downtime between the swaps. I think the main issue that I had with this weapon was that I had 0 build synergy with this weapon whatsoever. I was on Solar Titan trying out the new exotic gloves. The Warlock exotic is also for Solar or Prismatic. Hunter is Strand. The artifact this season is Solar, Strand, and Stasis themed. So at least you have half of the weapon in the artifact. Also, the weapon doesn't specifically say if the lightning bolts from the arc overcharge are technically bolt charge lightning strikes or if they're just nondescript lightning strikes, but they look and sound the exact same. So I hope there is some synergy there on the arc side whenever we have some arc stuff going on. You also have some potential synergy with the perk Elemental Honing, which encourages you to use every element to get a damage buff. You got a 2-for-1 in here, so that's kind of nice. But my experience with the weapon was pure. No build crafting, not much artifact stuff, and despite all that, I still found the weapon pretty fun to use. It is really satisfying, triggering all of these powerful effects back to back. The zap, zap, zap of 3 lightning bolts, which are potentially destroying the stasis crystals you set up not 2 seconds ago. It's nice. Now, how practical or how viable is this weapon going to be? Hard to tell. I'm not too confident that it'll be some sort of meta-defining weapon based on a short time with the gun, but I do think it is at least a fun novelty. Okay. This is a primary weapon. This is a primary. It is not a special or anything. What was the special pulse rifle? It's in a different video. I go over it in a different video. Does bolt charge still feel good in Edge of Fate? I didn't test a lot of bolt charge. I did not test a lot of bolt charge. Because I was mainly on the new exotics, and that the new exotics are not bolt charge. So I didn't get to really mess around with it. All right, we're almost done. Ah! What'd I do? I hit like a period on the frickin' the following video thing or something. Hang on. All right. There we go.
With the gun, but I do think it is at least a fun novelty. My testing in the shooting range wasn't super extensive, so I don't want to lean on those numbers too heavily at all. Those are the 3 weapons, and kind of 2 weapons, that I got to play with during my time at Bungie. I intentionally do not look at the collections tab at these events, so I don't know what else is coming, but Bungie did say that, quote, these are the exotics we are showing today, end quote, which usually means it's not everything that's coming. I'm sure there's going to be a raid exotic, so like maybe 1 or 2 more things at the least. If you enjoyed this video, why don't you go check out the exotic armor video next that I launched alongside this one, or maybe the portal update or the stats update videos. I got a lot. Go watch it. Thanks for watching this one. I'll see you next time.
Okay. So that's the exotic weapons that I got to mess around with. Now we got stats. And there's been a lot of stats conversations. So I do want to get to that. Campaign, please be longer than 1 hour. Yeah, campaign will be longer than 1 hour. You don't have to worry about that. Does the overcharge have a time limit? Yes. Or rather, when you switch to it, a meter starts to go down. And you have that amount of time to get your shots off. But each shot that you hit takes a third of the timer off. So you basically just want to hit your 3 shots like immediately. Yeah, Boost, I did. I saw. How easy was it to switch between stasis and arc modes? There's a little bit of a rhythm to it, but you just have to hold reload and it goes through the animation and that's it. That was probably my main issue with the weapon is like if you're really hitting your shots, then like the switching back and forth can get a little tiresome. Big nerfs to stuff like consecration and stylish by the looks of it. Do you think these are deserved? I have very little context for consecration nerf and stylish executioner nerf because I did not play with either of them at all. So I don't know. Again, not something we talked a lot about. This whole experience for me was about trying to get new information, new footage, not any sort of patch note stuff. When patch notes come out, whenever Bungie wants to talk about them, I'm more than happy to talk about them at the moment. But I have zero context for consecration nerf because I didn't play with consecration pretty much at all. I didn't really play with any old stuff. I just played with things that I thought were relevant to bring people in terms of coverage. So, the stats video is what goes over the special ammo pulse. I think I just kind of showcase it real quick. It's a very short, it's like the second half of the stats video is just like, you know, going over new perks, new weapon archetypes, all that kind of stuff. Also, I'm going to go run to the bathroom real quick and see if I can get any food, as I am coming up on the union-mandated eat break. With the changeable modifiers in Fireteam Finder, I'm afraid it'll be very annoying when I join somewhere, and there will be ass modifiers. I don't have a great answer for you right now. I would, yeah, find a couple people or make your own modifiers. Let me run to the bathroom real quick. And we will watch the stats video and we'll talk stats. Because I have a lot of people being like, why would you build anything other than health and weapon damage? What is the point? Why would I ever do anything else? And I'll tell you why you would want to do literally anything else.
wonderful day, Guardian.
BRB.
Coming in, buddy?
coming in with me? Okay, sorry. It took a little extra time. Trying to figure out what to eat, and it turns out I have no more meals left, so I need to figure that out. So, forgive me for the delay here. Within this very large box is a very small amount of Pokemon cards. Why? Why? It made no sense. Such a massive box for... You got no... Smaller boxes, man? Come on. You're killing me, man. You're killing me. Now we'll do some ripping a little bit later. Let me get the BRB bathroom out of here. BRB. Is there lore behind Brim's name? Yeah, Danielle was listening to a book and she was like, "That's a good name." And we named Brimstone that. Panic Flank, again, I've said this a bunch of times, so, like, I'm sorry, people who have heard this a million times already. Bungie is removing resilience from the game, but it's not like all of a sudden you are now going to have, like, you're not going to be just losing your 30% damage reduction. It's all getting baked into the game. Like, things are being recalculated and reformatted so that way when resilience is gone, things will feel balanced. That's it. Don't think of it as like we are losing the 30% damage reduction and nothing else is changing. It is all getting retuned and rebalanced to feel normal. That is my impression anyway. And guess what? We'll never freaking know anyway. Because it's leaving. We'll never know. But that is how I assume they are handling it. Okay.
Wonderful day, Guardian.
Perfect timing. Envious 7 months. No worries, Envious. You take care of yourself. You take care of yourself. Let's thank some subs real quick here. We got Regal Loki with 12 months. D Lombardi with the 8. Papinator with 23. Crypto Night Music with the 3 years of subbing. Tikas with the 71, almost 6 years. Thank you very much. Avix with the 56. Bro Monkey with the 30. Captain Duckpants 73. And Lord Zeus 97 months of subbing. Thank you very, very much. Where's the fidget thing from? Someone sent me a little like mental health care package in my P.O. box like 2 years ago. What's the lanyard around my neck? It's the one that they gave me for when I went to Bungie. Are we going to see Warframe Datto again anytime soon? I would be surprised. I would be surprised. Video has all dialogue and subtitles turned off to minimize story spoilers. Gameplay shown is from an early build of the Edge of Fate and is subject to change. Ancient's loadout swaps incorporate artifact mods. Currently in discussion at Bungie. I think the big problem from what I remember them saying, was that it is a much tougher problem to solve than they originally anticipated. So that's why it doesn't exist, is because they're trying to make it. They're trying to physically build it, and it's harder than they thought it was. It was who
Hello,
they
everyone, and
thought
welcome back to the
it
show
was.
where I do, in fact, have time to explain. Today, we're going over the stats revamp, armor and weapon changes, and just like a lot of gameplay-related things. Stats are getting a pretty significant overhaul in the Edge of Fate, in addition to getting renamed very basic terms. The 6 stats will now be Super, Class, Grenade, Melee, Weapon, and Health. No more ambiguity there, although it does lose a little bit of the charm that the old terms had. Not only that, but stats now go up to 200, and each point matters individually, as small as a gain those single points might be. There are no more stat tiers dictating when you get a bump in effectiveness. So, what does each stat do? Health boosts the health you gain when you pick up an orb of power and reduces flinch from incoming fire. I wouldn't exactly call this what resilience turned into, but it's still a pretty defensively focused stat. Between health 101 and 200, you gained increased shield health and recharge rate, so it's kind of recovery-like. This is one of a couple stats that I didn't really get to mess around with that much in my playtesting, and I chose not to test too much because I thought the other stats were a bit more interesting to review, but it wouldn't surprise me to see people stacking this to be more of a PvP menace if the math happens to work.
Yeah, I really did not get to test a lot of these stats super in depth, like to the level that I wanted to, just because we really did not have as much time to do all the things that I really wanted to do. So yeah, so I'm imagining other people probably got to test certain things a little bit more. My thing was just like, I at least wanted to see stat values in terms of like, what does 100 look like? What does 200 look like? The super energy thing. Like we'll get to some of that, but if there's one thing that you should take away from this stats video and stats revamp, it should be that all of your stats actually matter now, and that if you spec into one stat really heavily, your other stats will suffer. Melee does what you would assume that it does. It reduces your melee cooldown. Not only that, though, it increases the amount of melee energy you gain from all sources, meaning your melee stat can scale with other perks that give melee energy. I'm thinking like a pugilist or something like that. I did not get to test this to as heavy of a degree that I wanted to in my play session, but there is something that we'll get to that could give more insight into how potent this effect might be. From 101 to 200, you get a straight up melee damage increase everywhere in the game. At 200, it's 30% in PvE and 20% in PvP, and I'm pretty sure this scales linearly, much like all the other stats, so each point will give you, 0.3% of a boost in PvE and 0.2% in PvP. Grenade is the same as melee, reduces cooldown, and scales other grenade energy sources. From 101 to 200, your grenade damage also increases. At 200, this is a 65% increase in PvE and 20% in PvP, scaling linearly. Okay. I might just skip forward a bit here to kind of get to some more like opinion-based things. I do want to show off the.
Next, we have Super, which from
I want to show you like the difference in the orb energy.
0 to 100 increases the amount of super energy from all sources, and from 101 to 200 increases the damage of your super. So this is something that I actually got to do a little bit of testing on to see how much of an increase in energy you're getting at a couple of stages. I think I tested 0 super, 100 super, and 200 super. Although now that I think about it, 100 and 200 super are effectively the same when it comes to the amount of super energy that you're gaining, because that caps at 100. So really good job, me. I should have tested 50. That being said, the difference when picking up orbs is actually staggering. And the difference in gameplay between high and low super stat is staggering. When running with very little super stat, there would occasionally be times where I don't even feel like I got my super in a solo ops activity. It takes a notably longer amount of time to get a super at low super stat, whereas with a higher stat, it did.
So here, I killed a bunch of scions.
Whereas with a
I killed a bunch of scions, and I collected more orbs on this side with 0 super, 1 less orb, 1 fewer orb with 100 super. And I mean, you could see, I mean, like, my mouse is like basically where the right side is. Like, it is a big difference. And this is just collecting orbs, right? And getting kills on scions. So that's how much of a difference this system is really gonna be showing in game. Like, it's a big deal. Like, you actually have to make some choices now. You can no longer just stack resilience and then stack like either discipline or melee, get a bunch of recovery, and you're fine for the whole game. It is significant. It is significant. Again, if you want to go heavy into grenade and melee, good for you. Everything else about your character is gonna suck. If you want to go into purely weapons, great. Everything else about you is gonna suck. So you are gonna actually have to put some thought into your builds. How this worked for an exotic like Orpheus Rig. Didn't get to test it. Not sure 100%. Higher stat, it did feel somewhat frequent. Do you think they will scale it back if it's so impactful? I think the whole point is that it is impactful. I think that's the whole point. Right? They want you to make choices. Is it going to push people to armor swap a lot more? Unfortunately, it probably will. But like, people are like already doing that now, right? Like, as soon as you hit a damage phase, what do? Oh, let me switch to Celestial Nighthawk. Let me swap my surges. Right? Now it's just going to be, oh, we're going to boss DPS. Let me switch to my weapon setup. Let me switch to my weapon stats. And that armor. So now it's just like there's just more barriers in the way because now you need to actually like get a full armor set that can spec all of that. What if you tried to be a master at all? Would you be okay with all the stats? I mean, you would just be kind of like mid-tier in all your stats. Like, you wouldn't do anything super great, but you wouldn't be like terrible at anything. I could see people leaning towards that for like a more, generic weapon setup. Yeah, personally, I dread the idea of like, we're going through this tough, big damage section. Switch to your health armor. Boss DPS, time to switch to my weapons armor. Get ready to cast your super armor. Like, fucking kill me. Literally kill me. This is part of why build crafting and your build crafting decisions matter so much more now, but let's finish talking about the stats and then I'll get into that. Class does the same thing as melee and grenade from 0 to 100. Did I give them that feedback? Yep. 101 to 200, it gives you a scaling overshield whenever you use your class ability. Finally, a very new stat, weapons. From 0 to 100, this increases your reload handling and damage versus minor and major combatants, up to 15% on the damage side. From 101 to 200, you have a chance to gain more ammo from ammo bricks. And you also increase your... Sorry, hang on. What's up? Also, the ad break just started, so I'm going to let the ad break finish. What's up?
I'm going to Botox and I'm getting my head shaved with a design.
Oh, okay. Same guy that did it last time? Okay.
Yeah, but I have to go to Everett, so
Okay.
I almost rather prefer that than Pioneer Square sometimes because it can be so hectic. So yeah.
Oh, plopping his brims.
Botox at 1:30 and then he's at 2:45. So I'll probably be home like.
Okay, that's fine.
4-ish. So I'm gonna shut the door for Brim. To outside.
Okay. Oh yeah, to outside. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Thanks for the sandwich.
I made you 2 because one was really small.
Thanks, buddy.
Okay, 45 seconds and we're out the and we're out of the ad break. No, wife brought me a sandwich very much asked for. Very, very, very much asked for. Tower Destiny Subrise having a meltdown over the aspect fragmenters, having only 2 fragments for the soul. Build viable and endgame for Titans. Ensures everyone mains Banner of War. A discussion that I would like to have at some point. Again, didn't really get to mess with that too much. Did not get to mess with Prismatic Titan. Wasn't on my list. But let's also not pretend that like Prismatic Titan and Prismatic Warlock are not like insanely powerful and also insanely easy to use. They're really strong. Have you played Prismatic Warlock? It's pretty nuts. Alright, we're back from the outbreak. Weapon damage against bosses and other guardians. This also scaled linearly, where at 200 of the weapon stat, you would be doing 10% more heavy weapon damage in PvE and 6% in PvE. Wait, they call it heavy weapon. They didn't call it power weapon. They call it heavy weapon. 6% in PvE. And primary and special are doing 15% in PvE, also 6% in PvP. I am very interested to see how this stat ends up playing out. I'm also interested to see how future damage tests are going to go. I'm going to propose that damage tests do not build over 100 of the stat, and then we just add in the increase after the fact. But I relinquished my place in that fight a long time ago. I don't think it's even up to me anymore. Armor also has masterworking, where you can increase the masterwork bonus 5 times. Every time you masterwork, you will gain 1 stat in the 3 lowest numbered stats on the armor piece. At higher tiers of armor, it might just be tier 5, I'm not sure. Not only do you get 1 additional energy, going from 10 to 11 energy, but there's also another mod slot to fine-tune your stats. You can choose to add 5 of the stat, which costs 5 of another stat, or you can choose to increase your lower stats by 1 more point each. In total, with this bonus stat slot and masterworking, you can add 40 extra stats onto your armor. Although most of those will be buffing stats that you're not actively building into, but everything helps, as we're about to discuss. So let's get back to that whole build crafting actually matters now statement from earlier. When an armor piece drops, I think there'll be a point where it's just diminishing returns on these stat values. Everything that I looked at was linear scaling. So it didn't look like there was a point where like, oh, after 50, after you hit 150 of this stat, every point after that is worth less. It all looked very linear. So every point is valuable. And it's the same value as the previous point. Now, could there be a situation in the game where like a build only needs so much of a stat for it to be 100% effective? And then like anything after that just like doesn't really add to the build? Yeah, totally. But if you're talking purely about the stats, everything scales linearly based on whatever scale it uses, right? Like Grenade, for example, goes up to 65% bonus damage at 200. That means every point is 0.65% grenade damage. A mention of a theoretical total stat maximum didn't really math it out. It will drop with a high amount of its main stat and a medium amount of a secondary stat.
but there are only so many stat combinations that will be in the game when Edge of Fate drops, and I'm not sure how often Bungie will introduce new combinations. For example, Grenadier armor drops with high grenade, medium super, and a low amount of a third random stat. All other stats are set to 0. Paragon drops with high super, medium melee, and low random.
I'm now realizing how I said this sentence. The armor that they gave us and the way that we were able to re-roll the armor was done in a way that it was 3 stats and then everything else was 0. I probably should have got some more clarity on that. Has everyone else kind of been saying that? Yeah, TTS is on. I don't know. The armor that I was able to kind of like re-roll for myself, it had 30 in one, 25 in another, and then 20 in another. So I hope that's what everyone else has been saying.
Say high, medium, low, it's 30, 25, 20. As a result of these stat changes, I don't think there are really any dead stats anymore. Everything is kind of important, and sacrifices will now need to be made when build crafting. If you want high grenade and melee capabilities, some other stat is gonna suffer.
This is all the stuff that I was saying earlier. Was it possible to get double or triple 200s? I'd be very surprised if it's ever possible to get triple 200s. Granted, when I did a lot of my testing, I don't think I had like the highest Giga tier armor. But I think I was able to do like 200 of one stat and then like 150 of another. And then like kind of medium tier of like everything else. But I would not go into this thinking that like you're just going to get so much. Bye, buddy. You're going to get like so much tier gear that like you're going to just be able to do what you do in game now, which is just, you know, get every single stat that matters and then like ignore some other stats. Sorry, I don't know why TTS didn't work.
Wonderful day, Guardian.
Let me try that again.
Got blueprints for my birthday on Sunday and absolutely loving it.
Nice.
I keep finding new layers of puzzles and it is great. Also imagine making Destiny 2 content in 2025.
Don't have to imagine. It's 512 the stat cap. I did not do any of my own calculations. That might be from somebody else. Yeah, the timer in the corner is your score, your timer, just to kind of see how you're doing. This is the last video.
If you want high health and weapons, other stats are gonna suffer. No longer can we just stack resilience, recovery, and either discipline or strength and just call it a day. Mobility and intellect are gone or reformulated to have value, and you're not gonna be able to have everything all of the time, at least at the lower tiers of gear. I do think that this makes the space a little more interesting though. You gotta make some decisions. You gotta make some real armor builds, not the same 2 variants for every single setup across every single class. To some people, this is gonna seem incredibly daunting, but to others, way more engaging. But let's talk about why you don't need to panic about farming new armor just yet. Recently, at least on my streams, I've been telling people to delete tons of old armor as we go into the Edge of Fate, because prior to this preview event, I was of the mind that this armor transition would be similar to the transition of Armor 1.0 to 2.0. You could still use Armor 1.0, but it was outclassed so quickly that it became outdated almost immediately. I was surprised at the event to see that my current day Artifice armor was not only not outclassed immediately, but actually still kind of good. Your current day armor is being converted pretty generously when it comes to total stats.
Also, like, literally multiple hours before this video went live, they said, like, hey, this screenshot isn't technically, like, 100% accurate, but it's, like, kind of close, but it's not 100%. So, like, but it's still going to be, like, these stat tiers are going to be within this kind of range.
And there's going to be a lot of people out there who continue to use that armor for quite a while into the Edge of Fate. I think once maybe the more hardcore players start seeing tier 4, tier 5, maybe more average players start to see tier 3, that's when the conversion is going to start to happen. Total stats will start to increase on individual armor pieces, eclipsing the older armor, but it will happen much slower than the previous armor update. That being said, I do think people should be clearing old unused armor out of their vaults in preparation for the expansion, but I've also been saying to keep a few armor sets that you are actively using to hang on to in this transition period. Your old armor will be relevant for much longer than I anticipated, so I apologize for earlier advice that I was giving. I jumped the gun a little bit there, but I still think you should clear some stuff out. On top of that, we have set bonuses of varying quality. There are 2-piece and 4-piece set bonuses so that you can still use an exotic, although I wouldn't be opposed to a 5-piece set bonus, with the 5-piece bonus being some kind of exotic quality bonus. You can mix and match 2-piece set bonuses if you would like as well. I found myself on Bushido armor most of the time. Bushido 2-piece is where my final blows with
Cry about it. Cry about your vaults. I don't care. You lucky I wasn't spam. As soon as I did this event, you probably noticed that I shut the hell up about deleting your armor. But that being said, if you're in this chat right now, you are probably the kind of person who is going to regrind some armor, so I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it.
freshly drawn or reloaded weapons heal me, and the 4-piece is where bow, shoddy, or sword final blows reduce incoming damage for a short time, and damaging enemies with those weapons extends the effect. I just found the 2-piece bonus to be globally useful during the event to kind of minimize my downtime. Aeon Renewal's 2-piece is where rockets and GL kills give you speed booster after sprinting, while the 4-piece will give you speed booster when you sprint at critical health or after being suspended or slowed by stasis, assuming you have Force Converter active, which is the 2-piece bonus.
Wonderful day,
This
Guardian.
is incredibly conditional when you first hear it, but there are a decent amount of strand and stasis enemies in the Edge of Fate, so maybe it'll be better than I anticipate. Texex 2-piece bonus is where you deal significantly more kinetic damage to shields, overshields, vehicles, constructs. The vehicle and construct cope continues. We will see what's up there. The 4-piece bonus is pretty nice, though. Defeating powerful combatants or breaking a shield with kinetic damage does a disorienting kinetic shockwave. The last discipline set, also PvP, maybe more of a generic PvP set, 2-piece gets you improved reload speed on primary weapon ammos when you get final blows with primary ammo weapons. That's pretty decent overall. And 4-piece picking up an Orb of Power gives special ammo progress. Also pretty decent overall. Oh yeah, special ammo progress. What does that mean? In the Edge of Fate, you will now have 2 ammo meters under your weapons. As you fill these meters by getting weapon kills, you will be progressing towards your next ammo brick of that type, guaranteed to drop when the meter is full. You can read more about this information in this wonderful help menu that Bungie has implemented on weapons. Hit W on the keyboard or whatever it says on console, and you will be greeted with some basic information about how things work. Finally.
Hallelujah. Some basic info help menu. Jesus Christ. Some information nicely organized to explain some basics to people. It explains weapon elements, tiers, perks, mods, infusing, masterworking, cosmetics, granted all very briefly, but I wasn't expecting high-level breakdowns of this information in a quick help menu. It's also there to explain a bunch of armor stuff too. So, what's going on with weapons now and weapon tiers and all that kind of stuff? Honestly, it's pretty easy to explain. Basically, the higher the tier of the weapon, the higher the odds that you either get more perk options on the weapon, more enhanced perks on the weapon, maybe even both. This continues up to enhanced origin traits, barrels, magazines for like tier 4 all the way up to tier 5, which completely enhances everything on the weapon and gives it a special tier 5 ornament and cosmetic kill effect. So like whenever you kill something, you get a little animation or whatever that says like, I'm using a tier 5 weapon. Now, I have been informed that this tier 5 treatment is just the treatment that all tier 5s get. Not in this expansion, but this expansion and the next one and all future ones. And the feedback has been given that players would probably like to have unique tier 5 weapon ornaments on a per season basis. I would be surprised if people did not want that, so don't say I never did nothing for you. Tier 5s also get enhanced weapon mods. Right now, I would say a fully crafted, fully enhanced weapon nowadays is around a tier 2, tier 3, something like that. Probably closer to tier 3. Those weapons will be more than plenty for the majority of the game. I guess we should speak about crafting though. Here's what I heard about crafting. That's it. I didn't hear anything about crafting for the Edge of Fate besides one exotic weapon. I'm going into this expansion with the mind that there will be none weapon crafting. I've had some discussions about any potential future plans for it, but there wasn't anything really that concrete. So I'm going to wait for Bungie to make official statements on weapon crafting instead of trying to put words in their mouth. But I would be going into the Edge of Fate assuming that there is no crafting. Speaking of weapons though, we do have some new weapon archetypes. The rocket-assisted pulse rifle, the spread shot hand cannon, and the longbow, which is kind of like if they turned Wish Ender into a legendary archetype. The rocket pulse fires 3 bursts of rockets, but the pull of the trigger counts as 1 ammo. So I think this had like 17 or 18 bursts of ammo. And this thing hits pretty hard, but you will tear through your ammo really quickly if you're not paying attention. The spread shot hand cannon is essentially a shotgun in a hand cannon package, and that includes this thing's range. It is very short range. It is a close range hand cannon at...
This thing has such little range that I was shooting a boss like 10 meters away. And I was like, why am I getting different damage numbers every time, bro? It's so close. And then I got a little bit closer and my damage numbers started being all the same because I was at the range that I needed to be to do max damage. This thing is short range. It is really short range.
best, as the range fall off starts very early. It can also roll with 1-2 punch. That's kind of neat. The longbow, on the other hand, has a slightly longer draw time than an average bow, but it can over-penetrate targets, so you can hit multiple enemies at the same time if they happen to line up. There are new perks and origin traits as well. I didn't do a ton of theory crafting on any of them, save for like 2 of them, so I guess we can talk about those. We got Binary Orbit, elemental final blows from the
hand cannon is a primary. The rocket pulse is a special.
Opposite element of the current weapon gives you a damage boost to this weapon. So like this weapon is strand, aka darkness damage, so light weapon kills will boost this one.
I was looking at a different weapon for that.
Ammunition. Final blows increase ammo meter progress from all sources for a brief duration. I tried this one in the shooting range. Either it wasn't working at all or I was doing something wrong. I'm not sure. Burning Ambition is an incandescent competitor. Sustained damage on a target scorches the target, and dealing damage to a scorched target inflicts Scorch. I think I tested this with a pulse rifle with 13 bursts, and on that final burst is when an ignition went off. So that should give you a rough idea of how long it takes to get an ignition. Although I don't remember if I was on any sort of solar subclass, fragments, blah, blah, blah. You get it. Blast Distributor. Dealing splash damage grants an improved bonus to the grenade stat. If this works like the melee variant of this perk, it will stack to 3x. Proximity Power is the melee version. When targets are nearby, final blows grant bonus melee stat, and it stacks to 3. Tested this with Hammer Throw. Base Hammer Throw was 334 damage at 97 melee stat, so we have 0 bonus melee damage from our stats. With 1 stack, it's 351, aka a 5% boost in melee damage. With 3 stacks, it's 386, aka a 15% boost. Why did I not try 2 stacks? I don't know, but I'm going to take a wild guess and say that it's a 10% damage boost. Sharp Harvest. 3 light attacks within a short window grants special ammo. That is a sword perk. Built to blast, aim assist, stability, and flinch resistance when you have either Woven Mail, Frost Armor, or a Void Overshield. Thematically interesting, not sure how much it's going to hold up in PvE world. I know I'm missing at least one more perk. There's a perk that boosts your weapon stats based on if it's like light or dark, transient something. I don't know. For the life of me, I could not find it in any of my footage. Someone else definitely has it. It's not Elemental Capacitor. I think that's what I said in a previous video. It's something different. Moving to origin traits. Exhaustive Research loads a micro rocket into your weapon if you aim at a target for a brief time. I didn't hate this. It's basically free damage. Problem Solver. This is a good one. Sustained damage on a champ, a mini boss, or a boss exhausts them and gives you weapon handling and reload speed bonuses for a short time. It is Diet Facet of Solitude built into a gun. Vanguard Determination. After using your class ability, final blows with the weapon give you bonus damage resistance. Not too bad either. That is only some of them. I just didn't get clips of every single thing because there was a lot to cover. And I just missed some stuff. So yeah, there's more that I'm sure somebody else has definitely covered. I think that is the end of this video on stats. All right, there you go. That's all 4 of the videos watched. I got kicked. I would like to do something on the artifact. I would like to do an individual video on the artifact. My concern is that it is too late. Because, like, I would, you know, I would need to get it approved by Bungie, and I don't think they're taking any more videos. So, I need to see when the hell they are doing, when the hell they're doing the artifact like TWID article that they're gonna do. Do you know the sources of tiered weapons or how many sources will provide tiered weapons? So you're gonna have the campaign destination, you're gonna have Kepler, and the world tiers are gonna determine oh my god, my ear. What kind of quality loot you get. Within the portal, the difficulty and your current level will determine the tier of loot that you get. So, you know, starting out around 200, you're probably going to be seeing tier 2s. If you do higher difficulty thing, you get an A rank, you might see a tier 3. Then you click into the 300s, you're probably going to see tier 3, tier 4. You click into the 400s, starting to hit 500s. That's where you're going to start to see tier 5. I can turn the game volume back on. Okay. Did I do any public events on Kepler? I don't think there were. Shaq News said you can get 3 2-piece bonuses at once. Is that a mistake on their part? Well, 3 2-piece bonuses would constitute 6 armor pieces. So I'm wondering how they would manage to do that. Is old loot going to be converted to a tier? Not that I'm aware of. It is currently like going to be spec'd around like a tier 3. Like, for example, let me bring up my armor. Right? Like this armor piece right here. In the expansion will probably be of like a tier 3, maybe edging into tier 4 quality. But I'm not sure you could really upgrade this armor past 200. Again, I didn't do a lot of infusion leveling stuff while I was there, so I didn't get the exact 100% rundown of how it's going to work. Maybe somebody else has some footage of it. But you're still going to be able to use your old armor for a little while. But you will eventually want to graduate into the new stuff, especially because Bungie's giving out like a bunch of bonuses for using new gear. Can I get high tier loot as a solo player? If you're good enough to do it, yes. Did they make a clone of your account to play this stuff? Yep. They basically find, like, as soon as they start doing the process, they take my account that is active in the game, and they literally just duplicate it and throw it onto their test servers. Class items do have stats now. That is correct. That is correct. You think it's gonna feel like a loot reset? Not really. I do think there's gonna be plenty of stuff that people use that we have right now. If anything, because like Bungie is not going to be able to dump so much loot into the expansion that you're going to be able to completely replace your arsenal. So you're still going to bring around Indebted Kindness. You're still going to bring around like your Psychopomp. You're still going to bring around your Midnight Coup and your Tenacious Mastery and, you know, your freaking Fixed Odds and your Commemoration. Like, you're still going to have a bunch of that stuff. But Bungie will continue to encourage people to use new stuff because they're going to give you bonuses for using new stuff.
Wonderful day, Guardian.
Are there still power caps for difficulties, or can I go and steamroll low-level content at level 300? I mean, I don't know how many upgrades you're going to really get. Like, if you go into, you know, Expert, which is labeled at 200 power as a 300, I'm not sure what kind of loot you're gonna get, unless I'm misunderstanding the question. Sunsetting 2.0. If you want to look at it from that angle, because whenever someone says like, oh, it's just sunsetting 2.0, to me, you're coming at it from a very negative point of view. You're coming at it with a very like, oh, Bungie wants us to get new items in their loot game. I don't want to get any new loot in the loot game. That's how I'm envisioning you. Like, that's you. When people say, oh, it's just sunsetting. So it's a soft sunsetting, I think, right? But they're trying to meet you halfway in that a lot of, like, if you have giga tier artifice armor and you're going into the expansion, all of your armor is still going to be pretty damn good. It's going to be better than probably anything you're going to find off the floor for like a while. But eventually, they want you to get new items and updated items. That's what they want you to do. They want you to feel empowered to get the new items in the loot game. Okay? When people come in and they're like, they're just sunsetting everything, it's just not exact, then it's like, then whatever. Sure. Did Bungie mention future expansions raising these stat tiers? Like what? Going to like tier 6 or something?
Pogger's brother.
Poggers. Right now, I'm of the mind that future seasons are probably not going to, like, you know, like give you higher tiers in terms of like stat. Like a tier 5 armor piece in this coming expansion will probably cap out around the same as like from the next one. I think the next seasons, the main encouragement to go find new armor in those seasons is going to be finding new set bonuses. It is still a concern of mine, right? We could very easily fall into a situation where if an expansion cycle comes out and it doesn't have any really good set bonuses, we might just be like, dude, I'm not grinding this armor. I don't care. It has no new bonuses that I actually want. So, like, I have no reason to grind the armor. I think that is very much a possibility. Very much a possibility. In this expansion, probably not. Like, we're having the soft sunsetting. We're getting new armor. We're doing the set bonuses. All that kind of stuff. Right? But in future ones, I could see that being a problem. I could see that being a problem. I didn't get to mess with the patrol world tiers, no. The most I got to do was legendary. Because you need to beat legendary in order to unlock the next two. And they never put us in a state where we had like beaten the campaign to see the higher tiers. No, when I say there won't be crafting, my interpretation of that is like everything that currently exists will continue to exist. Like I don't think the Enclave's going anywhere. I don't think any of your current crafted weapons are going anywhere. It's just that I don't think there's any new crafting coming in the expansion. What kind of difficulty and activities tier 5 gear drops on? We just had tier 5 gear handed to us directly as a way to just kind of mess around and test with it. But tier 5 is going to come from higher stuff. Like you're going to need to put in some time to reach the point where you can start hitting some tier 5s. I think it's mainly difficulty driven though. It's mainly difficulty driven. Like you're probably not going to be seeing too many tier 5s from like expert mode, you know, C+ ranking, because you know your loot is driven by how difficult you make the activity. Not even crafting for the new raid weapons. Didn't talk about any raids. Weapons, armor, literally nothing. Literally nothing at all. Scrumjack, like, can you, if you're gonna like be like, all right, bye, by the way, thanks for this, thanks for that, like blah blah blah, bro, just either leave or like cut the bullshit, because you're clearly not here to have a conversation. You're just here to bitch and moan. So like get it out of your system or go join. I'm sure there's a Reddit thread somewhere about people crying about there's no crafting and boo boo hoo, my armor is not going to be good forever. Go do that there. Bring some actual conversation or shut the fuck up and leave. How about that, man? I don't tolerate this anymore.
Wonderful day, Guardian.
You want to have a talk? I'm willing to talk. But right now you're
cautiously excited
crying
for
and pissing your
Fate.
pants.
Thanks for the great videos.
So let me change your diaper and I'll put you in bed. What's happened to mobility? I think mobility is just kind of getting standardized. But mobility is something that I did not get. Like someone was asking me about like, bro, do you know anything about strafe speed? I was like, bro, I didn't test strafe speed during the event. Like it was not on my list of like testing how quickly you could turn or how quickly I would strafe from side to side or anything like that. I know there's some people who did mess around with it. I'm not your guy for that. I am not your guy. That's on Air Max 95. I like some 95s. Yeah, Benny or Walla would be your guys for like any sort of stat testing to that degree, because I freaking did. I did not touch any of that. I did not touch any of that. Scrumjack, that was a very mature response of you. That was very mature. I'm actually shocked. I'm actually shocked. How the higher difficulties feel? Were they difficult because of level, because of actual difficulty? It was mainly difficult through, like, because of level at the time. We did a Devil's Lair. God, 40, it's got to be 40 or 50 levels above us. But we also, you know, had a very limited kit. So we weren't able to, like, optimize super well. But it was mainly because of, like, levels and things were hitting hard. Like, but I wasn't anticipating the Devil's Lair to, you know, introduce a bunch of dungeon mechanics just because we clicked up the difficulty. Okay, Loot Doctor, I don't know the max stat total. Someone earlier in chat said 512. I don't know for sure. Dude, the Corsair enemies, the Flying Vandals, are a son of a bitch. Those guys are annoying. I'm interested to see how people deal with them. But those guys they be zipping around and shit. They are annoying to fight. But in, like, a good way. Okay, but on the gameplay side, what's really different or new? Genuine question. Nothing so far has really been a shakeup other than the armor changes. I would have to ask what kind of gameplay shakeups you were potentially expecting. Because the game is still going to be getting guns to shoot aliens and using your abilities to kill stuff, to get loot, to do the next higher difficulty thing. That's what it's going to be. The campaign experience, again, I'm very interested to see how difficult they make some of the puzzles, because I talked about this earlier. A lot of my frustration with the puzzles wasn't that, like, I couldn't figure out how to solve them. A lot of my frustration came from the fact that, like, sometimes I just didn't know the one hyper-specific spot they wanted me to go to because I just couldn't find it. That was more of like a ball-based mechanic, you know, where you turn into the ball and you kind of zip around and whatever. So I want to see how far they take some of the puzzle stuff. Because I do think some people who are like giga casuals at video games in general might struggle a little bit. But I'm wondering for the people who are a little more locked into the game, how difficult are these puzzles going to get? Because I'm hoping for at least a couple difficult ones. I don't want to feel like all of them are incredibly obvious to go complete, you know? Most common piece of feedback we all gave? Gameplay wise, I think a lot of people were like, bro, why do machine guns feel like ass? Like this felt like not good. But I'll extend that question onto another question. Did you encounter any noticeable annoying bugs in your time you played? Bro, we're playing on literally builds that intentionally have bugs on them because they're still actively being fixed. They're still actively being fixed, right? Like, for example, we couldn't play PvP at all. Everyone's game would crash 1 minute into a PvP match. So I'm not going to be like, oh yeah, this was really buggy on the test build, the build that's not complete yet, the build that hasn't had all the bug fixes done yet. Like, that just is not a fair analysis to give. Show transmog? Sure. There you go. Maybe I'm just kind of done with the gameplay loop. Been playing since Witch Queen, love the game, but after 3 years or so, I haven't seen a lot of innovations. I'm not sure what I'm really looking for, but after doing all the content, I don't feel the want to go back and do more of the same. That's fine. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. I think the game overall is still going to feel like Destiny. You know, I think where some of that innovation might be coming from is probably more on the campaign side. They're trying some different things with how they do campaigns. But it could just be that you're just out of it. But I am interested in Bungie's, you know, philosophy of maybe being like, okay, this expansion is gonna feel like a Metroidvania, and then this expansion is gonna feel like this, and then this expansion is gonna feel like that. I'm interested to see where they go with that. But the whole of the game is gonna be you're loading into the portal, you're playing some activities with the buds, you're tuning the difficulty as much as you want, you're getting loot, you're progressing up the ladder of loot and difficulty and all that kind of stuff. And that's your day to day. That is your day to day. Also, I have had a lot of people asking me about the prismatic nerfs and the fragment changes and all this and that. Again, not something that I really got to engage with a ton. The only time that I noticed it was when I booted up my prismatic warlock just to get like a little bit of footage of the new exotic. But I didn't even know if it was like bugged at the time or if that's how it was supposed to be. I didn't even ask, just because I had other stuff on my mind. So when Bungie talks patch notes and talks about those changes and why they did them, that's when I would like to talk about that more, because I don't have any context as for why they're doing those nerfs other than just some stuff that I can insinuate on my own, right? Other than like Prismatic Warlock really goddamn good, Prismatic Titan really goddamn good. So obviously they want to try to take some power away from the higher tier builds. But like I said earlier, I still would like to see them buff underperforming aspects as opposed to them like clocking down the things that are like too good. So, but until then, I really want them to speak up first, and then we can have a discussion about it. Testing Green talked about it in an interview. Was it, who did the interview? Yeah, I have the artifact mods for the next season. We can take a look at those. Can you put mementos on the new weapons, or is that system scrapped now? I didn't try any memento-based anything, so unsure. PC Gamer. Someone linked an article earlier about traditional media articles. Someone, who's got the article? This is an interview. Okay. Do they have like their first impressions? Because I would really like to read what traditional media has thought of what is coming. If anyone has that article, let me know. Because I do really want to see. Okay, you can read our hands-on impressions. Check it. Okay, this is just. Wow, they really said. Okay, Destiny 2: The Edge of Fate's new exotics include the most powerful primary weapon I've ever used, and gloves that enable one of the coolest player requested abilities. I mean, the second half definitely true, because people wanted, you know, the hammer. Most powerful primary weapon. Really? Okay. I want to read their article. Let's go to commentary face cam. Okay. All right, and I'll get you guys. Oh God, what did I hit? Hello? Okay, there we go. Boom. Now boom. Okay. I want to read a non-Destiny source's take on this. Let me make this a little bit bigger here. Okay. Hurting around pipes as an electrified morph ball doesn't immediately scream Destiny 2 to me. Even so, I don't mind the heaping of Metro that Bungie did do. It's weird, sure, but it feels like something fresh. A couple weeks ago, I went to Bellevue to play a build, new storyline. Future expansions will contribute to this overarching narrative. They won't be as closely tied together. Appears to be enjoying this newfound freedom. Yep. Dive in more weird specific stuff. Okay. Edge of Fate begins the way most expansions do. Mysterious Call, New World. Yep. Yeah, okay, just giving context for the stuff. As usual, find themselves on a new world. Fallen have a new jetpack enemy. Yep. Vex have a new enemy. Bizarre third-party Lodi. Okay, so talking about Lodi. He doesn't talk like a normal Destiny character who lives in a world where science has truly morphed into magic. He just talks like people. Okay. I mean, even like in the very limited dialogue that I did experience with Lodi, he do be talking like he's like a pretty normal guy. He do be talking like pretty normal, you know? He's not like a quirky personality. He kind of is, it's kind of more of like a straight man role. And I do think people will like him. You know, I don't know how like funny of a character he's supposed to be. He doesn't really come across as a super funny character. He's pretty chill. I mean, granted, the situation he's in is like not chill. But like he as a character, he's kind of chill. So, do we crack open any brewskis with him in the campaign? That I don't know. Maybe there's a mission where you do. Okay. As far as space weirdness and setup, the Edge of Fate is still classic Destiny. As you explore, okay. Not trying to hide the inspiration. It's a love letter, and that shines through as I roll around the feet of stomping Vex Wyverns to super bomb some nearby confluxes, disabling their shields. Okay, so I'm wondering, I just want to hear some of their opinion, because like I know a bunch of this already. I'm able to spawn a cannon that makes this like a makeshift portal gun. I will say the portal gun itself, like actually using it as a cannon, it's like a pretty good weapon as well. Because you could just like when you turn into the Matter Spark, you can like zap nearby enemies, which will disorient them. So it's like an AoE disorient. And then the portal gun is like it's basically a scorch cannon, but it shoots void if it's not shooting a portal. And I think it weaken? It might do some sort of void thing. It might do some sort of a void thing. Okay. Sorry. Dre, FGG, you can unban them, untime them out, but just chill with the spam questions, man. Chill with the spam questions. I will get to it. I'm checking the article right now. Okay. Sorry, I want to make sure the text is still actually on the screen. New abilities have been created in service to environmental puzzles that require increasing thought and timing to solve, but it's the way that Bungie has layered these tools on top of one another that really delights me. Matter Spark ability takes a back seat as soon as I get the teleporter with a few puzzles to make sure I'm thinking of my portals. They start to reintroduce it back into the kit. Required me to keep okay. To do that, I needed to head into some nearby rooms to fix some other parts of the machine, requiring completing increasingly complex puzzles. I did not get the feeling that the puzzles were incredibly complex. I don't know. Maybe because I just like spent 40 hours in blueprints and like my brain was like on with the puzzle solving. A lot of the puzzle solving just kind of felt like I need to find the one spot where I need to go in order to start doing the puzzle. It didn't feel that complex. I will say it is complex by Destiny standards, absolutely, but they didn't feel that complex to me. I don't know. Maybe other people will feel a little bit differently. But they didn't feel that complex. And I think Milo kind of felt the same. And God bless him, he just doesn't know how the Bungie capture events work. But he was trying so hard to like get to some kind of spot in the game where like he was asking them like, hey, is there a puzzle that's like actually really hard somewhere in the campaign that you could teleport me to that I could play to experience and blah blah blah, and they were just very, very politely trying to say, we're not gonna do that. We're just not, like, just you just gotta wait. Like, this is what we're showing you, and all that kind of stuff. I'm like, I get it. Like, I totally get it, because I also wanted that, but I just know how they operate. But he's like, bro, can you just show me one thing? So I was like, I didn't say anything, but I just had to be like, internally, I was just like, he just doesn't know. He doesn't know. So, okay. In one of the final areas before circling back to a big fight in front of the main generator, which I think I know exactly what he's talking about. Who wrote this? Oh yeah. I had to complete what I counted as a 13-step puzzle in order to spawn the final boss. While the puzzle as a whole wasn't particularly confusing or difficult, it was exciting, got me to think about my environment differently, took me someplace new, and asked me to solve something that didn't feel like a Destiny puzzle at all. I would say that is of I am of a similar mind in that, like, it doesn't feel like something I've done in the past a lot, but it wasn't that confusing or difficult, and that's kind of what I'm looking for in the campaign. Is like, I actually want to be challenged with regards to the puzzle solving, not feel like I could walk up to a puzzle and be like, oh, I just need to do boom, boom, boom in that order and it's done. Okay. Okay. So they're talking about, I was impressed with how engaged I was regardless of whether I was focusing on puzzle, combat, or both. Bungie could obviously get that mixed wrong in other parts of the campaign, but I was never more than a few seconds away from shooting something by the time I was all puzzled out. Bungie has never failed to offer this best-in-class gunplay with Destiny 2. It's why those of us stuck around, but after 10 years, the game around that game gunplay feels stale. Even missions that I loved back in the Witch Queen, though high quality, couldn't exactly be described as innovative. But with the addition of Matterspark and other Kepler-exclusive abilities, Bungie's developers have managed to add something that feels new despite being borrowed from other games that I love without sacrificing the core of Destiny's DNA. Interesting. Interesting. It's like every time, man. Every time I want to try to do like some kind of YouTube segment, I always got to break it up. Because like there's just some fucking yapping going on. I don't know how many times I've had to say, don't talk shite about other creators in the chat. At least in the damn Destiny community. But don't. Drop it. Take it to DMs. Take it to Discord. Whatever the fuck you got to do. That's it. That's it. I don't got beef with a lot of people, and you'll know when I do. You'll know when I do. Yeah, we'll talk about Deborah Wilson being Ikora's temporary voice in a moment here. Okay. Abilities do create an interesting kind of struggle within me, one that I'm still not sure I've settled. Weeks after my play session, the Kepler abilities are very cool and make the planet feel unique, but there's a sadness that comes with not being able to play with them the moment you step onto an older destination. I don't know if personally I'll feel like that, because I just kind of know that like they're isolated to over there. I'm just kind of used to that. Keeping them unique to Kepler ensures that the destination and experience of Edge of Fate feels special and unique forever. Okay. It's a massive game. Most of my time won't be spent on Kepler. Thankfully, Green told me that the studio will be continuing to build off of the Garden's power sets in the future. He wasn't specific. Okay. Would I be more excited overall if part of the Edge of Fate was a class ability override that let me turn to a Morph Ball? I'm not certain. It's a balance Bungie's going to have to get right. Otherwise, this bespoke locations could risk making the game feel really stale by comparison. For now, it really helps set Kepler apart from other destinations, and I think I'm going to end up loving that. I mean, Kepler definitely feels like a much more enjoyable patrol type experience because of these abilities compared to like pretty much any other destination, which just kind of serves as a place for the campaign to happen. It's a big place. Yeah, this destination is pretty big. I don't know if it's the largest, but it feels pretty big because a lot of it, like the whole, I mean, the whole story happens on all these other destinations as well, but like the whole point of this one is that there's different sections. It's kind of like you have your main hub in the middle, and then there's like 4 different sections that kind of spoke out, and each section has kind of like its own little thing going on, and then I think you like converge back in the middle for like once you get all the things and so I don't know. I personally wouldn't call it the largest because it's not something I particularly like tried to visualize or test, but it feels big. It feels big. I will say that, but I would not be willing to like stamp it like it's the biggest unless Bungie said this is the biggest place we've ever made. But it does feel large. Even though I've only played for a few hours of Edge of Fate's campaign, I find myself suddenly excited for future expansions like Renegades. I'm even starting to develop faith that a Star Wars-themed expansion might be more than just driving across a Tatooine at home planet on a Sparrow while Drifter knowingly asks me over the radio. Yeah. Okay, part of that comes from the campaign, but it's also because of the sheer number of changes coming to the rest of the Destiny 2 hobby, as Bungie's developers like to call it. Okay. Results are that Destiny's loot chase is going to be more of a grind than it has been in years past. That is absolutely true. Absolutely. Let me add that Bungie's intention is to make that grind more worthwhile and deterministic than ever before. More chase, but better rewards to show for it, which brings us to the tier system. We talked a lot about the tier system already. Wasn't really able to tell the difference during my admittedly limited game time. I still need a bit of convincing that these items are going to be noticeably different from the other gear, at least beyond the fashion incentive. Tier 5 weapons come with a special blue glow and nice looking on-kill effect. I mean, it is tier 5 compared to like what we have now feels like Adepts to before we had Adepts. In that, like, yes, or like enhanced perks, right? Yes, it's cool to have enhanced perks, but the whole point of adept weapons / enhanced perks were to have something for the group of people who wanted to continue to push themselves, but not give them such good loot that they would be able to then just like trounce the rest of the game. You know what I mean? And tier 5s essentially are that compared to what we have right now with our crafted enhanced weapons, right? Like you get, you know, the tier 5 weapons come with the special glow, and they come with like 3 perks in the column, and everything is enhanced, but the tier 5 weapons are not so good that they will completely outclass every other weapon that you have in your arsenal, right? It's the same thing as going from like a Fatebringer to a Fatebringer Adept. Yeah, you get the mod slot, you get that different mod slot for the Adept, and you know, it's a slight bump. You upgrade a perk, it's a slight bump. It's a 5%, 10% boost. Sometimes it's a little bit more, sometimes it's just not even noticeable. So
another month.
So the tier 5 is like, yeah, it's cool and it's like aspirational and it's neat to have the tier 5 items. But like if you just keep rolling around with your crafted aberrant action with like heal clip incandescent, double enhanced, like you're still gonna frag. You know what I mean? Because they just like Bungie doesn't want the highest tier loot. Like they essentially just don't want a recluse situation again. That's is really the factor. They don't want a Not Forgotten. They don't want a Luna's Howl. They don't want that situation again where just all of a sudden you do a top tier challenge and you get this god weapon that just outclasses everything else in the game. And they want to avoid that. But they still need to incentivize these higher tier items while also making it feel like they're not mandatory to do the hardest stuff in the game. So they're just in a weird spot. They're in a weird spot with this higher tier loot because, again, I don't know if there is a right answer. I think there just is an answer. Right? I think it's
happy to be here.
I think it's admirable that they don't want, you know, just like you to do one activity and all of a sudden you have like the best loot in the game and you just completely dump on everybody. But at the same time, not incentivizing those higher tiers enough makes it so like there's nothing to aspire to. It's a tough problem. It's a toughie. While I'm skeptical here, I have faith that these high tier weapons won't be the second coming of Adepts. Weapons that are significantly more painful to grind for in D2 with nearly no major benefits. That's because the aforementioned mathematical statistical benefits that come from wielding tier 5 gear. Tier 5 weapons will have better reload range, blah, 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 just because they're tier 5. It's hard to preview. Yeah, it's tough to tell. Again, I say this all the time. Like, if you're just like a regular player of the game, it is very difficult to feel a lot of these very fine-tuned stat adjustments, right? The average player is not feeling the difference of +5 range on their hand cannon. The average person is not feeling the difference of +7 handling on their pulse rifle. They're just not. They're just not. Higher tier items come from increasing your power level and ascending the difficulty tiers. Kind of similar to Diablo 4. Blah, 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 blah. Yep. We'll talk about all this, or we have talked about all this already. One thing I was delighted to see with Edge of Fate is Bungie doubling down on new archetypes for weapons. Rocket sidearms, healing auto rifles been fun. Yeah, we talked about these as well in the video I just did. A lot of the stuff we've also already talked about. Certain weapons and missions have guaranteed rewards that rotate daily. You're no longer really limited by your grind. You can target focus an item. You know, if you're just like, bro, the game won't give me a class item, there's probably some sort of class item ops activity that you can go do, and then boom, your class item's updated, and you can kind of go back to whatever grind you were doing. I imagine more casual Destiny fans will be happy enough with tier 3 or tier 4. Yep. There's also a danger that the community will deem anything below tier 5 as trash. Also a problem, even though it's absolutely not. As someone who's absolutely sick of a lot of the older strikes and activities in the game, the portal feels like a meaningful way to revive stagnant missions and make them fun again. But Destiny has long suffered from an small pool of repeatable activities that have gotten very boring for veterans, while the newer, fresh seasonal offerings are removed at the end of each year. That's another thing, too. They're bringing back the Coil. They're bringing back Savathûn Spire. They can go back as far as they have been archiving things to bring things back into the game every few months or so, which I think is cool. There's absolutely going to be a ton of people, though, that are just like, wow, the whole game is based on, like, stuff that we used to have that has now come back, and they just rotate in and out and blah, 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 and recycled content, and, like, yeah, like, you're not technically wrong, but I'm tired of the recycled content conversation. I just don't want to really have that conversation anymore. Rather do that than run a bunch of strikes. I mean, even if you want to run strikes, like there's strikes in the fire team playlist. There's strike in the fire team playlist if you want to go play those, you know? Bungie has assured me that they're moving away from content that rotates out forever. The Whisperer's incredible mission. Not only have do I have a reason to run it for new and relevant gear, by the time I get sick of it, it'll hopefully get swapped out for something I haven't played in a while. I don't like Kale's Fall nearly as much, but it's still something to have. Okay, I have to admit, some of the things that I saw, mostly the new tiered items, left me a bit worried, but I recognize that fear in myself as a fear of change. On paper, the changes excite me, but it's going to be months, potentially not until March of next year, when the mid-season update for Renegades hits, before players truly grasp how different the game has become, what changes have helped, and which have been misguided. Yeah, totally. I think, you know, even this expansion, I'm not sure how many problems we're going to see. I think there are going to be more of, more recognizable in the second expansion, the third expansion, the fourth expansion. Like, where does stuff start to break? The first expansion, sure, there might be some stuff breaking, but it's all so new and we're getting such a big reset that it might not feel as bad. But then same thing. When we get to Renegades, are people gonna be like instantly tired of the power grind? Are they going to be like, God damn it, I don't want to do this again? I think I even mentioned in one of my videos where I said, you know, it maybe instead of resetting all the way back down to 200, you only reset like a certain percentage of your levels, sort of like commendation score, right? Like if you had 5,000 commendation score, you know, they would leave you with, what, 1,500 or something like that? So if you get to level 550, instead of going all the way back down to 200, you would go to like 320 or something like that. But those are problems that I don't think we can really acknowledge until we actually experience them. You know? But I'm willing to give it a chance at the very least. And don't forget about Fireteam Power as well. I'm pretty sure that's still around. This is PCGamer.com. This is where the article is. All these changes, even the ones I'm sure of, seem aimed at improving the game for the long haul. The loop of Destiny is fundamentally different. It does freak me out. But the current game's loop is, in a way, non-existent. Destiny 2 has all been about checklists for a long time. Get the god roll of a gun I barely care about. Check it off my list, throw it in the vault, and never use it again. I've obviously enjoyed doing that for a bit over the years, but there's a certain what is this all even for that has nagged at every Destiny player I know over the past several expansions. Bungie is finally giving us a sense of progression that isn't just, thank Christ I finished enough bounties to complete a GM this season. Yeah. I mean, Ryan's been around he's been around a while. He's been around the block. Certain that there's going to be changes in the overhaul that I don't like 6 months from now. Yeah. Good or bad, D2 will at the very least feel new again when the Edge of Fate launches on July 15th. Okay. Yeah, I think he said a lot of fair stuff. You know? Good article. But, you know, it's these kind of articles that drive a lot of the engagement outside of the Destiny community. And, you know, he's not saying, like, this is God's gift to gaming.
but he's got a, you know, positive spin on it, which I, you know, is nice. Because again, there might be another article out there of someone being like, what the hell are they do? This is ass, bro. So it's interesting to see how the traditional media, regardless if they play the game a lot or not, is reacting.
But if you remember, did you notice Hellion having only one fragment slot on Prismatic?
Yes, as we've talked about it a lot. It is something that I want to talk about when Bungie comes out with some patch notes that addresses why they're making these fragment changes to Prismatic. Because it is not something that I talked about with anyone at Bungie at all. So I don't feel comfortable giving commentary other than just like my generic, you know, Prismatic really good, therefore Bungie trying to nerf it kind of deal. So yeah, it's something I do want to talk about, but I need more insight before I can talk about it. How do games like WoW avoid the hate that comes with the eye level grind every X-Pack? The people who play WoW expect that. And the people who play WoW... Coming up, Brim? You coming up, buddy? You coming up? Coming up? Oh, no. Give me that foot. Give me your foot. Give me your foot. There we go. Give me your butt. Okay. This is a done. This bit is done. The people who play WoW. The people who play WoW know and value that experience, right? They value the armor grind. That's why they play the game. They like to do that, right? It is fun to gear up and do that kind of stuff. They expect it. That's part of the game. And also, stats are handled in a much different way in WoW compared to Destiny, where like a lot of items are in WoW, they are just like stat sticks, right? And, you know, Blizzard is able to increase the power of players over, you know, a 2-year period, 2.5-year period, because of just how the game works. They are used to that. You are used to like your stats go up over 2 years and then you kind of click back down. And then another 2.5 years or so, and then you click back down. And so there's always this like constant rescaling, but it's also possible to get stronger in something like WoW because your stats do end up scaling. But again, a lot of it is just WoW players expect that kind of gameplay and experience.
Wow. Reggie, Wussler. Wow.
All right. He'll be fine. So, God, I could like talk about this for hours, bro. I'm trying to like think of a way to like sum this up in like a conclusive way so we can look at a new article. But it's just a difference of like the kind of players who play WoW versus the kind of players who want to play Destiny. And Destiny players like don't want a WoW type experience in their game. I feel like the average Destiny player wants to play Destiny as just like a campaign first-person shooter. But there's also some things that Bungie is not able to do that WoW can do in terms of like how their game scales and how this works and how that works. And it just comes down to what kind of a game that Bungie wants to make versus what Blizzard wants to make. So, and it just comes down to they're different games with different audiences wanting different things.
is what it comes down to. Who got another article? Gimme. Who got that one article? Okay. So then why have people slowly stopped playing because of no more grind? People are just tired. People are just tired. They're tired of the loop. I mean, it's not to say that people don't quit WoW. But I think, I don't know, just WoW has just the privilege of being a bigger experience than Destiny, right? Destiny is WoW in hyperspeed, is what I've been calling it for like the past decade now. WoW has like the breadth of things to do in that game that Destiny does not. Like, they got so much stuff in that game, man. And it's still kind of like the pinnacle MMO in the world, probably, right? Spare me Final Fantasy 14 people, but it's kind of still the experience. Bungie lost a lot of good faith when sunsetting. All the stuff in WoW is still there. Yeah. Even if it's barely getting touched. Why is my shirt so small? Because I started working out and my clothes are tighter now. Sorry. I gotta buy bigger shirts now. That's all I got. That's all I got, man. The working out's working. Trust me, I'm uncomfortable too. You think I like doing... I gotta pull down my sleeves every 4 seconds. Only reason I'm considering stopping playing is because the loot grind isn't there anymore. Exotics rarity doesn't feel that exotic anymore. Well, I mean, because they're not, you know. It's just they're not anymore, right? But the game has changed a lot. I don't know. Dude, I could talk about this for so goddamn long. Watched CB Gray's video or heard about it? No. What's going on? Are they bringing fishing back? I haven't seen anything related to fishing. About why nothing matters more than D2 loot-wise? I haven't watched. I have not watched. But, I mean, like, I get it. I think part of it is, like, you know, again, you look at something like WoW. And WoW is a game where you can never truly feel done unless you have just been playing for the past 20 years and you've made it your life for, like, the past 20 years. Destiny is a game where, yes, it takes thousands of hours to get there, but it is a game where you can feel done. And with how few newer players it feels like have come in, all you ever hear from are the people who have been playing for hundreds, thousands of hours. And they just feel done. Like in WoW, if you're feeling done, guess what? You can boot up a new class. And like it's a full skill set to go learn a new class in WoW. Like you're playing a warrior. You're like, I want to go learn how to play a mage. That is a completely different gaming experience in WoW compared to Destiny, where it's like, I want to go from learning a Titan to a Warlock. Like, yes, they're different. Titans are not warlocks, but it's not nearly as different going from a Titan to a warlock than it is going from a warrior to a mage in World of Warcraft. So if you ever get bored in WoW, you can be like, I'm going to start a new class. I'm going to start up a new character and learn for hundreds of hours their skill set. And, you know, they got like mythic dungeon keys and all that kind of stuff. There's always a way to feel like you're progressing in that game somehow. And Destiny just doesn't have as many of those progression systems in the game. Like, the main Destiny progression system is what? Getting a title? Getting to the max level? Like, it's so much faster to cap out on the Destiny experience. And I keep referencing WoW because the main topic of conversation was WoW, so I keep bringing up WoW. But like, there's so many more things in WoW to cap off on that it always feels like there's something to go do. Destiny just doesn't have that same cap. It doesn't have that same pinnacle. And the grind that we do have, like, if you've been playing for a very long time, like, things are get like very small increments of increases, right? This new weapon, it's like 2% better than the previous thing because it got a new perk, right? So it's like, oh, now this is the better one because it's got this slightly different tuned perk that makes it a little bit better. That's like not enough for a lot of people to stay hooked on the experience. And when you have this much time in the game, like, I would love to know what the average like playtime for a Destiny player is of like people who are still active, right? There was like a stat that came out a while ago that's like over 45% of people who own Elden Ring have over 100 hours in the game. I would love to know some of those stats for Destiny, personally. Just to see like what kind of numbers we're working with. Because I'm guessing you're working with a lot more veteran players than non-veteran players. And veteran players, dude, when you have like a kit, that you're like fully locked in on, you're kind of like, all right, there's a gun here and a gun there, but there's not as many pinnacles to achieve in the game, you know? Fingy Prince, you're catching me during like a 5-minute segment of a 6-hour stream where we're talking some comparisons to a different game. But like, go off, King. If that's true, why doesn't Bungie cater to those players then? Well, like the people who want more pinnacle things, because there's a majority of people. It's a weird dichotomy if you do think about it. The game do be kind of casual. I don't know. I just don't even know what people want out of the experience anymore. Personally, I don't know. Because, like, with how many people are like, no, we don't want to regrind weapons. No, we don't want to regrind armor. No, we don't want to do this. No, this change is bad. I'm just like, what do you want? And it's like, nobody knows. Nobody knows what they want. I don't even know what I want. I don't even know what I want. I have no idea. I don't know. It's like it's a weird. It's a weird thing. It's a weird thing in this community, man. It's a weird one. They want to play a different game but can't. I do kind of feel like that. I feel like there are absolutely some people out there who have invested so much time into this game that they feel like trapped within it, like they're forced to continue to play, or they just like don't want to find a different game. It's like, this is just home. I don't know. Comes down to just shooting dudes. It's fun. I mean, shooting dudes in Destiny is really fun. It is pretty goddamn fun. You know? It's like you just take the raw essence of some Destiny gameplay. It's fun, man. It's kind of a fun thing to like hit a fat consecration on a group of like 20 dudes and see them all explode. Like, that's pretty fun, man. I don't know if you know that, but if you haven't done it, you should try it because it's fun. You know, there should be a thing keeping people in the game. I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you at all. I don't. Part of the reason I wasn't on the game for like the past 2 months is because like I don't have anything else to aspire to. I did everything. I got all the titles. I got all the this. I got all the that. I have aspired to everything that I wanted to do. There's not much more else. Like there's no other checklists here, man. Sorry, hang on. I mean, like, dude. I got them all, man. I did all the things. Look at my freaking emblems. It's triumphs. I'm almost maxed out. 26,000 out of 20, almost 28,000. Did a lot. What do I think about exotics? I think they're neat. It's a very open-ended question. It's a very open-ended question. Okay. We're just gonna do that. Sorry, YouTube chat. I got you. I do want to take a look at this other article here. This is the wrong screen. Boom. Let's move to this one. Okay, Tubbs. Okay. All right. How's the text size for that? Yeah, you guys are good, right? That's a good size. You want me to make this bigger? Why is it hide user, bro? This guy got multiple accounts of the same thing to come into the freaking YouTube chat? What the f... The hell is wrong with this guy, man? Okay. It looks small next to your guns and brim. Look at this little baby face. Look at this little baby. Ooh. You got a big frown. You go frown. It's a big frown. You frown. Now you got some teeth. Teeth. You got a big frown. You just go frown, frown, frown all day. You go frown. There's a little rubbery chin. Give him some chin scratchies. Ooh. Sorry, I'm just... do we have any mods in Twitch chat that can just, like, monitor YouTube chat while I do this segment? Yeah, just just watch out for. I mean, you'll know. I'll put it this way: you will know when what you need to do. You will know what you need to do. Okay. Let's read this article. D2's upcoming expansion, Edge of Fate, launches at an uncertain time. Follows the high-octane culmination, the first era. Final, yap. Edge of Fate will be enough to bring back lapsed players, but also needs to give D2 a shot in the arm that will keep avid superfans engaged for the foreseeable future. I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't understand. Boost, I'm gonna let you do that while I read this. I don't know how he keeps coming back. I don't know. He's got 14,000 accounts. He's got so many accounts. Had the opportunity to dig into Edge of Fate at a preview event. I can confidently say the expansion's big changes bring new life to the game. Its campaign takes some big swings with environmental puzzles, new methods of traversal, overhauls D2's core gameplay to make it significantly more streamlined and comprehensible. It remains to be seen if that's enough to revitalize Destiny 2 with the numbers it once had or reinforce the game's status as a live service powerhouse, but it is enough to make me want to play more. Okay. Sorry, I heard a noise. Okay. I'm trying to like skip past like just like pure information and get to some people's opinions. Spent my time exploring Kepler. While I found some of the narrative hooks intriguing, I was most impressed with Kepler's world design. The remote planetoid is distinct from D2's other locations. Dark matter appears. The place is not completely alien. Human architecture, vehicles, impactful scenes. You guys out of a Vista skybox dominated by a colossal aircraft carrier. Okay. Yeah, talking about a lot of abilities. While platforming and light puzzle solving has always appeared in Destiny campaigns, Edge of Fate leans more into environmental puzzles rather than previous, drawing directly on Bungie's past experience with dungeons and raids. New abilities. Okay, explaining more of these things. Okay. These abilities are key to Bungie's goal of making the Edge of Fate play more like a Metroidvania than a linear first-person shooter. The developer has, in fact, invoked the genre multiple times since discussions. Told me in an interview that the team was directly inspired by Metroid and Hollow Knight when designing the campaign. New abilities provided welcome injection of new mechanics into otherwise familiar D2 gameplay. Finding secrets and figuring out how to traverse through areas enjoyable. Promise of being able to return to old areas. Okay. The line between enjoyably challenging and deeply frustrating is a thin one. There were several instances in my time where I struggled to find the specific nooks and crannies that I needed to move my Matterball spark into. Some of these moments of fruitless searching literally doubled the length of what was otherwise a compact mission. Yes. This was the exact problem that I had as well. I did a whole bit earlier about like, bro, the puzzle should not be me trying to find the one tiny crack in the wall that I need to get to in order to do the rest of the puzzle that I know exactly how to do. The puzzle should be like more intricate puzzle solving, not just like you use this and then you use this and then you use this and then that's the end of it. So again, this is why I want to see how deep the puzzle experience gets, because right now IMO, it doesn't go hard enough. But that could be because we didn't see the harder things, or maybe they're not available on legendary difficulty and they require higher difficulty, or maybe they just don't exist. I do think it is a fun shakeup of how the Destiny campaign usually functions, but I want more true puzzle solving more than like, where is the freaking hole in the wall? That's what I'm looking for. Playing with an early build, Bungie is aware of some opaque moments of traversal, so they may improve by launch. Constantly optimistic the abilities will be a welcome change of pace, but they're taking risks in order to shake up Destiny's formula. Yes. Also experiment with the core D2 experience, change their numerous portal and shooting range. Two of the most obvious and impactful. Oh, okay, yeah. I would say the shooting range. The shooting range impactful. It's definitely impactful for like certain players. But there might be some people who literally never even touch the shooting range. But it definitely is. It is pretty nice. It is pretty nice. May sound like marginal updates, make a huge difference. Fundamental break, prioritize. Throw out Destiny's fairly obfuscated reward system in the multi-layered map that has hidden activities. Okay, one of the best examples, more digestible, how to organize activities based on the way you want to play. Brim, Jesus Christ. Oh my God. That's a doot. That is a beep. Jesus, man. As a person who plays almost exclusively solo, I've been long frustrated by the way D2 hides or discourages activities that are good for playing alone. Portal is making solo ops. Yep. We know this. Inclusion of a much more extensive set of modifiers and options that you can customize mission's difficulty. Huge change. You can choose from different buffs and debuffs. Yep. All effect scoring multipliers. How many rewards you get in a mission. Yep. Found the portal genuinely transformative to the D2 gameplay loop. While I've always generally liked the use of the destination map, the improvements to visibility and customizability that the portal implements will make the game more enjoyable and replayable for many different types of players. I even ended up replaying quick missions multiple times during my preview just because I was invested in seeing how different combinations of modifiers would affect my performance, enemy difficulty, and the rewards I got. It was exciting to try to push my limits, and that excitement was driven by the fact that I got to choose exactly how I was going to get challenged. Okay. Shooting range. I'm not going to talk about too much about the shooting range because the shooting range is god tier. It's amazing. Okay, still unclear if Bungie has done enough to bring back the lapsed Destiny players who have fallen off at some point over the game's long history, or to entice new players who have never touched the game before. It's a daunting game in many ways, and despite Edge of Fate attempting to initiate a new, more welcoming phase, there's a lot of narrative and mechanical intricacy that has accumulated over the years. Bungie has to find a way to simultaneously signal that it's a good time to join or rejoin, while also giving its committed players both continuity and new treasures to chase. In the absence of a truly clean break in the form of a new sequel, I don't think this challenge is getting any easier, and I'm not sure Kepler, the portal, and the shooting range will fully solve it. Despite that, I'm optimistic about the swings that Bungie is taking with the expansion, especially those that overhaul the core game. You'll likely find me spending too much time at weapon mods. Okay. July 19th. It's 15th. Yeah, another good art. Very, very similar vibe to the PC Gamer one. And it does kind of also encapsulate how I feel. The reason I've been so apprehensive to talk a lot of my opinions is like, a lot of these articles are saying, is this enough of a shot in the arm to get people like super excited about Destiny again, or like getting people to rejoin? Sorry, I'll go to the top here. And I've been so apprehensive because for me, like, the answer for is this like a giga shot in the arm to the franchise, the answer doesn't feel like yes, but it also isn't like this is bad, So like it's good stuff, but like, is it this super high octane shot of adrenaline straight into our freaking bloodstream? I'm like not as confident to say yes either. Lodi, a human. I think you guys will like Lodi. I think you guys will like him. Like don't get too weird about Lodi. I think people will like Lodi. I think people will like him. So don't be too harsh on him yet. I think people like him. Scara said it's smarter Osiris. Yeah, I think he's chill. I think he's chill. At the very least, he is not cringe. He is not cringe. At least everything that I've seen of him so far signals to me not cringe. I don't think he's cringe at all. I think people like him. Not secretly a bad guy. He doesn't seem like a bad guy. I don't know. Some people are like, he's gonna betray us. So far, I'm like, he just seems chill. But, you know, I haven't played the back half of the campaign, so maybe something else happens. I also haven't played with dialogue in anything other than the first mission. So I don't even know what he even says other than in the first mission. But he, you know, he's got like a funny line. But otherwise, I think he's chill. He's very, diplomatic's not the right word, but, I don't know. I don't know what the word is, but he's chill. I think you guys will like him. I think you'll like him. No, I haven't played half. They ping-ponged us around in the first half. Yeah. Yeah. No, I agree. Is there any other articles before we kind of like wrap up this segment? PlayStation article on that review, that's just factoids, and this Shack News article has opinions and stuff, but it's less mainstream. Edge of Fate interview. Okay. I'm interested to read the interview. Let's see. Let's see here. Let's see. Okay. Brings a raft of big systemic and quality of life changes. Do you think it's going to be enough in a world where you're looking to bring people back post final shape and where player concurrency is lower than you'd like it to be? We've seen that when we have a release that is compelling, that is a compelling mix of campaign and story, but also has free systemic changes, then players take them together as a full product. Best example is Witch Queen. We think that making the core game of Destiny stronger is a tide that rises all boats. It makes for a better expansion experience, better free experience. So I think there's strength in that model that we're trying to move to now. That is fair. Again, at some point, we've been talking about this for like the past 5 years. At some point, Bungie was going to need to do some kind of a patch that's like maybe not super high on content, but big on like changes that they need to make. They need to make some gameplay systems changes, and they are not that's tough to sell as like a product, like an expansion, right? But it's just one of those things that like at some point you just have to sit down and be like, look, dude, we just have to do it. We have to make some of these big changes in the game, and then once we lay the new foundation, once we lay the concrete, then we can start building on top of it again. And right now, they're trying to like take down a lot of an old building, lay some new concrete, and rebuild it. And what's also going to help is like they're hopefully not going to be removing a lot of content anymore. You know, like the ops playlists will probably have things rotating in and out, but like I think they said expansion content, that stuff's not rotating out of the game anymore, right? Mainly because like I don't think they really can pull that stunt anymore. So it's just they got to break some bones and let them heal, and then you can keep going. But this is one of those updates that we have been talking about as a community for a while now, and I think that's what this is going to be. It's just like, it's that update that's like, yeah, it's not super sexy, it's not super flashy, but it's just some big things that we had to do, because if we keep kicking them down the road, like, we're never going to get to the spot where we want to get to. I don't get why old gen is being supported. I can tell you that old gen will continue to be supported until it is on the scale of like what PS3 and Xbox 360 were way back when, in that there was like only less than 10% of the player base on those older consoles. There have to be so many people still playing on those older consoles that it is still worth it for Bungie to continue the service of the game on those older consoles. They are still coughing up money. And until the piece of that pie becomes so small that they can be like, get it out and let's move on, they're going to continue. They're just going to continue. Unfortunately, we don't have any sort of like population numbers other than Steam. Like, we don't know how many people are playing on consoles. But it's another one of those questions that I would love to ask somebody high up at Bungie, to be like, how much is old gen really holding the game back, if at all? Because again, it's just something that I'm not knowledgeable about at all. I don't know. Like, maybe it's like not as big of a deal as we think it is. Or maybe it's like actually a huge deal. They're like, yeah, you know, we could do like some more intricate stuff if we didn't have to, but I just don't know. Like, it's very difficult to come to any kind of assumptions of like, oh, PS4 people are holding us back. And it's like, what is that based on? Just because it's old tech? You know? Yeah, like I'm with you. Like, in theory, like you would think like, old technology bad, new technology good. So like, I get it, but I don't think it's like definitive. Like, you can just say that like old gen is the problem, you know? My understanding of tech stack is that it's just at its limits at an architectural level. They can't do certain things. Yeah, no, I get it. I get it. But, again, until the old consoles stop being a significant portion of Bungie's income, they're gonna keep supporting it. Unless they get to a point where they're just like, look, it is actively debilitating our ability to make new content for this game. We need to drop old gen. Otherwise, it's gonna be a money thing. It's just going to be a money thing. Let's keep reading. Without any major addition to the existing subclasses or a new damage element, don't you worry that the build crafting side of things may stagnate? One of the big changes is armor set bonuses. Set bonus that makes your connect weapons break shields more easily. Okay. Yeah, I foresaw this as like what the answer was gonna be for like build crafting. It's like they want people to try out the armor set bonuses, which I get. But I do think going into the future, subclasses are sexy content, man. Subclasses and those kind of updates, they drive some engagement. The new build crafting stuff, that drives engagement. I do think, you know, the seasonal artifact will also do a little bit, right? But again, it comes down to like, do we make some new subclass elements? Do we make a new subclass? Do we make some new aspects? Or do we work on a different part of the game that we really need to fix, right? Does doing all the stuff that is happening with this expansion, with all these system updates, make it so we can deploy more of that content in the future? Is it worth biting the bullet now so that way in the next expansion or in the next year we can come up with a new subclass, come up with a new this, come up with a new that? Just more conversations that I wish I had the answers to. Can you tell me what you mean by prioritizing in terms of future changes? The darkness subclass, each only having one super, seems like an obvious gap to fill. Yeah, darker subclasses having a smaller selection of game plans is definitely something that's on the team's radar. Prioritization, we're looking at upcoming releases. So less streamlining usability, like getting more of the subclass content into players' hands in a systemic, sustainable fashion, but we're never going to be done with subclasses. We don't stop development on them. We look at them as opportunities to rise and see, okay, fine. Why we're not getting extra vault space? Seems like an obvious pressure point. I know Bungie said changes are coming in future expanses, but we not have had 100 slots as a band-aid? Didn't they say we're getting 100 slots in like Renegades, or am I just making that up? I'm pretty sure they did. Something planned for Renegades, yeah. Okay. This is one where we understand the pressure. It's this development problem that we haven't been able to shake with Destiny, that storage space might be cheap on the server, but it's not cheap on the client, and unfortunately that's the problem we run into. So we have to figure out a solution for this. We're working on one because we're adding a bunch of stuff. People want to keep it. We're aware of this one. We're working on solutions. Okay, so kind of a non-answer. You want to streamline the experience with the portal. I find that incongruous with being able to customize those activities with 100 modifiers. That is fair. That is fair. Okay. Code for some of y'all have big ass vaults. Yeah. Yeah. This is a PC Gamer article with, or interview with Tyson Green and Robbie Stevens. A couple tutorials, training modes that we added. Portal is such a big change. If you want to get some better loot, we're not saying we're making it really easy to get this loot. We're saying you have to put in some time and effort to get to the point where you can earn some of this stuff. You want to be efficient. Okay. Do people really want that degree of challenge customization or customizability? You've swung at this a few times before, and Nightfall scoring's never stuck. Why do you think this version will be the one? Interesting thing about the Nightfall challenge card is I had a hand in driving that. We totally underestimated how good our players are. They just bowled that thing over. It was barely a speed bump, and we weren't in a position to update it because it only affected a tiny slice of our content and wasn't even giving you good stuff. This time around, hey, you can go pretty deep. You can go as far as you want. It's not just grabbing the damage number dials and turning it up. Stuff that you can actually react to and understand. That's been a goal for us. Gear tiering system actually gives us the depth of pursuit in a broad range. We've had this problem of wanting to add a cool challenge, which everyone's excited about, but what's the reward going to be? If we don't have enough of a reward, we'll cut the challenge. God damn, sorry. But now we can say I want to do really hard solo ops. Cool, there's gear for that. There's rewards I can go get. Okay. I assume the new world tier system would apply across the whole game. I think because I play a lot of Diablo 4, when you move up in difficulty, the whole game lifts you up, whereas with Edge of Fate, it's much more discreet for the casual player. Isn't that going to be confusing? Personally, I don't think so, because like when you click the world tier difficulty, it's very much within Kepler. Like Kepler has its own menu of like, what difficulty do you want to put Kepler on? But I get maybe seeing how that relates to like Diablo 4. If you come over from Diablo 4, it may be a little bit confusing. Okay. Make sure the lines are as clear as possible when we talk about this. World tiers apply specifically to Edge of Fate expansion. This is something you can jump into. You're going to play through the campaign. Once you complete that, if you want to go deeper, you can. Brave and Legendary are going to have fixed power, so you can play the story at your own pace. Fabled Mythic is going to be higher. How do you regularly get tier 4 or 5 a year? Yeah, it's just doing... Yeah, okay. Skip over that. I have to sneeze. Hang on. Oh, big yawn. That was a big yawn, Brim. Sorry, I didn't mean to wake you up, Brim, but I had to sneeze. Sorry, Brim, I had to sneeze. Toot. Toot, toot. Okay. Big yawn. Sorry, I had to get that in frame. It's making a lot of work for yourselves if you plan to reconstitute the game on an expansion by expansion basis, though. Actually reduces the work. If there's one thing that's harder than trying to make a cog work, it's trying to make two cogs work together and be novel every time by giving the team that is building the expansion some time and some space in which to actually innovate and try different formulas. I think we're actually giving them the ease of being able to build those things to solve problems they're trying to solve that release. Okay. Okay, here we go. Here's something that everyone's been big on. Everyone's been yapping to me about. Here we go. In the build we were playing, some of the most powerful aspects had the number of fragments they grant reduced to 1, specifically knockout, specifically consecration, feed the void, stylish executioner, and knockout. I get that those have been dominant to the point of feeling like auto includes, but historically, whenever an aspect has had 1 fragment, it feels anemic in terms of build crafting. What's your take on that? Okay. I mean, it's always a push and pull with balance. In PvE, I tend to be pretty liberal about things being overpowered. Where I get on board with substantial changes to power is when players feel like they're being compelled to use a particular option. With fragment slots, unfortunately, it's a very binary thing where you either have 1 or 2, and that's a huge delta between those alternatives. Ideally, you'd grab the damage numbers and dial them all differently, but sometimes we do a big swing in our balancing to assess what the impact is. Does it correct the behavior? Big on. That we were seeing in game, and if so, did it create a new worse behavior? Sometimes we walk those back. We've walked decisions back in the past where we haven't been happy with the result. It might be unfair, but I can already hear people complaining about Bungie being the fun police. I guess consecration has been broken for a long time, and tweaking numbers doesn't change that. We're also changing how stats work in general. On the fun police thing, I deeply sympathize and understand because the mission statement for Destiny is for it to be a joyous expression of power. It's fun to be powerful, but it's also not fun to be a warlock who has to run well every single time in high-end content because it's too good. The thing that we try to do is move those things around. I want players to feel powerful. I don't want them to feel that they have to do a specific thing all the time to feel powerful. I'd rather move those things around, even if there's sometimes like, but I really like the thing. So like, philosophically, I totally get that. Philosophically, I totally get that. The issue comes in when you actually have to like look at the subclass a little more in depth. Like, do I think reducing your fragments by like 1 or 2 is going to completely break builds? Not really. Like, I still think consecration Titans are going to be good. Although if like consecration and knockout are both 1 and you only have 2 fragments, that might be a little tough. I still think it'll be good. The problem is when you want to encourage people to use other things. Like on Titan, for example, there's like 1 or 2 other prismatic setups that are even like a decent idea. And they kind of revolve around Diamond Lance. So if Consecration Knockout becomes like so unusable that the only other build option feels like some sort of a Diamond Lance setup, then people just feel trapped on the Diamond Lance setup. And, you know, that's a big problem with Prismatic Titan, is like the build is Consecration. And then you have like, you know, it's like Consecration is 1 and 2 and 3, and then you have like 4A and 4B are different Diamond Lance builds. Like, no one gives a fuck about Dranger's Lash on Prismatic, bro. No one gives a shit about Unbreakable, bro. And it's like, that's 40% of the damn subclass for Titans. No one cares about these things. Right? So you need to make those things interesting. Not just like take the big bad down. Like, don't get me wrong. Consecration is like crazy, bro. It's still crazy. It is a crazy build. But you gotta like make something else a little more fun on that subclass. You know, I still think it's gonna be usable. Definitely going to need to look at, you know, what things to prioritize going into the future. Right? But, yeah. I don't know. Hunters have, like, probably some of the best range of builds. And then Feed the Void, I mean, like, Devour good. Like, we get it, man. Devour really good. And Feed the Void with any sort of grenade-based thing on Prismatic Warlock. I mean, Prismatic Warlock's just insane. They just don't die, bro. You just flip between Song of Flame and Transcendence. You just never die. So I get something needs to be done about them, but I would also like to see more emphasis put on making other builds more viable. Nerfs are fine, but like replace them with like other things as well. Okay. The stated goal with Kepler and Edge of Fate is to take inspiration from Metroidvania. Given how close things like the Matter Spark Ball ability are to Super Metroid itself, after the controversy around Marathon, do you worry about being seen to lean too heavily on a particular influence? Are we worried about whether it's too close to Metroid? Yeah, I mean, I'm worried that people are going to get the wrong message, but it's coming from a place of love. We grew up playing these games. We love the reference, love the homage, but we had to do our own version of it. Yeah, I wouldn't be, like, super worried about... Morph Ball. I've seen, like, 2 or 3 different names for the ball. I'm just calling it the ball. Yeah, I see where they're kind of going with this question, but, like, yeah, it's not something that... After playing as much as I've played, like, this isn't like a non-concern of me. Loves the akimbo weapons thanks to Destiny Rising's close beta. Can we get that in Destiny 2? Not anytime soon. Yeah. Any temptation to include a tier of rarity above exotic? Temptation exists. You see a maniform of things in forms like hollow weapons. We're very wary of people feeling like exotics are the new legendaries. Yep. Maybe for a higher tier, you'd have to give up your exotic weapon and armor slot to equip just one black armory weapon. Neat. I think so why not do it? I think the unsatisfying answer, but I think it's true, is choosing to do that means there's a lot of other things we're not doing that could also make the game feel awesome. I mean, yeah, it's priority. What's a priority? What's not a priority? This feels like something that you implement when things are a bit more stable. When you've, like, let's say Edge of Fate goes off without a hitch, the foundation is laid, the concrete's dry. When things are a little more stable, that's when I think you can fuck around with these more, like, weird ideas or fun ideas of, like, a giga weapon, but you only get, you know, you can't use an exotic armor piece or something like that. So yeah, this feels like something that you do when things are good and stable and calm. Not in the middle of, like, a regime change, essentially. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think this was the main thing here. I still want to see what they say about this in any sort of, like, an article that they might put out. Because this is, like, a very PR... It's a very PR answer. And I feel like they might be able to get a little more in depth with something like this whenever they put out some kind of an article. Mushy. What else we got? Anything else? Any other articles? Any other articles that we got to take a look at? What is that? D-Dell, that's literally what they just said in the article.
Take a look at this. Get a load of this.
Yeah, the PlayStation one I've been told is just like information. Big yawn. Which I don't need information. I want opinions. Is there anything on like r/games? Are they like jerking off to Destiny sucking ass or something? I'm guessing probably not, because they didn't say, like, Edge of Fate sucks dick. Here's our 15-page article to prove it. So, I'm guessing there's nothing that... Yeah, I don't see anything. Sorry, not that there's anything wrong with that. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Okay. I think we're done with the with like the article review then. And we'll just keep yapping. I am gonna unfortunately do some bounty prep. And then next time we hop on Destiny, which will be on Thursday in the morning, I want to start getting my grind on. I want to start getting some last minute weapons. Oh, that's some stuff to talk about. That's some stuff to talk. I'm working on like how to prepare for Edge of Fate, and I'm also working on like weapons to go get before Edge of Fate. Maybe we'll yap about that a little bit. Apathy from the gaming community, you think that might change? It's always possible for apathy for a game to change when the game does something worthy of that apathy dissipating. I have to sneeze. Big yawn. Sorry. I just don't. I'm unsure of the catalyst for any sort of reinvigoration of people's interest in Destiny being in Edge of Fate, but I do think Edge of Fate and like the systems changes within Edge of Fate are something that did eventually need to happen. It just needed to. It needed to happen at some point. So hopefully with a foundation laid, with some kind of a foundation laid, they can start to rebuild on that stuff. We get a new starting line, new systems, new this, new that, and we'll see from there. We'll see. Why does me sneezing make Brim yawn? I don't know. I don't know, but I'm gonna get your little beak. Give me your little beak. Give me some scratches. Big yawn. I have someone who believe that Bungie had content creators report on these major changes so the content creators caught hate instead of them. I know it's a radical belief, but I don't understand why Bungie didn't report on so many of these changes that content creators did. It makes no sense to me. So what, like content creators breaking a lot of the news of some stuff? I will say that is a bit of an out-of-pocket take. As a creator who has been to quite a few of these events, I can tell you how some previous events went, and then maybe that will give you some more insight. There have been events that I have gone to do some previews, and what would happen is we'd go to the events and we record a bunch of stuff and we make a bunch of videos and get it all approved and do. But then before our videos actually even came out, Bungie themselves would spoil a lot of the things that we got to look at and make content for, which would lead us to be like, hey, if you're just going to spoil all this stuff before we get to post our videos, why are we even showing up to these events if you are just going to show everything that we would end up talking about? And it just felt like a waste of time, because it's like, dude, you just did a whole like live stream on all this stuff. It's like, why have us out there? And so they've been getting a little bit better about like letting some content creators have some exclusives to reveal as a result, but I've also been told that they are using some of the reactions from the community in order to shape how they phrase and write the articles that go into a lot of these more in-depth systems, and seeing like, what are people confused about still? What went maybe under-explained? What do we need to explain more? Is there something that we missed? And so they're using a lot of the feedback and the reactions from people to formulate their more official responses in what they are going to use for those articles. In addition to giving us like some kind of an exclusive, you know, content drop, so that there's a whole point to bring it, because it's also a waste of money for them, right? Like, they're the ones paying for everyone's flight and hotel and like time to go out there. And it's like, if you're just going to spoil everything, bro, it's like you're wasting our time and you're wasting your money. So by letting us actually like make some content and then using our content as a way to react to like, okay, we need to explain this more, and like we didn't talk about this a lot, so let's talk about this thing. They can formulate better articles to explain the stuff that they want to explain. So that's what I think of the conspiracy theory. Okay. You being grumpy? You being a grumpus? Brim, how do you get so much hair on me? Well, you just got a bath. Not a week ago. Give me your little beak. Give me this little beak. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Big yawn. Big yawn. Would you like to see the format of reveals change, like instead of the podcast style of devs in chairs with a laptop? I have given some feedback to Bungie about like how those have gone down in the past, and I would like to see them be like a little more human's not the right word, but a little less feeling like they rehearsed the show like they're on Broadway. Because it does feel incredibly rehearsed. It feels very, very rehearsed. So I would like to see it feel less rehearsed. Like, I understand you have to, you know, rehearse it a little bit so that you know what the hell you're talking about, but not so rehearsed that it feels rehearsed. And that can even come across in the way that you are literally speaking, right? It's a skill that I have had to develop over the past few years with YouTube stuff. But the way I do my YouTube commentary, I think feels very conversational still, even though I'm reading from a script. And so even just the way that they talk, even just like talking in a way that feels more conversational, even if you have like the most rehearsed script of all time, can make it feel like you're just having a conversation. Oh, sorry, I'll turn the game down. Can make it feel like you're just having a conversation versus, you know, reading from a teleprompter. You know? Does this game need a massive shot of adrenaline in the arm at this point versus just making sure the game is solid for the next year while they transition to the new saga? Not that I'm saying status quo is great, but seeing these articles like, is this a massive change that Destiny uses right now? I'd rather have the game be solid. I don't need a huge sea change for that. I mean, for us, for the people who are still active on the game, does it need a massive shot of adrenaline? Maybe not massive. I do think it needs like a little bit of juice. Right, but maybe not as massive. The massive shot of adrenaline phrase would be like, I think that's for like the more overall gaming community and like looking for reasons to get excited about the franchise again, or like even having some good news come in to be like, hey, actually the newest Destiny thing's actually kind of cool and you should try it. That's what I think is more like for the overall gaming community. But again, like the big systems changes needed to happen at some point, and they're not super sexy and they're not flashy or any of that stuff. And but it's still like something that needed to happen at some point, you know? It's not getting a massive shot of adrenaline. Let's go to the gym and working out again so it doesn't die as easily. That's kind of... You're kind of spitting with that analogy. They are just kind of going to the gym and just like eating broccoli for the first time in a little while. I feel like it's kind of like No Man's Sky coded. What am I even looking for? You. It's kind of No Man's Sky coded. I feel like that game just like grinded for 2 to 3 years to get to a better place. And then like one day someone looked at No Man's Sky and was like, bro, you're jacked as fuck. What happened? And I'm like, I've been working out, man. Like, what's up? And so I feel like Destiny, if it is going to see any kind of limelight ever again, that's probably how it's going to happen. I don't think it's going to be some sort of like Fortnite overnight explosion of popularity or anything like that. I think it's going to be a slow grind, either back up or back down. You know? Conversational is not the right word, more natural, since it doesn't sound like he's reading script word for word, even though he is about affecting. Yeah, no, I mean, I think we're on the same page. I think two sides of the same coin. You want it to feel like you're just like talking with somebody. You don't want to feel like you're given a presentation. You know, people don't want to feel like they're being lectured to. They want to feel like they are a part of a conversation that is happening. And for some people, that is still a difficult skill to master. Look at my dad doing the Zer videos. All right, he reads those damn scripts like he is about to give a meeting at a fucking dental presentation, man. So it's definitely an acquired skill. What are people using and how are people staying alive? Please help. People are using Queen Breaker. And how are people staying alive? I mean, the same way that they normally stay alive. Kill the hobgoblins. Kill the extra knights that spawn in. Take the time to kill them. Drop a well. It's not too different. I would have to ask what you're dying to. Because if you just ignore all the ads, then like, yeah, you're gonna die. But the hobgoblins are super weak and the knight spreads fire, so like take a couple seconds, kill those enemies, and you'll be chilling. Where's the chest? There you are. Wow, 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 wow. Ah! It's just the TP that the boss is throwing? Okay, well then, yeah, that's... get out of the way. I literally have no other advice for you other than get out of the way. Like, if you're getting hit by the teleport, I mean, let's just... Move, bitch, get out the way. Get out the way, bitch. Get out the way. You know what I'm saying? Ow. That hurt. I mean, it's like... Those things are strong, man. This is 6-year-old content. They just insta-kill you. This is insta-kill you, man. Discussing your videos when bringing them up being conversational. Oh. Sorry, what'd I miss? Let me see. Alright, Ash Froth. Maybe I'm just using the wrong terminology. But I don't want to make it seem like I'm giving a presentation in my videos. Soja, are you gonna like come up with some like actual material or like what are you doing, man? I mean, it's pretty progressive of you to be thinking of another man during Pride Month, but like, you know. You do you, I guess. Unusual amount of haters today, even for content. Yeah, I was like, what do they say fuck me for? I'm just here, man. I was out here in the freaking Dreaming City grinding some bounties. What do they say fuck me for? I think critical legendaries to get, or is Destiny mostly class and exotic based right now? I'm currently writing a weapon. I'm currently writing a video that goes over like some of the top weapons that I think you should be getting before all the episode content goes out. Fortunately, it's like not that many weapons that I think people need to go get. There's like was it 3 or 4? It might be 3 or 4 like core weapons where I'm like, you should get this. And then everything else is a little more niche, but like can be good type stuff. But I'm finishing that sucker up. Should hopefully be out at some point soon. Bonk. Destroyer Viva, I'm mainly talking about legendaries. Yeah, aberrant action. Aberrant action, probably number 1. Yeah, Mox, that's what it is gonna be. I don't really feel super confident in putting out a this is loadout defining stuff in the sandbox video like a month before the meta might shift completely. Like that's a video for like, okay, a meta has been established. Here's the new raid. Here's what's like good in the raid, and then like so here's all the good stuff. Like that is something for when we enter a new meta. We're about to shift into a new one. The moon. What are the top 5 weapons right now? Dylon, 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 and Dylon. No, I don't even feel comfortable saying what are the top 5 weapons right now. Go watch the video that I did on like the best legendaries. Because if I list 5 weapons, there's gonna be 5 other weapons that people are gonna say. All right, no, you know what? Here, I'll tell you what they are. Here we go. I'll tell you what they are. Is colon sidearm. Okay. The Call. Tanasha's Mastery. Aberrant Action. Indebted Kindness. Lotus Eater. There you go. Those are your top 5 weapons. It's funny calling people out, man. I'm like 3 for 3 today on calling people out in chat. One person had a very mature response and the other 2 just shut up forever. Feeling good, man. Get off the thing! Feels good, man. People get called out and they're like, oh no. Oh, they noticed. At least, like, I don't know. You're gonna talk shit. I talk shit back. You can't even fucking handle it. Ow. I don't want to call people out. I hate it. I'd rather just be chilling and like laughing and having a good time and stuff, but well, some people just want to post cringe. And I can't let them do that because like I'm supposed to do that. That's kind of my job. And I don't know if you guys know anything about the economy right now, but it is in shambles. I can't lose my job. Do I know anything about the tier above GMs? Nope. Didn't get to touch them. Did not get to touch them at all. Didn't get to see anything. Unfortunately. It doesn't even seem like you're even gonna have access to, I mean, you might have like, I don't know, they say that 500, that's when you get access to them. But I don't know if that means like, you know, because we were like 50 levels under doing some stuff. So I don't know if that means like, oh, if you hit 450, you can do like the baseline ultimate. You know, just at like, just barely hitting 500. I don't really know. Just not something that they ever, we didn't get to experiment with it. We didn't get to touch it. Nothing. So. Think we'll get 5-piece set armor since we're always gonna have an exotic. I gave like a light amount of feedback on the fact that I think it would be cool to have 5-piece armor bonuses. The problem is that they would just need to make the exotic, or they would need to make the 5-piece on the level of an exotic. Otherwise, like, why would you ever? And that I could see being a little more difficult to make happen. But if they ever get around that problem, I would be super interested in seeing what a 5-piece set bonus is like, you know? I'd be pretty into it. My dog hella chill. Yeah. He just wants to be a schnoozer. That's all he wants to do. He just wants to lay here all day. He wanted to lay on the couch all day. Brim, you're so chubby. Dude. You gonna do a big yawn? Big yawn. Big yawn. Oh, sniffers. Don't let me forget about these. Big yawn. Where the hell am I going? Over here. Is the dialogue in Edge Fate going to be affected by the ongoing strike? If Friday the 9 is anything to go by, then I assume the answer is yes. The answer is yes. That being said, there are voice replacements for people who chose to not have their work be used by whoever the hell. For example, Deborah Wilson, aka the voice of Savathun, is the temporary voice of Ikora. And it's very different. Is different to how I feel Ikora is normally portrayed. Big yawn. I'm stuck. She gives her a different tone, a different voice. I don't know if it's my favorite interpretation or if it's just that I'm so used to Ikora being, you know, I don't want to say soft-spoken. Because like she's still like a pretty strong character and can have her strong spoken moments, but I do feel like she is a bit more like reserved in her tone. And Deborah Wilson definitely tries something different. Yeah, measured, composed. So it could just be like I'm used to how Ikora talks, and like because she's not talking like that, I'm like, ew, I don't know. Or like what it is. I think it's just like, I don't think it's bad. I think it's just people are gonna have a preference to how this character is portrayed. Like some people might really like the new interpretation. Some people might not. But I also understand the bind that Bungie is in. Because having a new expansion, but having it be completely unvoiced, is brutal. Is absolutely brutal. Like, that is not a great spot to be in. At all. I am kind of with you. Any voice is definitely better than having everything be muted. But I am still interested. I'm still interested to see what people think of the experience, because I'm totally with you. I would much rather have someone else doing the voice, even just temporarily, versus nothing at all. Because, like, nothing at all just sucks. It just sucks. So, yeah, there's ongoing strikes with SAG-AFTRA, and regardless of what you think of them, because there have been some, you know, some people are like, strike good, strike bad. Regardless of what you think of them, it has resulted in Bungie having to mute dialogue, replace voice actors, and it's just not a good time. It is not a good time, and I understand they're in a really, really tough spot. So, yeah, no, I mean, it does totally suck. Like, it was super missed in episode 3. Episode 3 is already pretty good. Imagine, like, how much better it could have been if we actually had everyone's dialogue in the game. You know what I mean? So, it's a shit spot. It's a shit spot for everyone. It's no good. It's no good. Ish no good. Cameron, $5 super chat. Thank you. Big yawn. Did you like the armor changes and tiered weapon system? For context, go and watch the videos now. I'm definitely a fan more than I'm not a fan. But I think it's a system that will start to reveal flaws once we actually get our hands on it and can start playing the experience. And then even then, like, it's going to take a few months to really figure out, like, okay, is this a good system? What are the flaws? If there are flaws, how much of this needs to be retooled? But like on paper, I'm okay with the concept of, like, you know, do harder thing, get better loot. But we do need to actually play with it to some degree before I can come to a more concrete conclusion. Could be worse. We could be in the Fortnite Darth Vader VI or AI teaching kids slurs situation. I suppose so, but Fortnite's just like a completely different beast. Just a completely different beast. Anything crazy in New Prophecy? Not really. Not really. I don't even know if I'm going to make a guide for it. I just don't know if people really care that much. No, Brim, I need my keyboard, buddy. You can put your chin there, but I need my keyboard. Can you believe James Earl Jones' family signed off on the AI thing? Didn't he himself sign off on the AI thing? It was literally him. You see the clip where it completely broke? No. What happens? Oh no, but my shoot button's not working. Do. No, I know he passed away, but I'm pretty sure he did something before he passed away. Yeah, no, obviously he's not cool with, like, him... He probably wouldn't be cool with the AI figuring out how to say slurs and stuff. And to be fair, Epic is probably not really letting that shit slide. They're probably trying to fix it. Wow!
Wonderful day, Guardian.
What's the point of dunking motes during last boss damage phase? It is, I believe, to give you more time to DPS. Okay, Judge, is this stream safe? How are we feeling about the power reset? My clan is actively upset about them. I am fine with it. I'm totally fine with it. And I have been asking, like, all day why people are upset about it, because I just don't understand. Other than, like, big number, now small number, but we have to just recontextualize what a big number is. My teammates kept breaking the Darth Vader AI. It got so loud I had to keep taking my headset off. Oh god, how loud is this, bro?
Is will assist us.
Wonderful day, Guardian.
Starfires.
He's literally going into cardiac arrest.
Trusted you. Your logic is not the fluid word that you are just trying to make me sounded like an idiot.
Cardiac arrest. You gotta call up Shadow. What would he do? He would do chaos control. I know what he would do already. Big yawn. I caught you, Brim. I caught you. I caught you doing the big yawn. Thank you. Thank you. Big yawn. You got caught again, Brim. That was a big yawn. Oh, thank you, though. Thank you. Thank you. One more for the road. No. Oh, you don't want to be in the camera? He's like, no, don't show me on camera. Don't show me on camera. My favorite AI video is of the two Chinese guys pretending that they're AI. You guys seen that video, right? That's a goated video. Hang on. Let me find it. Yeah, here it is. This is just a goated video, man. I don't know if I can play the audio. There might be like music on it.
瞎呀！你怎么说话呢？
It's so good, bro. It's so good. It's so stupid, bro. It's so stupid. Brim, what is it? What is it? Just tell me, dog. Big yawn.
Wonderful day.
Oh, thank you. Oh my goodness, thank you.
Okay, you're not jumping off of me. Okay, what are we doing? You want up? What are we doing, Brim? You standing up? Why you stanced up right now, huh? Why you stanced up? What are we doing? What are you doing? No. Okay. You want off. Yes, I know. You want off. I'm taking you down. Hey. Hey, stop. Stop. Okay, here we go. Oh, a big stretch. Big stretch. Okay. Let's keep going here. Oh, sniffers. Big sniffins, brims. All right, we got some time here. We could thank some subs here. My clan's main gripe is that they put so much, quote, put so much work into grinding for high power, and now it doesn't matter as well as when we're in the lower power raids, and dungeons will be so much harder now. Ooh. I think your clan understands, like, how levels are gonna work, man. Do they think, like, Val the Disciple is gonna stay at 1900 power? And they have to regrind up to 1900 to go do a Vow? This is not how it works. I don't know. Do I, like, how... Bless you, Brim. I don't know how... Like, what do I need to do to, like... Do I need to make a video that's just, like, explaining what the power crunch is? And, like, the stat crunch and all that? You could, but they wouldn't watch it. Kind of true, actually. Kind of true. Joker, as far as I'm aware, no. That could just be an effect of, like, the exotic. I don't know. I could try to write up something on, like, here's what a stat crunch actually is. But I thought, I mean, I guess I don't really explain it, but I don't know. I had so many people coming in asking about, like, my resilience. I'm nothing without my resilience. If you're nothing without the resilience, man, you shouldn't have it. So I don't know. Maybe I gotta do something. I'll see if I can write something up. I don't know. Bonk. Did he teleport? He did. I don't know. Make a YouTube short about it. I don't know how I feel about making YouTube shorts on information that is just, like, not relevant for a super long time. I like my YouTube shorts to kind of be timeless, so that, like, whenever they pop up, you can just kind of watch them and be like, "Oh, neat. That was a cool clip."
Do I have any constructive criticisms for Edge of Fate? I mean, I have my like concerns, but I don't think I can give too many criticisms of things that I haven't gotten to experience in the way that I feel I need to experience them in order to give criticisms on those things, right? Like, one of my biggest criticisms with the story stuff that I played was that like a lot of the puzzles didn't feel like puzzles so much as they felt like frustration inducing moments where I couldn't find the one tiny hole in the wall that I needed to go to in order to actually start the experience in the first place. So like I got my concerns, but how much I could actually talk about them just yet? That is up for debate. The algorithm doesn't feed you old stuff though, does it? Bro, I see my own videos popping up every once in a while. It's like, you know, Datto's thoughts on Iron Banner 2018. And the problem with my channel is a lot of my stuff is not evergreen. Like, I'll be lucky going into, like, the new stuff, having videos that are relevant for 6 months. That's like a PB. So, personally, I'm kind of stoked. Although, I guess expansion stuff is going to be relevant for longer. It's mainly, like, the seasonal stuff that'll be 6 months. But even still, 6 months is better than freaking 3 months. Is this why the retrospective videos kind of pop off? I mean, I'm not expecting this newest one to pop off. As, like, my popularity has kind of waned over the past 2-3 years. I think they just pop off, though, because they're a way to... They're just like a time... They're not a time capsule. They're like a... It's like a history of the game and a history of me, kind of. But it's mainly the game. You know, I put the me stuff in there so, like, I can go back in 20 years and rewatch some of those videos and be like, oh, yeah, that's what happened with me. I mean, new enemy types are Banes. I'm sure there's new Banes. I just don't remember which ones were new. But there are new enemy types. There's the Corsair, aka the Flying Vandal. There's a new Vex enemy that is like a one enemy surrounded by like a bunch of smaller dudes that you got to kill off. And if you kill the big enemy before you kill the small enemies turn into homing missiles. Where am I going? Those are the main two that I remember. Oh yeah, Gravity. I fought against a Gravity guy. Gravity puts like a giant, like, purple Well of Radiance looking thing on the ground that kind of jostles you. Rage might be something where they just get stronger over time as, like, their health gets lower. Although I feel like that's already something in the game. I forget. Can you tell us about solo ops playlist? Do activities properly scale now, and what will be the hardest playlist activity for solo players? It's not so much activity so much as it is like the difficulty you set your content to. Like, you'll be able to do master solo ops, which I currently would equivalent is the equivalent. Equate is the right word, you effing moron. Equate to, you know, like a master law sector or something like that, but I didn't actually play, so I'm just kind of using similar terminology. Can I help you? I think Brim wants to go outside. The ad break is about to start, so I'm just going to hit it right now, and I'm going to get Brim outside. Excuse me? Do you want to say that to everybody? Are you being a grumpus? Are you being a grumpy grumbler? Hmm? We gotta put this on if you're going outside, bucko. I did a big stretch. Hey. No. You're not coming up here. We're going outside. You probably got a potty. Does Brim bark? Not inside. The only time I've heard him bark inside was the first night in his new kennel. Because he was like, ew, it's new. Ew. So, I'll be right back. Ribbon, dibbon, ribbon, skip. Ribbon, dibbon, ribbon, skip. Okie doke. Let me get the Brim cam up. Jesus Christ, man. Okay. Okie doke. Okie doke. Can you please talk more about the exotic armor situation? Are all exotic armor pieces I grinded for are going to be pointless? No! Am I going to have to reobtain all of them? No!
Wonderful day.
There is a section in one of the videos, I think it's the portal video, I forget which one, where I go over what's going on with exotics. Exotics will be approximately tier 2, tier 3 in power. Sir. And they will be updated with the new armor stats and all that. And their stats will be redistributed as Bungie sees fit based on the stats that you have on those armor pieces. And you can continue to use those armor pieces as you see fit with the adjusted stat rolls that they are going to have. You are also going to be getting 20 coupons on your account to buy exotics from A to 1 to try to get different, more updated stat rolls with the new stat packages that are coming out. And slowly over time, I imagine you will replace them with updated stat packages. But that is not something you are going to need to do, like, immediately. Your exotics are not going from, like, you know, whatever god tier rolls you've gotten into garbage. They will be compensated. accordingly. That's the wrong word. They'll be adjusted accordingly and still very much usable. This sounds convoluted. Where did I lose you? We had discussions about whether or not exotics should be tier 5 or not, or if there were ways to have tier 5 exotics dropping. I'm not sure where we ended up landing on those. I think it was just one of those, like, we're having discussions about it type deals. But the feedback has been given. I don't know why TTS keeps breaking. I keep refreshing. Here, I got you.
At Datto, do you know if the fragment nerfs are applying to the mono subclasses too?
That I don't know. That I don't know. I can try to ask somebody who's at the event. Unless someone in one of their videos has said something. My guess is that it's prismatic. And not mono. Because prismatic is kind of the outlier. That's 500 bits for custom voice TTS. Danielle? Oh. Brim went outside. He's got his collar on. They said prismatic only? Okay. Maybe I'll do, you know what I might do? I might do, like, a quick review of how many fragment slots some of the more popular builds are going to be losing. And then just, like, doing some test runs on those adjusted builds to see how they feel. To be like, here's why I'm not super worried about, you know, the fragment losses or this. Or, like, here's why the fragment losses suck ass. Or something like that. In the short term. We'll see. With the removal of match game elements have basically lost all their purpose should enemies' factions have weaknesses to certain elements. I don't know how I feel about that. Because in a sense, it kind of brings back match game. Although, I think match game might be a selectable modifier. In Edge of Fate. I might be wrong on that, but I think it might be. But I don't think I would want to see elemental weaknesses on enemies, because then you just kind of bring back the same situation that people are stuck in right now with Surge mods, where they feel like, oh no, if I don't bring Solar Surge to the Solar Surge modded activity, I will not win. When in, like, reality, that's not true at all. But, like, people just feel this intense pressure. I didn't actually grab the bounties, did I? People feel this intense pressure to, like, always match the elements no matter what, or they're gonna fucking die in real life. And that problem will be exacerbated if you're like, Cabal will take 20% more solar damage. And everyone's like, cool, I guess I'll never use anything other than solar damage against Cabal ever again. I think we're trying to get away from that. Know what I'm saying? Ow. Yeah, contrary to popular belief, you will not die in real life if you don't have a void weapon during a void surge activity. You'll be okay. I promise. It'll be fine. Any well-requested quality of life fixes / improvements? I think some of those things were a bit tougher to tell in the moment. One big thing that Bungie finally added in was some help menus in the weapons and armor sections. So like if you hold W on the keyboard while you're in any weapon menu, it'll bring up like a quick help thing from the side to be like, here's what a weapon mod is. Here's what infusion is. Here's your weapon stats. And stuff like that, which I think is good. Can we vault from post? I don't think I was even really allowed in the tower. Or I couldn't record anything in the tower. So that, I don't know. I hope that's not the voiceover they use for them. Why? I thought it was pretty good. Gulp. You get it. Rest of the joke. Do they have Eververse in dev builds? Eververse is off limits when we do these recording sessions and capture events. They do not want any Eververse in anyone's videos at all. They want all of that stuff to stay a surprise. So there is no Eververse recording of anything allowed. Can't do it. Cannot do it. What's going on with the whole destination thing if it's not going to be in the director? Huh? Do you mean what's going on with the director menu? If there's the portal? The director menu still exists. It's just called the world tab now. That being said, things are heavily being pushed towards the portal. Oh, do you mean Kepler? Yeah, Kepler is just going to be its own menu in the portal on the top left, top left. And you just click it, and then the map opens up like any other destination would open up. And that's it. That's the whole thing. Specific reason to use a kinetic hand cannon instead of a stasis or strand? Not really. I mean, I think Midnight Coup is like one of the best hand cannons in the game, PvE wise. If there was a strand or stasis hand cannon that I felt was really good over what I use right now, I would use it. But like Fatebringer, Midnight Coup, pretty good. So I'm gonna use those. That's it. Yeah. So like pretend here, like pretend this is Kepler, right? It's just gonna be over here in like the portal menu, but you just click on it and then the map opens up like any other destination would. It's fine. When are we doing a Petras? Bro, I've done 2 Petras. I'm done with that. I put in my time. Alright, put in my time. The Petras. Are loadouts changing in any meaningful way? Not that I'm aware of. Still gonna be loadouts. Where am I going? How can I get the new Midnight Coup? Might be a little late. You can go to Onslaught. You can't get, I don't think you can get the shiny one anymore. You're gonna want to hit up some Onslaught though. Regular Onslaught, not Salvation. Okay, this is gonna be an awkward landing. This is also gonna be an awkward landing. We're okay. Eh. Sorry, let me just get down here. I don't want to mess up these jumps. Alright, we're good. Code Teal, no, I've not messaged you on Discord. And I'm really wondering when Discord's gonna get the fuck together about impersonators. I do not have usual scrolls through servers, nor do I love connections with streamers and YouTubers in my downtime. Nor do I ask people if they create content as well. I do none of those things. And I'll be honest with you, I'm gonna let you in on a little, like, creator secret. Fucking no one does that. Not a single goddamn person. I don't know a single human being, content creator, VTuber, Hatsune Miku looking ass person who would be scrolling through Discord servers to ping random people about if they make content. Ain't nobody doing that. But thanks for checking. Please don't get scammed. If you're gonna send Bitcoin anywhere, at least send it to my address. You feel me? What's my Bitcoin address? That's a great question. I got no idea. My friend, I noticed you from across the Discord. My friend and I looking for someone to make some content together. Vine Boom. Oh my god. Yeah, I gotta switch too. I have none pre-ordered, so I'm gonna be testing my abilities on, what was it, Thursday? Thursday, Friday? When the hell are they doing it? No, I went Moon. The Moon! Thursday? Okay. Not there. Get hit on Deviant or by scammers the same way? Yeah. Yeah, it's annoying. Do I have a Steam Deck? Nah. I don't know a lot of mobile gaming. Or like handheld gaming. Will there be a way to upgrade the tier of a weapon? I don't think so.
Wonderful day, Guardian.
I don't think so. Not as far as I'm aware. Any urgent incentive to use the tiered armor or weapons over the current ones we have? I mean, if it's better than what you got, it's about it. But the intent was that the transition would not be very urgent because Bungie knows how finicky people are about their armor and how attached they are and how they don't want to get anything new for the rest of the time they play this game. So they're being considerably more cautious with the rollout of such a system, which you can learn about more on my YouTube channel, youtube.com/@DattoDoesDestiny. I put out 4 videos today. I love my breakneck. Is it going to be outdated in Edge of Fate? What makes you think that it would be outdated? Genuine question. Sorry, I'm not trying to be like a smartass. I know that's just how I sound. Hey, yo. Hey, yo. Hey, thanks, Neotron. My bounty prepping? Yeah. I'd rather get started now and then have DMG be like, all the things you just grinded are useless. And then just get rid of them versus not do it. And then he's like, all the things you didn't grind are relevant. That's how he talks. Plus, you know, I'm not in a big hurry to go back to Prophecy right now. Sorry, Ashwat, I got you. One sec. Kelnix. Like Kel Dix. Idiot! Alright. What'd you say? For what I know, current weapons will be like tier 2 level, but then if tier 5, then tier 5 would outdate it. No. So, like, yes and no. What's on your breakneck right now? Is it enhanced? Can you enhance that shit? I don't remember. You enhancing breakneck? Okay, so I'm guessing you have some sort of an enhanced breakneck. With, like, some good perks. Enhanced subsistence onslaught. Great roll.
Wonderful day, Guardian.
Okay. So what advantage is a tier 5 weapon going to have over your breakneck? It's going to have upgraded barrels and magazine, or enhanced barrels and magazines. And an enhanced origin trait. And maybe some kind of a mod in there or something. Do I think that all of those things would make your breakneck outdated / irrelevant / obsolete? Not even close. No. We just had like a 15-minute discussion earlier in stream about the differences between like weapons that you have right now, a perfectly crafted enhanced weapon versus like a tier 5. Like if you really want to be like objective about it, yes, tier 5 weapons do outclass things that are not tier 5 weapons, purely in the form of they get more stats and bonuses and this and that, right? If we just want to be like very fundamental about it, of just like what has more stats, tier 5 gun has this total amount of stats and tier 3 gun has this total amount of stats, then yes, tier 5 does outclass tier 4, 3, 2, 1, whatever. I don't think it is fair to look at it completely within that lens, though. Because again, the differences are going to be pretty minute, I assume. And something like a breakneck with, was it a subsistence onslaught is a good roll. And if we get a new auto that also gets that roll, guess what? That gun's also going to be good. And I think people continue to put, like at least in PvE anyway, continue to overvalue what some of these enhanced weapons and crafted weapons are actually doing for you in the whole of the game versus just like having a gun. Enhanced perks, adept mods, these are very small percentage points of upgrades, if they're even upgrades at all. But people think that they are just like the holy grail of weapons just because it has the word enhanced on it. Yeah, enhanced might get you a 5-7% edge in like some, like maybe instead of 5% grenade energy, you're getting 6%. But do I think those things change the game in such a fundamental way that you are crippling yourself if you don't have those things? No, man. I do not. There will be some people out there who don't even notice the difference between a tier 2 and like a tier 5 weapon in terms of their actual performance. I don't know why I'm running everywhere. Only people should care about those kinds of differences are speedrunners. Yeah, there is absolutely a small subsector of people who are capable of making the most out of those perks and adjustments and all that kind of stuff. Brother, if you're just in the solo ops advanced playlist, just killing some time before you gotta go pick up your kids from soccer practice, you're gonna get through the shit just fine with the tier 3 gun, brother. It's gonna be fine. Okay? It's gonna be fine. The people just put these freaking tier 5s and these and tier 4s and whatever on this insane pedestal, and you just don't need to do that, man. You don't need to do it. I promise you, you're gonna drive yourself crazy if you think you need tier 5 everything, man. You just don't. You really don't. You don't. Look at my arsenal, man. Half my shit is like unenhanced. I'm using this shit fucking as I found it on the floor. I didn't blow the dust. Didn't blow the dust off this bitch. I found this shit on the ground, man. I just started using it. And again, people just like, I remember when they invented chocolate, man. I remember when they invented adepts. The whole point of adepts was to be like the very slightest upgrade, but not so much of an upgrade that it's gonna ruin your goddamn life. It's the same thing with enhanced perks. It's the same thing, man. These slightly, and like, sure, there's some enhanced perks that like end up being a whole lot better because of how the math works out with like XYZ and like whatever. Right? But most of the time they're just like a little extra juice on a thing. And like that's cool, but it's not gonna, you know, gonna make or break your life. So if you want to rock with the damn breakneck, rock the damn breakneck. You're gonna be fine. You're gonna be
Wonderful
fine.
day, Guardian.
What do you think will be the most problematic character stats to balance later on? Can you elaborate on the question? Wasn't usually a group of guys right there. Enhanced tremors on Sega's on accrued redemption. Yeah, again, like there are some things where, you know, the enhanced perk happens to work out really goddamn well. Right? Just because of the nature of how something is triggered on a certain kind of weapon. Right? But those are exceptions. Those are not the rule. There's nothing in this game, not even day ones, require that level of hyper optimization. It just doesn't. Like what really matters more is like, do you know what you're doing? Like a tier 5 weapon is not going to save you from like absolutely potatoing in a grandmaster who gives a shit. Bungie responded to the prismatic stuff where? Where? Tell me. Damn, that was an insane time lost magazine. Great. Ribbon skipping, rib skip, ribbon skipping, rib skip. Let me see this Reddit. Hey all, many thanks for the commentary throughout this thread. Keep it coming. We're considering the feedback and continuing to look at the holistic balance picture for prismatic subclasses. Okay, so nothing. I mean, I guess it's good that they even acknowledged it. Again, I'm on board with like Bungie thinking like, look, Prismatic is overperforming on a lot of these different things and do, so we need to do something about it. Fine, I get it. I understand. But how they go about doing it, it's going to bring up some problems. My toxic trait is thinking every gun and every build has relatively good use case in the game. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that is good, man. There's a lot of weapons that are good. But people just tend to gravitate towards the tippy top. Oh no. Because people are like, yo, this is the good shit. Or they're just like easier to understand. But There's a lot of good stuff out there. There's a lot of good weapons. There's a lot of good builds. It's just a matter of how you want to play it. Oh yeah, I wasn't doing that. Final blows, fusions. Okay. No problem, showstopper. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. I just, again, the idea like, hey, this stuff's out of scope. We got to do something about it. Fine. Understandable. The methodology of going about that, you know, versus like doing something else that the community might like more, it's going to be up for debate. That's going to be up for debate. But I think I am going to do some kind of like, here's the most popular prismatic builds. How will the nerf affect the whatever? No loot rarity above exotic then? No. No. Fine. There was someone earlier in here who was like, how do you feel about like no new supers, subclass, blah, 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 all that kind of stuff. And you know, like obviously it's disappointing to like not have some of the sexier things in the game. You know what I should do? After I finish this, after I finish these 2 lost sectors, I want to just like do some like note taking with you guys real quick about some stuff. It's obviously disappointing to not have new subclass, new fragment, new aspect, new super, like whatever. I'm giving a smidge of benefit of the doubt to Bungie right now in that they are trying to lay new foundation. And if they can lay the new foundation in a good way and the concrete doesn't crack, that can set them up for more neat things in the future where they can work on like, hey, we're gonna fuck around with the new subclass now, or we're gonna try and make some new supers for Stasis and Strand and stuff like that. They can only handle so much in a single release. And this time around, it happened to be like, hey, we gotta like fix a lot of broken stuff about the game. And like once we fix all of it, then like, okay, we'll get to like some new neat stuff, and you know, we'll do the subclass and we'll do the supers and we'll do the aspects and like the sexier things. It's just like laying concrete is just like not sexy. No disrespect to people who lay concrete. But like, it's gotta get done. Ask the people who dropped the freaking concrete, man. It's gotta get done. You gotta do this first before you can start putting in the freaking plumbing and the electric and the internet. So. I think they're working on that stuff. I think they are working on it, though. Does Edgebait have any unique public events or new strikes? I did not play any strikes. I did not. Did I play any public events? I don't think I was in a territory to do public events. Like, a lot of the time, our path through what we were doing at the event was very curated. So it was like, okay, first you're going to do this mission, and then we're going to teleport you to this thing, and then you're going to do this mission, and then you're going to go do this mission, and then we're going to put you over here with this gear and do. So there wasn't like any... There wasn't any like, or there wasn't a ton of like just getting to roam around Kepler, dicking around or whatever. Plumbing and electric and all that stuff comes before concrete though. Okay, well then like you gotta pour the concrete before you paint the walls. I don't frickin' know. You get what I'm trying to say. Sorry, I'm not a frickin' construction worker. In case it's not visually apparent. You get it. You know what I'm trying to say. How many fusion kills do I need, man? What you want from me? Oh, not that many. Vex with precision. It's gonna be awkward with my Firefly. Tell us how many story missions you played. 3.5. But it's also not the same structure as what we're used to. Like the last 3 expansions have been like, all right, we got like 8 campaign missions. And it's just not set up like that anymore. Like there are some bigger missions, but then they're like split between some smaller missions depending on where you are and how far you are in the quest and this and that. So I don't think I have exact numbers. So like I could say like 3.5, but it's like, oh, 1 was like the bigger mission and then 2 were like the smaller missions and the So it's not set up the exact same way. Yoink. Does stasis and strand will get a buff? Didn't talk about patch notes at all. I got no idea. Not something we went over during the event. That's all stuff that we're going to talk about as patch notes come out and Bungie talks about that kind of stuff and all that. You know. Was it fun? Did it feel like a good expansion or mediocre one based on what you played? I know it's early to ask that, but your best educated guess would be. I would say better than worse. But I don't think it's going to be like a shock to the system that many people I feel are anticipating. But yeah, again, it's a tough subject to like try to judge the whole expansion on a 2-day capture event. Especially when I didn't play the whole goddamn thing. I played less than half. A lot of my time was just spent in the damn shooting range, like switching my gear 14,000 times to see what the stat totals do of how much super energy I get when I pick up a freaking orb. That's what my ass was doing. Just sitting there Pressing buttons, just rotating through gear. That's all I was doing, man. I intentionally don't look at a lot of the story stuff during these times. Cause like I don't want to know either, man. There's some stuff that I do want to know, but it's a lot of like gameplay related things. It's not like story stuff, so I intentionally like don't play some stuff so that I can experience it on stream. Have they said anything about the future of Destiny after Edge of Fate? I mean, we have Renegades in December, and then after that, to be named and announced expansions 3 and 4. Probably get that sometime next year. Good way to learn what's relevant for someone returning for what's like the 43rd time, or should I not even worry if major changes are coming in the near future? I would check out the videos that I did today. But I wouldn't spend too much time learning the systems that we have right now because everything, maybe not everything, but a lot of things are getting changed in like a month and a half. It's like not even worth trying to explain all the things to you. Because you're just going to have to unlearn them and learn new stuff in a month. Is Renegades and/or Season 3? It's actually Rogue 2. Okay. Anything about wall space? Not in the short term. Not in the short term. Oh my god. Rogue 2 isn't canon, says you. Says you, buddy. Alright, here's what I want to do. Here's what I want to do. I want to take some notes. I want my computer to work. Hello? WordPad. What, does it just not work on this side of the screen, bro? There we go. How many WordPads did I just open up? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. I want to write down some questions. I want to write down what people think were some of the most frequently asked questions during the stream, because I want to make a video going over things that people were asking me a lot that I maybe didn't cover in videos that I want to give an opinion about. So I think at the very top of that list, was prismatic, fragment, aspect, nerfs. Gotta do that one. Stat / power / number crunch. Crunches explained better. Resilience. Going away. Mobility going away. A lot of people ask my favorite color. You're a liar, but it's purple. Exotic armor tiering. I did mention that in the video. That was mentioned already. What else are people asking me? People are asking me a lot of stuff today. The new location was not on the director. See the purple Haley Wilson dunks coming out? I haven't. My main source of looking at sneaker releases was Instagram, and I uninstalled Instagram from my phone. But someone did ask earlier if I had any new pickups, and I just got the Jordan 4 Fears. They just got authenticated at GOAT, so those things are on their way to me. Weapons being obsolete. Hello?
Hi, Mr. John Bungie. What's going to happen to prismatic fragments? How will the level reset work? And when will we get a new engine? Kappa.
I got you. That was so loud. I was not ready for that. Will all of our previous armor weapons be fairly useless with them switching R3? Answer that question in the video, but people keep asking me, so I will write it down. Weapon/armor being obsolete. I just deleted a bunch of armor I wasn't using. Will I regret that, and how much? No, and you won't. I guess talking about Kepler/puzzle mechanics, destination
Wonderful
size, something like that. Will I have to re-level my stuff every time? Acknowledged in the video. Why is Kepler not on the destination tab? I don't know. I think it's Bungie wanting to keep the world tab more of a legacy thing. Let me see. Ooh. I like me some purple, man. Those are nice. I like those. Are they skate shop only, I'm guessing? Oh, they're coming out soon. Okay. I would try to scoop those. Those are nice. I would try to cop. Older content like raids/dungeons drop tiered loot as well, or just newer content? I would assume just newer content. Raids, dungeons that are old drop tiered loot. Assume no. Any info on conversion of current armor to 65 plus stat armor get converted to tier 4? Answered in the video. As answered in the video. Talk about it in the video. No new subclasses, correct? What's your thoughts on that? Thoughts on no new subclasses. Put that down. Can we upgrade weapon tiers? I think the answer is no. Say anything about upcoming material changes like enhancement cores and glimmer? Nothing substantial. They still exist. Didn't watch the video yet. All good. Yeah, I'm trying to get stuff that people have been asking me a lot today that I didn't talk about in videos. so that way I can respond to some more feedback, because there's been a lot of stuff that I didn't talk about in videos today. Vault space is something for renegades. I think nothing in the short term. Kepler is a patrol space. It is a patrol space. You will click on Kepler in the top. Let me grab you a screen here. Let me grab you a little freaking screen here. Are we getting our legendary shards back? What do you think, man? What do you think? What do you... Okay, let's go to the portal. Portal menu B-roll. Okay. Rip and dip and rip and skippy, rip and dip and rip and skippy. Here. It says latest expansion, the Edge of Fate. You will click on this. Click. It won't go full screen. But you will click it. And then it will bring you to the menu. It will bring you to the patrol menu. The map is the word that I'm looking for. It will bring you the map. Okay? And then, let me find a picture of the map. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find something easily, because I don't really go to the map that much. I don't think any of this is going to be the map. Maybe this? Sorry, I don't know what I can and can't show, so I just don't want to show anything. Ribbon skip, ribby skippy. Ribbon and skip. Ribbon and skip. Oh, wait a minute, hang on. You guys want to hear new Ikora? I don't know how much I can show, but I probably can show the mission, but like you just have to listen. Temporary Ikora.
Guardian, welcome to Kepler, as the Vanguard Archive calls it. The gravimetric distortions we tracked from the EDZ are tangled in an excess of dark matter. In our records, this planetoid was confirmed to be unoccupied and inert. But these readings indicate a singularity. Something's keeping this planetoid stable and our matter intact, but... Guardian, there's a black hole here on Kepler.
There were a couple times where she got a little Savathun with the dialogue, and I was like, ooh. Anyway, I'm trying to find like a map. I don't think I ever got any footage of just like the map. Because I would do a mission, I would turn off my recording, I would go where I need to go for the next thing, and then I would turn it back on. I'm trying to find a map. But point is, you click on that, and it brings you to the frickin' map. So, let's go back to this. Lobos Jr.'s brother is the VA for Lodi, which is pretty cool. That is cool as shit. What the hell? Yeah, the context for the new voices, SAG-AFTRA strikes are still going on. That's it. All right, any other questions? I mean, like, I can yap for a while on this. I could yap for a while on this, but I just want to find any other questions that we got a lot of today that I didn't answer in videos? Anything else? Anything else? Anything else? Oh, my thoughts on Lodi. I can give some quick thoughts on Lodi. I think Lodi's chill. Big picture of is it enough? I can do like a... Is this the shot of adrenaline that the game needs? Could do that. He sounds so human. I mean, I can find a clip real quick. Hang on. Here, I'll find something. Let me find something. Let me find something for y'all. Let's see. I have a clip that's literally just called Meeting Lodi. Okay, kind of. Hang on. Let me just see what he says. Okay. Okay, well, this is technically going to be spoilers. I mean, like, it's the very beginning, so it's not really that spoilery. It's just kind of like, ah, who are you? And he's like, I'm this guy. And we're like, okay. And that's it. That's really the context of the conversation. So here. Trying to get what he sounds like.
Hold it. Who do you work for and what's your business here?
Let me just like skip to his lines.
I have journal entries tallying 4 weeks, but my 5 o'clock shadow says a day.
That's another line.
You picked up something that's special to the people here. Use it. I'll see you on the other side. We can talk there. You can, tell me all about Earth.
He's just a guy, man. Is he a guardian? I don't know. He's just a guy. So, I don't know. I think people will like him. I have not had any reason to not like him just yet. Like, maybe he does something in the story where I'm like, ah, F you. But, like, voice acting wise and, like, personality wise, I think he's cool. He's just a guy, man. You know? He's just a guy. Think people are gonna keep going around the new destination after getting all the secrets? I mean, once you kind of conquer the place on the highest world tier and get all the loot from it, you're probably kind of done. He doesn't have any Nimbus vibes. I was not getting any Nimbus vibes from him. No. I was not. Does it seem Rise of Iron sized when it comes to content? I mean, that's what Bungie said that they're going for. I think they said slightly larger than Rise of Iron. I could get that. I can get those vibes for sure. But I do think it'll be a little more substantial than Rise of Iron, because like Rise of Iron was what, 5 missions that took maybe 2.5 hours, and then like Archon's Forge and like a couple other things. I do think this will be a little more substantial than that. So, but I think it's an apt comparison that they made. It's definitely not like this. It's not as big, but that's also because they're doing 2 a year. Are weapons guaranteed to be tier 5 when passing a certain difficulty threshold, or just a chance for tier 5 past that difficulty? I didn't get to go into the higher difficulties when I was at Bungie. So like those things on the side to be like, you know, expert, master, grandmaster, like I didn't have the ability to click those and mess around with like, okay, what's the lowest or like what's the easiest difficulty thing I can do to get a tier 5? I didn't get to do that. But I think it's pretty safe to assume that you're going to need to be like somewhat high level to start getting access to tier 5 items. Can I talk about Crucible at all? I didn't get to do any Crucible. I'll put it this way. I am not your guy for Crucible commentary. I would hit up Benny. I would hit up Walla. Whatever they got to do in Crucible. I did not get to do a lot of the only Crucible stuff that I can really talk about is the fact that they're doing a playlist called Cutting Edge, which is where you're only allowed to use the newest items and a small subsector of exotics in that playlist. That's it. That is it. How long do you think the grind will be to get to that high level? Honestly, I don't know. I don't know. The last time I got to talk about it with them, which was then, like they did kind of make it seem that it was going to be a long grind, but it's very possible that they have made adjustments since, you know, the times that I've spoken to them. So I don't know. I don't know how long the grind will be. I don't know if it's meant to be, like, I don't know if hitting 450 by mid-season is meant to be a very attainable thing. If it's only for the giga grinders out there, if it's, like, for casuals, like, I don't know. I don't, like, it depends on how they tweaked it and tuned it. Will my current armor get one of the new perks like Bushido we have to drop for them? Nope. Your old armor will not be getting... The only thing your old armor is getting is their stats adjusted to the Armor 3.0 stat, like, setups. That's it. That is it. Like, I don't know exactly how these are going to break down, but, like, mobility will get turned into a stat, and resilience will get turned into a stat, and recovery gets to turn into a stat, and then intellect probably gets turned into super, and then discipline turns into grenade, and then strength gets turned into melee, and, like, maybe resilience will turn into health, or recovery will turn into... I don't know. But it's all getting switched around, and then that'll be your armor. And it might not be the role that you're looking for, but you will keep the total amount of stats, or, like, around what your stat totals are. I don't know if it'll be, like, exactly 1-to-1 or anything. Hey, thanks, Omni. Any mention of further details on the greater integration of Crucible into the core gameplay beyond the bit they already mentioned? I mean, you can level through Crucible. You can level through Crucible. Will raid armor have exclusive set bonuses? I imagine new raid armor will. Old raids, I don't know if they're doing any updates there. Is Artifice armor still a thing? I think Artifice armor is kind of getting turned into this like tier 4, tier 5 armor with the extra mod slot that you can use to kind of adjust your stats a little bit. It's not exactly Artifice armor, but it's like the same vein. Was Gambit even in the build that I played? I don't know. My contact lenses, hang on. Focusing, okay. So old Artifice armor is trash. No! You fuckers, listen to me! God damn it. How many times I gotta say it, bro? Fucking hell. God damn it. 800 times today and a video. No, man, it will be relevant. I outlined it very clearly in the video. And I also literally just said a whole bunch of stuff about armor. Yeah, we're ending pretty soon. No, your armor 1.0 won't be good. I'd probably ditch that. Did I get to play in the Plague Lance? Nope. Nope. It was all Kepler. Are we going to have to reacquire exotic armor with the armor 3.0 changes? In the video. Is tier 5 obtainable solo? If you ain't a little bitch. Yeah. It'll probably just take you a lot longer, though. It'll take you a lot longer. Because the solo ops playlist, like, it has rewards. It has bonus rewards. But, like, you can get more loot, which equals more levels, by playing more of the ops playlists as opposed to just sticking in the solo ops playlist. Would be worth it to get new Artifice armor today? I would not bother. I would really not bother that much with getting Artifice armor. Like, if you don't have it at this point, I don't think it's worth your time to go grind it. I would just wait. I don't know. Unless you really got, like, nothing better to do. But I personally, like, that ship has sailed. That ship has sailed. I wouldn't bother getting any Artifice armor today. Especially when I don't know 100% how everything will be converted. You know? I mean, like, hang on. Let me see here real quick. Let me see. Like, what? There's like. This is. What is this? I'm not sure if I can even show this. You have a chance to see how the gain stat boost while you have armor charged mods transfer to the new system. No, I didn't get to test any of that stuff. I didn't get to test that. Oh, can't show that. Okay. Hang on. I just want to, like, hover over an armor piece. Okay. So let's see. Okay. Let me hop on my Titan real quick. Let me hop on my Titan. Anywhere on Prismatic getting other subclass aspects? Not that I've heard of. Not that I've heard of. I will not be leaking the entire story. RN. I was on this. Okay. So, I don't know if this is how it's going to be. Okay, I don't know if this is how it's going to be. In the game, this could just be like a random sample. I don't know. But this chest, I'm using this chest piece. This is the updated version. Okay? So it looks like recovery got turned into class. Strength got turned into melee. That makes sense. Resilience got turned into health. Discipline turns into grenade. That makes sense. Intellect, I assume, gets turned into super. And mobility got turned into weapons. in this particular example. I don't know if this is standard across every armor piece. I don't know. It could have just been like randomized. Could have just been randomized. But recovery got turned into class. Strength gets turned into melee. Discipline gets turned into grenade. Intellect, I'm assuming, turns into super. Resilience got turned into health. It's on the screen. Hello, Brimstone. Oh, Anna's sitting. Okay. Yeah, I will probably include this. In fact, let me just start the recording right now. Here. So, again, converting. This is just an example. I don't know. I don't know if this is final or not. I don't know if this is final. But this is just an example of the live game armor getting turned into Edge of Fate armor. But it's not final.
Wonderful day, Guardian.
I don't know. I don't know yet. Okay.
Hey there, Mr. Datto.
Yeah.
Do you have any response to the allegations that you are a cutie of the patootie variety?
No, you're gonna have to talk to my lawyer about that one. Sorry. I'm pleading the fifth. All correspondence should go through my lawyer. Use your actual account in the playtest. They clone my account and then put it on and then put it on their like test realm. So yeah, strength into melee, recovery into class, mobility probably into weapons, intellect probably into super, resilience into health, discipline into grenade. There you go. Not a fan of the armor types. Feels like having us locked in the subset of stat distributions will limit build crafting. How do you think it'll limit build crafting? Because right now, the system that we have in-game where 2 stats are completely effing useless, that to me limits build crafting more than anything. Because we only have like 1 or 2 different setups across all characters that are even remotely relevant. Genuine question, by the way. Do adept weapons still exist, or are they just high tier weapons? I think things are just tiered. I feel like mobility into a weapon is because it's the least used stat and generally because something had to turn into it. Yeah, that's fair. Is the new update a good time for new/returning players to get into the game? Yes. If there's a time to like rejoin to feel like you're part of everyone else again, it would be Edge of Fate. To feel like, you know, everyone's kind of getting, it's like a soft reset. Everyone's getting back down to level 1, and everyone can kind of be on the same terms again. Then yes. What determines walk speed and jump height now that mobility is gone? There's like a stat mod in your boots that you can throw in. And I think that was pretty much all that I saw. Otherwise, I think it's pretty standardized. New mods on armor. I think there's probably some. Do I go into this menu? Oh, there is. Oh, well, no, that's my old Artifice armor slot. So, like, the Artifice armor, that slot in the middle is, like, old Artifice. On the new armor, when you get that slot, it's the stat, like, adjustment thing. Although, there is, like, you can either take 5 of one stat and reduce 5 of another, or you can increase your lowest stats on that armor piece all by 1. So, you're getting back, like, those 3 stats. I'm just waiting to see if I hover over. Yeah, I don't think there's like a ton. Like, there's a lot of the same stuff here. Yeah, I don't think there was too many. I think the big thing is like being able to get 11 energy. Yeah, I don't think there was too much stuff. I remember you used to be really scrawny. Did you go on a diet to bulk up, or did it just kind of happen naturally, or you go to gym, etc.? The first and the third thing. Thanks, though. No, the activity grades don't go to S+. They said A is the highest, and I was kind of like, all right. It just goes up to A. Trust, I threw on a bunch of stuff, but they were like, don't bother, it just goes up to A. Which does, like, it did kind of spur a longer conversation that I had with them about, like, okay, but, like, if A is the highest you can get, but there's ways to go, like, beyond that score threshold a lot, is there anything that you can do for the people who are like, yeah, we can get A, or we can get a score that would essentially be like an A+ or an S tier score? Because I think, you know, you kind of almost discourage people from wanting to push it even farther when you just cap them at like an A rank, even though you can go even further beyond that. I don't think they're going to do anything with that in like the short term, but you know, I'm very big on like aspirational. I'm very big on aspirational content, right? And getting something well above an A rank, I think is pretty aspirational. So it was a conversation that I did have about, you know, going really high above the score threshold, stuff like that. In-game leaderboards. Bro, Destiny Rising got in-game leaderboards in their beta. And we can't even get them here. Any idea what tier will drop from the new raid that comes with the expansion? No idea. No clue. No clue. Ping system? Nothing on ping system. What about wanting to get higher than an S? I mean, eventually you can only put in so many modifiers, so your score can only go so high. So I assume they would like scale. They could like scale it up to like S+. Like what? Like give me what? Like what's the ranking if I throw in every single hardest modifier possible and I get, you know, I beat the score, or I hit like the time threshold or whatever, you know. So confused if it's better to get higher score in lower difficulty or lower score in higher difficulty. That is something that we will only be able to explore once we actually have our hands on the game. That's something I talked about earlier in the day, where I was like, you're gonna have to figure out what's more viable. Faster but less lucrative runs, or slower but more lucrative runs. No, I did no sandbox anything. Wasn't my primary focus. Any idea on what tier 5 masterworking costs? I think it's around the same as what it is right now. I remember spending shards, and like Ascendant Shards and Prisms. I think it's just like instead of 10 upgrades, it's just 5. And so like pretend, you know, to go crunch this down. It's like 1 and 2, smush them together. 3 and 4, smush them together. 5 and 6, smush them together. 7 and 8, smush them together. 9 and 10, smush them together. It's kind of like that, not exactly, but like within that idea. Where the Baja Blast cores, dismantling that armor, 200 plus. How effective do you feel the shooting range is? The shooting range is like 1 trillion times more effective than like anything else the game currently has to offer, which is to say nothing. But the shooting range is awesome. I do think there are like a couple of things that I talked to them about that I was like, I wish we had like this or this. I forget exactly what they were. But like the shooting range is goated. The shooting range is goated. Yeah, it's free. It is free. Let's go to YouTube chat here. What do/don't you like about the changes coming based on what you've seen/played? I'm still a little concerned about how the grind is going to go. I'm wondering how much I'm going to enjoy interacting with like the ops playlist. I'm wondering how fast it'll go. I just have some like general concerns about like the grind now, like even first time through and then second time through, third time through. You know, I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't mind the grind either, you know, and I think having a little more freedom in where you get to do it and how you get to do it will alleviate some of that, like, you know, that dread of like, oh no, we're going back to grinding power levels. Oh, there's going to be like a bit more to pick from, and you're not restricted from like however much leveling you want to do. So there'll be pluses and minuses for sure. Yeah, fire team power as well. Will we be able to do triple 200? You will not be able to do triple 200. I would be surprised if you can get to double. You'll probably have like single 200 and then very high of another stat, at least starting out. There's zero news on the raid. No, Bungie does not give any info about the raid at all. Although they did accidentally leak the name of it again. But I don't remember what it was. So it doesn't even matter anyway. Confused why they brought back power level in such a huge way when they knew the overall consensus chasing tier 5 by getting stronger and stronger could have been the new progression. That's kind of what it is, though. Is you chase 5 by getting stronger and stronger by grinding. It's going to be the new stats people prioritize with the new system. I think people are, like, already all in on, like, must get weapons 200 and not give a shit about anything else. And weapons 200... to me is going to be more of a niche pick or like a boss damage specific setup, because weapons 100 gives you no extra boss damage. It's all majors and minors. It's only once you start to crack 100 do you get any sort of boss damage. But the problem is, I think also a lot of people are thinking about weapon stats or like stats in Edge of Fate, like they think of stats now, where it's just like, yeah, I'll just like max out one of my stats and like everything else will be chill, right? And that's like giga not true. Because if you go weapons 200 your stats are going to suffer in other spots of the game. And I don't think people are ready for, like, you know, if they only have like 16 super stat and they're picking up orbs of power and they're given like a micrometer's worth of progression on the bar. And you're like, bro, the orbs, I'm not getting any supers, man. I'm getting no super. Or like your grenade takes like 2 minutes to come. Like, where's my grenade, man? All because you wanted like 10% or 15% extra boss damage. Which, like, don't get me wrong, that'll come in handy at certain points. But it's not the end-all be-all. You know? It's not the end-all be-all. Does 100 in each seem viable? I don't know about 100 in each. I think you could probably pretty evenly spread yourself to kind of get to a state where, you know, you're pretty balanced in everything. But I don't say 100 in all 6 because I don't think there are enough stats to go around to get 100 in all stats. Like, again, people need to get it out of their heads that they're going to be able to create like some weird like quad 100 perfect stats setup type thing. Whatever you choose to do, you will be making a sacrifice in another part of your kit. If you go well-rounded, then like great, you're well-rounded, but you're not really that good at anything. If you go heavy into discipline strength or like grenade melee, cool. Everything else about you is going to suck. If you go heavy into health, cool. Then you're going to have like no ability damage or like no ability regen, whatever. So your builds matter a lot more now. They matter a lot. And I do think people should get it out of their heads that like I don't think you're going to see builds like this. You're not going to see just like a one size fits all kit for your builds anymore. You're just not. At least I don't think so. Is there going to be a way to target certain sets, or is that completely RNG? I imagine certain sets will come from certain activities, but I don't have like hyper specifics for you right now. Like I couldn't objectively tell you like, oh yes, Bushido armor comes from doing this activity. Like I don't have that on the money for you right now. You think it'd be a good / fun thing? I mean, I think it makes the space more interesting. Actually having to make some decisions and like deal with, you know, like this part of my kit's really good. This part's really not good. How am I going to, you know, counteract the fact that, you know, this part of my kit is really bad? And I think it'll drive some more interesting decision making. And if anything, it might drive a little more, like build crafting, like thinking really. Because like right now build crafting is just combining an exotic with a lot of your subclass stuff, and then like maybe there's a frickin', you know, armor mod in there somehow, and you rarely have to care about your stats because like most builds are like, yeah, 100 resilience, a bunch of recovery, 1 of either discipline or strength. If you're doing stuff with both, then like try to get them as high as possible, and then who cares about mobility and who cares about intellect? Now, you got to make some real choices. So, like, the stat distribution actually matters. So, you'd be like, oh, well, I run this build with 200 melee because I find that the melee part is the most important and I want my melee to do as much damage. And someone else might be like, oh, well, I only run with 150 because I would rather have this other thing that I use as a part of my kit. So that way it's a little bit stronger. And so you have this a little more like back and forth of, you know, people fine-tuning their builds a little bit more as opposed to everyone just doing the same thing. Do I have the Pride shader? Yeah. I wonder what it looks like on this set. Is it this? I think it's this. Yeah, I'm not as big of a fan of it on the set. Okay. I think I do want to talk about a couple of other things. I already talked about like build crafting. I don't know. Maybe I could talk about like weapons 200 or bust. Slash armor mass armor swapping. Okay, I could talk about that. No more videos coming today. But the next video that I'm going to work on is answering a bunch of these questions that were asked of me today that I didn't answer in the videos that went live today. So this is the next thing I'm working on. And then I think on Thursday, I'm finally going to put out the Destiny Black Market video, which is like a segment where we went on eBay to look at a bunch of like Destiny merch to see how much it was selling for. And then the next videos I'm working on are weapons that I think you should go get, which we'll talk about that on Thursday. And then preparing for Edge of Fate, which I guess we could probably also talk about on Thursday. I'm getting kind of tired. And then whatever news videos we got to start making. I'm waiting for Bungie to confirm when they're going to start dropping articles. Didn't they say that they have a couple streams coming up as well? What about double special ammo? Snowman. Yeah, I'm wondering when they're going to drop the first article. I might try and ask and see, because if they're dropping it tomorrow, ew, my tomorrow is literally so packed. So we might have to just talk about it on Thursday. Yeah, I didn't do a lot of like double special testing type stuff. Yeah, prismatic fragment / aspect nerfs is top of the list. This is where I'm going to talk about it. Yeah, Snowman, I didn't really test the double special ammo economy in my testing. Special and heavy meters, how they work. It's in the video, but you just get kills and you fill those meters. And as soon as you fill them, you get some stuff. You get a brick. I got nothing on Raid Explorer mode. Didn't talk about it. Did not talk about it. Do fragments still give stat boosts? I think so. Not actually sure. I gotta look at my footage. Clear image of the new Titan arms for fashion. Whatever I have in the thumbnail is the best that I have. Because I was trying to take a screenshot with no UI of the gloves, and I would hit control and the UI would just stay. So I couldn't get a clean picture, unfortunately. For weapon changes, are depth shiny part of the tiers like I liked behind tier 4, tier 5? Are they in addition to it, or just do we just not know? I don't really know if there's going to be like tier 4 adept. You know what I mean? I feel like a lot of that system might just be baked into the tiers now, but I don't have like a perfect answer for you right now. Thoughts on Tibbs being fired? Yeah, I saw. I don't know. I got to. There seems to be a lot of people who are just like, yes, good, get him out of there. And there's a lot of people like, bro, he's like the best coach we've had in the past 25 years. Granted, it's like been the best team that we've had in 25 years. So like, I also get that. But yeah, I'm not sure, man. Kind of torn. Monster Hunties, I talk about it in the video. There's a whole section in the portal towards the end But essentially, exotics are converting at like a tier 2/tier 3 range. And that's all I really got right now. And the discussions we're have about like what can we do to get like a tier 5 type of exotic. Thoughts on Stephen A. Smith being given an interview for the head coaching job? You got sentelled. Bro actually got sentelled. It's crazy, dude. Holy.
Wonderful day, Guardian.
No. Exotics are not going to be tiered. Sorry. What I meant by that is like exotics are coming back. Like this exotic will be scaled at a tier 2 or tier 3 stat range. And that I have asked about, you know, is there going to be a tier 5 equivalent of exotics coming out? And they said they're talking about it. Were our current weapons matter at all with the new system? Video! Go watch it. Yes. Yes. Do you learn what the weapon types are for barrier, unstop, overload? Yeah. Maybe that's another thing I'll do. I'll talk about the seasonal artifact. I got you. Hang on. How's Brim? He's good. He's Toby. Okay. Anti-barrier scout and pulse. That is one mod. Unstoppable sidearm and hand cannon. One mod. Unstoppable sniper rifle. Overload shotgun. Overload rapid fire, aka autos and SMGs. I don't, there's no other like, you know, there's not like a thing in the fourth column. They're all in the first and that's it. That is it. Okay. I am done. I am done. Good stream today. We've been going about 9 hours. I would like to get some dinner. I want to get some dinner, and I want to start working on some responses to the questions that we have composed a list of. There's no stream tomorrow. Your boy is very busy. I have to take Danielle to the airport. She is going to LA for Summer Game Fest. Just the one game. To do some like networking. So for the next few days, it's just going to be me and Brim. So I will have to observe Brim a little more than usual. So there might be a couple interruptions. Thursday, we will be back. I don't know what we're doing. We'll start with Destiny. I do want to talk about weapons to go grind before the end of the episode and how to prep. I would like to get some feedback from y'all about that. Then we are playing Pummel Party with Ray and I don't know if he said yet. Has he said? It's a bunch of VTubers. It's not Mario Kart with Char and PG with the F. I don't have a Switch yet, man. I don't have a Switch 2. I don't have a Switch 2. Hey, thanks, Jake. So that's what we'll be doing on Thursday. Friday, very likely no stream. I have to take Brim to a vet appointment, and it's right in the middle of the damn day. So, depending on how the vet visit goes, we might have like a short stream after I come back, or there will not be a stream on Friday, and I'll try to make up for it over the weekend while Danielle's not home. You can suss me all you want. I don't F around with Brim's health, okay? That is not something that I would use as an excuse to do some NDA shit. Brim has to go to the vet. Oh, next Monday might be a sponsor. Next Monday might be a sponsor. And thank you for reminding me. Let's rip real quick before we go. New HelloDatto stuff. I am working on HelloDatto stuff. Vada has a cut of the cookie video. And we are currently going through some final edits on the cookie video, so that might actually
plans?
come out.
Great streams.
None night rain plans for your boy at the moment. All right, we got the new set. I just want to rip some packs here. The last time we ripped open a booster bundle, we hit a special illustration rare. That was with Journey Together. Let's see if we can go 2 for 2. Reverse and reverse. Okay. Rare. The hell's this? Oh, Annihilate. Okay. L. L. Alright. Staryu. Nidorino. Kangaskhan. What is this, all Gen 1? Okay, that's not Gen 1. I don't know what the hell that is. That's Gen 1. Muck. That's not. Matang. That is. Zubat rare? Team Rocket's... not the rare. Team Rocket's Proton. Focus. Electivire EX. Okay. It's an EX at least. The Rocket stuff is Gen 1 because Rocket. That's fair and true. Ekans. What the hell is that? Combuskin? Phoebus? I can't even read that. Team Rocket Great Ball. Yo, it's Leopard. Huntail? What the fuck? Oh, Nose Pass. Clampert. Hey, Articuno. But like the basic version. But I like Articuno. That's cool. Alright, 3 more. Pokemon packs have a lot of cards. It's only 10. It's only 10. It's not that many. Focus. Cyndaquil. Zubat. Nose Pass. Danielle just yelled about something. I'm not sure what. Some guy. Starmie. Tipowdon. A little guy. Zamazenta. This is Team Rocket's Tyranitar. I'm pretty sure they turned this into like they have like a Pokemon Center promo. Doing some IRL ripping. And I think I also have one more booster pack on pocket. We'll rip that as well. And then we'll get out of here. It's a freaking apple. Zubat. I'm getting as many Zubats as I feel like I see in-game in these packs. Dwebble. Pinsir. Sacred Ash. Sacred Ass. Like these packs. Hypno. Morgrem. Oh, hello. What the hell are you? Spidops? I'll take a full art. That's not bad. And then I got a freaking Greedent. It's a fat squirrel. Okay, we got some. We at least got a full art. But it's Spidops, which I have not even heard of. So I'm guessing probably not that valuable. Alright, last pack. What do these packs cost? At retail price, this thing that I just ripped open was 26 in change for 6 packs, which is the normal price. The scalper price is like double, which is hella annoying. And I'm really waiting for this shit to be over. I could go on for hours about all this stuff. Spide Ops is Gen 9. No wonder I've never heard of it. All right, Team Rocket's Pretzel, and it's a freaking apple, bro. That was the last one. Apple. Apple? Fucking hell, man. I got a damn apple.
Datto love Datto love Datto love
Love Datto. Love Datto. Alright, pocket and we're done. I just keep seeing the scalping. Yeah, I'm pretty tired of it. I mean, we all are, but like me especially, you know what I mean? It's very brave of me. Rip. We got Emolga, Aaron, Clefairy. That's my third Alolan Meowth, bro. Oh! Already had it. I mean, great hits, but they're all dupes. But the on-stream rips continue to be goated. They continue to be goated, man. I got a double EX pack, I think like yesterday or something, man. Okay, I am done. Thanks for a good stream. I didn't get like too mad today, which is nice. We'll be back Thursday. Doing some grinding. Doing some ripping. Mainly just really the one pack. Because this shit costs too much money. Let me find you guys a host. And we out. We out of here. Bro, there ain't nobody on frickin' D2, bro. Where the hell is everybody? Everybody already get off? There's a couple people. Now we go over to Milo. It's been a minute. Again, 4 videos on the channel right now. 4 videos. Go watch them. I am working on a 5th. That'll cover a lot of things that we talked about today. So I guess if you were already here, you don't have to watch that one. But like, otherwise, is videos. Your boy made some videos. Go watch them. Everybody who subbed today, I apologize if I did not get to you. It was a little bit of a hectic day. But thank you very, very much, everybody who resubbed today. I appreciate it. Shadow Monarch Gaming right before we go with the tier 3 as well. Thank you. Shipmaster 43, my dude RJ with the 4. Ghost World 43, GM Doza with 103 months, 4-bar with a freshie, Morb with the 85, Harbinger 78, Hyundai Moon 500 bits. That was like the past hour. Thank you all very, very much. Take care. I will see you guys on Thursday. I am going to be on Destiny a little more for the next month or so. I'm kind of getting back into Destiny mode. So my ass will be on Destiny a little bit more going forward. Doing last minute preparation and a little more grinding. But I still want to have some variety moments here and there. But I'm getting back on the wagon. So if you're like one of those people who's like, when is bro getting back on Destiny? Is happening. All right, it's happening. Be good, everybody. Take care. Say hello to I was about to say Moylan because we usually host him. To Milo, and I will see you guys on Thursday. See.